What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK, live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Monday, October 21st, 2024, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, we will recap the Longhorns' first loss of the season, what went wrong against Georgia at DKR on Saturday night. Plus, we'll take a look at some of the other big games from college football and the NFL. The World Series is set. The Yankees and the Dodgers, what a matchup we'll have on tap to decide a World Series winner in Major League Baseball. And we'll have some fun, of course, along the way over the next couple of hours. But we'll be talking plenty of Texas Longhorn football on the first not Victory Monday of this season for the University of Texas. Buck, how are you, my friend?
I'm doing fantastic. And what a beautiful day it is. Even though there was a loss on Saturday, the sun is shining, and it's a beautiful morning out here in Dripping Springs. And actually all over the world. It's a beautiful, beautiful fall day out. And it will continue to be nice over the next couple of mornings, but you're going to get that temperature is going to rise a little bit again, get into those, sorry about that, not 70s, but high 80s, maybe even a 90-degree day here this week sometime. It's not going to be fall in the afternoon. It's going to be, if you get high 80s, you're satisfied. You're okay, aren't you?
You said we were done with that.
I said we were done with the 90s. We'll be
you
in the
just
80s.
Said we might get 90s this week.
We'll get one this week.
Oh.
Hey, but what we won't get is any rain.
Yeah.
Which absolutely sucks.
What we will get is more allergies.
Oh, it's just, with the little bit of wind that we have blowing around, man, there's something in the air. I woke up this morning just honking and sneezing, and, I got whatever it is I have. I don't call them allergies. It's just something sinus stuff that I'm not getting fixed no matter what. I'm having a surgery on Thursday. I'm done with surgeries. So I'm not having my nose fixed. I just blow my nose. But dude, there is something in the air when you get outside that's just, it is what it is. You're used to it. You've been living here, so you know what it is.
Yeah, there's a lot to love about living in Austin.
Yes.
But allergies is not one of them.
And that means for you people that have been here for the weekend, it's time to go home. Get out of here. You're giving us allergies.
Oh, man, it was a madhouse all weekend long, all throughout Central Texas with the great race out at Circuit of the Americas yesterday. Congrats to Charles Leclerc for winning at COTA. A lot of fun there, and obviously a tremendous atmosphere all day long here in Austin on Saturday with college game
the only
day.
thing is my phone is still jacked up. These people need to go home. My phone was acting up on Saturday, all day Saturday. I don't know if it's my phone. I mean, my wireless stuff was all goofed up. Down at Schultz's, I expected it maybe to be that way there with so many people on their phones and on the internet. But man, when I started to get away from there, when I just get outside the region of my home, it was still messing up Saturday. So I'm thinking, hey, go home, you people.
You people. Who are you calling you people?
Quit calling your Ubers and all your other stuff. Just go home.
Who you calling you people?
Those people. Those out-of-towners. How's that? Just out-of-towners.
All of them?
All of them. And there are tons of them around.
Yeah, a lot of Georgia fans made their way to Austin, and then a lot of Europeans made their way to Austin because of the F1 race. A lot going on here in our fair city. And what an atmosphere at DKR Texas Memorial Stadium on Saturday night. I was not there, but I've spoken with at least 20 people who were in the building for that Texas-Georgia game, and they all said it was an electric crowd, one of the best crowds in the history of DKR. And unfortunately, not a ton to cheer about. Texas was awful in the first half. They trailed 23-0 at recess. The Longhorns mounted a little bit of a rally in what was one of the craziest third quarters of football any of us have ever seen. The Longhorns cut it to one possession. It was 23-15, but unfortunately it did not get any closer than that. Georgia ends up pulling away for a 30-15 victory. So Georgia, an impressive showing by them. They show that they are still the top dog in the SEC. Texas loses its first ever game as an SEC school. The Longhorns didn't fall too far. They dropped from number 1 to number 5 in the new AP poll. But Buck, Georgia clearly the better team here in Austin on Saturday night.
Clearly the most physical team that Texas has seen that they've ever played. I mean, that was a, I said in the pregame, I said, if Texas offensive line can handle this group and they win, it'll prove that they're the best offensive line. Well, they showed that they weren't the best offensive line on Saturday because they got manhandled by that Georgia defense. They were everywhere. They were taking number one draft choices and beating them to the corner. They kept bringing two different defensive ends after them, and they got after the quarterback who had no time to throw the ball. Forget getting your feet settled and trying to settle yourself and throw the ball. You didn't have any time against that Georgia defense. They played – that was Georgia type of defense that was out there. And, their secondary isn't great, but you know what they are? They're long, and they're athletic back there, and they can get their hands into areas and knock balls away from you. The one kid is fabulous back there. The safety is as advertised for sure. Corner's not so great, but the safety is phenomenal. He's a great player. I mean, Texas has two fantastic safeties. That kid from Georgia is special. He really, really is. And they played physical, punch you in the mouth defense, and Texas was not up for the task on that offensive line. They just weren't.
Yeah, the Texas offensive line gave up 28 pressures to Georgia. Wow. That's the most they've given up in the Steve Sarkeesian era. So even in the 5-7 2021 season, the Texas offensive line didn't have a game as bad as it had on Saturday night. Georgia had 7 sacks. The Longhorns couldn't run the football at all. And, yeah, it was a particularly rough one for right tackle Cam Williams, who was a turnstile out there. He also had 2 false start penalties to add to his high total this season.
And so is the All-American. So is Banks. He got beat twice. He got whipped twice.
Yeah, Kelvin Banks looked human. He was actually the highest graded player on the offense on Saturday, but Kelvin Banks did get beat. That
just shows you how bad the offense was because he got whipped up on too.
He did get beat a couple of times. And Quinn Ewers didn't help his offensive line at all because he was not stepping up into pockets.
No, you know what? I don't know if he was he taking a deep enough drop? It just seems like his drops were shallow.
When he was taking deep drops, he didn't step up. Like one of the sacks that Kelvin Banks gave up in the first half near the goal line.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
Like Kelvin Banks right after the play was
looked right at him.
Yeah, it's like, what do you want me to do? All you have to do is step up. There's this huge hole for you to step up in to throw the football down the field, and instead you're just running around back there. Like it was just the Texas offense put together a disastrous performance.
No, there's no doubt about it. I didn't like the game plan. I thought Sark spent too much time trying to make Trey Wisner, Doak Walker a winner. He needs to understand something. He should understand something. The kid is a good back. He's not a Doak Walker type of back. And that's not Oklahoma. By the way, if nobody's noticed, Oklahoma still sucks.
Yeah.
So you're not going to run the same running plays against Georgia that you ran against Oklahoma thinking you're going to get outside. They're going to penetrate and knock that whatever counter that you try to get out wide with that kid running the ball. He's not going to get there against that defense. So that wasn't going to work. And they didn't come back with any other plays besides the same ones that they ran against Oklahoma. And that's really surprised me. I think they thought because they were successful against that defense against Oklahoma that it would be very similar against Georgia and they could get those. No way. It wasn't close.
Yeah, well, they got some things going in the second half, and once again, they cut it to a 1-score game. They just couldn't score after that. But overall, you look at the numbers for the Texas offense, 4 turnovers. As a team, the Longhorns averaged 1.1 yards per carry, Buck. And you talked about Texas needing, 130 or 140?
Oh, yeah. To be in the game, they needed to have about 120-some yards.
You know how many they had?
60?
29.
Yeah, okay. Well, then they were going to lose by as many as they lost.
Now that includes –
and if it wasn't for their quarterback throwing interceptions and some really nice plays in the secondary, that it would have been more than that.
Yeah, those 29 rushing yards do include sack yardage. And once again, Texas was sacked 7 times. So the actual running back run game was not as bad as that number would indicate. But as a team, Texas is credited with 29 rushing yards. Buck, they were 2 for 15 on third down. Texas was 49% on third downs, 14th in the country going into Saturday night. They were 2 of 15 on third down, 1 of 5 on fourth down. They had 8 penalties, We mentioned they gave up 7 sacks. They had 10 tackles for loss allowed. And, oh, by the way, they benched the starting quarterback at one point in the game and then brought him back in. I mean, it was just an all-around.
Well, it was a mess because then when they brought in the other kid, they didn't protect him either.
No.
He had people in his face the whole time. That's why I said that I was surprised Jaden Blue didn't play even more, and he was fine. This was one of those games where if you wanted to get on the outside, you had to swing him out there, throw the ball to him. You're trying to do that with the other guy. I'm like, wait a minute, that guy's not getting out there past those guys. He's not fast enough to. Jaden Blue had a nice touchdown, a nice head fake, and then a post pattern. I'm thinking, get him out of the backfield, swing him out, at least get them widened a little bit more. How about your quarterback a little bit, get some completions and get him down the field. Now, I don't know what he would have done down the field, but they didn't really try to with him.
Jaden Blue?
Huh?
Jaden Blue?
Yeah.
He had 7 catches.
Well, I mean, but he was going on post patterns and stuff. I mean, he was running hitches and they were dump offs to him, but they didn't swing him out enough, and they never tried to get him wide running the football.
Well, that's the weird part. Like, I think Texas made Jaden Blue a focal point in the passing game. I don't have any qualms with that. Do you know how many carries Jaden Blue had on Saturday?
Yeah, 2.
0. Like,
that's what I'm saying. They were trying to make the one guy from last week the Doak Walker candidate, and I'm like, what are you guys doing?
Well, he only had 15. It's not like they gave him the ball 30 times. I mean, Texas was down early, that they just relied on the passing game a lot. But
when they ran the ball, they gave it to the other. They needed a speed guy in that game. You needed somebody to try to outflank them, to loosen them up just a little bit. Then they didn't work that well enough. Sark didn't call a great game.
He got outdueled by Kirby Smart and Glenn Schumann, the defensive coordinator at Georgia, and give them credit. I mean, like, they were confusing the hell out of me. I didn't know what Georgia was doing. They were disguising pressures. They were showing man and switching to zone. They were giving you false fronts, simulated pressures. I mean, they made life miserable for Quinn Ewers, Arch Manning, Steve Sarkeesian, and this entire Texas offense. So give them credit. They pulled out all of the stops. They knew how big of a game this was. Sometimes Texas does it. Every team does it, right? Like, when you're playing a nobody the week before, you go vanilla. You don't show a whole lot. Maybe you don't beat a team like Mississippi State the way that you probably should beat a team like Mississippi State, right? Because you're game planning for a game like Texas and Georgia. I mean, they did everything. They opened up.
Yeah, they opened up, whoop ass. That's what they did.
They did.
And I just saw that offense run out almost the same game plan that they did against Oklahoma, thinking that this is a physical team. They've got a lot of similarities, but there was nothing different in that game plan. What they need to do in the game plan is find a way to get number 5 the ball and make him a focal point of your offense, and quit messing around throwing passes to him in the third quarter when you really need something. Then everybody knows you're going to go to him. They need to get him involved in the game early and often. And I don't care if it's a fly sweep or something. Let that kid touch the ball. He's a weapon that doesn't touch the ball enough.
I'm with you. Well, let's hear from Sark. We've got plenty more to get into. We'll get into the decision to bench Quinn Ewers and then bring him back in. We'll talk about this game from every angle. And, of course, we want to hear from you. The Coda text line, 512-222-9328. And the YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter live chats are rocking and rolling as well. But we'll start with Steve Sarkeesian's opening statements from after the game on Saturday night. Just what went wrong for the Longhorns.
Unfortunately, we didn't play our best football tonight, but we were still competitive. Hopefully, we get another crack at them. That's a good football team. Credit to Kirby and their staff and their players being ready to go in the first half. Like I said, they've been the standard in college football now for about 5, 6, 7 years. And I thought we played them really well in the second half. But you get behind the 8 ball with the way we played in the first half. It's a lot to overcome against good football teams. And like I told the team, when you're playing good teams, you got to fight for 60 minutes, but you have to play well as well. And we weren't able to get the recipe right. We only had we had the fight. We didn't play well enough tonight. So we got to coach better. We got to play better. And the beauty of this format, losing a game like this doesn't kill you. Everything we want is still in front of us. The challenge for us is to be able to regroup and get ourselves, back up off the mat and prepare for a Vanderbilt team next week that's going to be hungry for us coming to town, and get our momentum back going in the right direction and finish out this second phase of the season trying to get a W and kind of work ourselves back in the direction of where we want to go.
Yeah, I mean, you still got everything that you want. It's right in front of you. You've won a bunch of games in order to get to where you are. You didn't have a good game, and I don't think you had a good game plan actually. But you didn't. Your guys didn't play well. They didn't execute anything. You're one of the strengths of your team play one of its weakest games so far, and that's your offensive line protecting your quarterback. You got to the point where you had to change quarterbacks. Then when you brought another one in, you didn't protect him either. So it was just a mess offensively, I thought. And defensively, they played really, really hard. I saw Collins have one of the better games I've seen him play. He really played to a standard in that football game for one of the first times I've ever seen him just go balls to the wall. He wanted to be in the battle. Yep. You know, he wanted to prove that he was a big-time football player. I mean, he didn't make every tackle, but he was in on a lot of tackles. He was going across the line of scrimmage, jumping over guys. He was doing all kinds of things. That's the best effort I've seen him play since he's been at Texas. In a loss, I mean, they didn't win the game. They lost the game, but in his effort, I thought was outstanding. Between he and Andrew Makuba back there, and I hope that guy's not hurt seriously because that would hurt big time. Now, he did get up on his own at the end, didn't he? He was down for a while, but I thought I saw him get up.
Yeah.
You know, and kind of get off the field. I hope that's just a bruise or whatever because they'll miss that dude. That dude was playing cornerback / safety / linebacker because he had to come up and make a lot of stops, you know, and just a good athlete, just a good football player. They would miss him dearly if he were hurt, you know, and they've got to get Isaiah Bond back. They need the speed guy down the middle. That hurt them too. That Georgia never felt threatened. They had too many guys too close to the line of scrimmage, stuffing up the run game and any of that mid-level passing game, you know?
Yeah. We'll wait to hear more from Steve Sarkeesian on the status of Andrew Makuba.
But that was not championship type of football by Texas at all.
Well, definitely not the offense. But I think it's important to repeat what Steve Sarkeesian said, and I'll probably note this a couple of times today, and I'll probably mention this a few more times over the course of the week. So sorry to you, Buck, and sorry to everybody who listens to every second of this show. We appreciate you, but we've got more and more people who pop on every minute, so we'll keep repeating this. Texas still has everything in front of them.
Yes.
Let's not lose sight of the bigger picture here. I mean, the Longhorns were in a very similar situation last year. They lost a game in the middle of October. A lot of people were freaking out. They went on to win their conference championship. They went on to make it to the college football playoff. This year, they lose a game in the middle of October. A lot of people are freaking out. Guess what? You can still win the conference.
Yes.
You can still make it to the college football playoff. And oh, by the way, you've got 12 teams in the playoff this year instead of just the 4 you had last year. So, Buck, you talked about it all last season. After Texas lost that game to Oklahoma, they turned it on. They started playing championship football. They knew what they needed to do to make it to Arlington and to make it to the playoff. They did just that. Similar situation this year.
They're right back at it, yeah.
Maybe you have a second mulligan with the 12-team playoff, but you don't have a second mulligan if you're trying to win your conference. You got to run the table. If you do that, you could still get to Atlanta. You can get a rematch against Georgia, and you'll be back into the college football playoff. Everything is still out in front of this Texas team.
Yeah, they just got to. I just think offensively, you've got to see where your prime suspects are, and the guys that are going to get you wins, and you got to get them the ball, and that's what Sark generally can do. He didn't do that in this game. He didn't have time. I know he expected more from his offensive line. He just had to. That was supposed to be one of the best offensive lines in the country. It was not. They got motorboated. I mean, they just got. Yeah, they got. Yeah, they did. They just ran right through them. They just gave it up. I mean, wow. I mean, Georgia had some killer dogs on the outside and some big tubbies on the inside that just were special. I mean, that's the best Georgia team we've seen this year right there. Even though when they came back and still lost to Alabama, they didn't play defense like that. They were everywhere defensively.
Mykel Williams was a name we mentioned a lot last week.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Number 13. And that guy's been hurt. Like, he had 0 sacks going into that game on Saturday. He's missed a couple of games. And when he has played, he hasn't been close to 100%. That guy looked like he was 100% on Saturday. 2 sacks.
13 and 11. And then the 11 was playing off the ball as if he was a linebacker. Yeah. And then if something broke down in front, then he started to come. That's where all that pressure started coming from. It wasn't late. It seemed like what you would call late pressure, but it wasn't that late because things broke down on the offensive line really quickly.
Yeah.
He could take off and come to the ball.
Yeah,
he did.
Jalen Walker's number 11. He had 3 sacks. So those two guys combined had 5 sacks for Georgia on Saturday. Look, those are guys who are projected to be first-round picks in the NFL draft. They looked the part on Saturday. And, yeah, Georgia, it was a lot. They had delayed blitzes, Buck. They were spying Quinn Ewers at times, which you don't see a lot of teams do. But they would rush 3, and then they, knew Quinn Ewers was going to bail on clean pockets, which that's got to get figured out, Quinn. And then as soon as he started to scramble, they brought a 4th or a 5th guy, and then those guys were the dudes sacking.
Well, when you don't play for 4 weeks, anything is pressure to you. Anything feels like pressure. If your drops or whatever it is, dude, there wasn't a lot of time. I don't care who was running routes. There wasn't a lot of time to throw that ball. There was somebody in his face. And whether it was his drop or whether it was pressure, he got pressured. It wasn't all on Quinn Ewers and his drops. That dude had people in his face. Guys got beat right off the line of scrimmage. The All-American got beat on his outside shoulder 3 times.
Yeah, well, it wasn't all on Quinn Ewers. I mean, the offensive line stunk. There's no way around it. But, Buck, it's the second week in a row Quinn Ewers has looked timid to me. And we touched on it. We said if Quinn Ewers played the way he played against Oklahoma, Texas was going to be in for a rude awakening against Georgia because they actually have an offense that can make you pay. And that's exactly what happened. We saw the exact same version of Quinn Ewers we saw in Dallas this Saturday.
Yeah, I think so. I did.
So
without a deep threat too.
So what do we do about that?
He's going to be the quarterback the next game.
Of course he is. I think he's going to start. I think he should start against Vanderbilt. But this is now 2 weeks in a row where Quinn Ewers and the Texas offense have gotten off to horrific starts. And Quinn got into a rhythm in the second half on Saturday, and that's a big part of why Texas made this game interesting for a while. But you can't keep playing like shit for halves of football in this conference. They need more from their starting quarterback, who has not been anywhere close to the same player that he was early in the season, don't they?
Well, yeah, he's got to play. He's got to play better, but they've got a game plan better too against these defenses too. I mean, that wasn't a great game plan. That run game offense was pathetic. Whatever they tried in the run game, they didn't get away from it. They just kept running the same shit. And Georgia said, "Okay, keep running the same shit. We'll keep stuffing it down your throat." If you think you're going to pull 2 guys, if you're going to vacate and pull 2 guys and try to get wide on us, you got to be out of your mind. The minute you pull somebody's coming in that gap, and they did, and they ran guys down. I mean, they didn't have to run them down; they ran through them. So it wasn't like they had to follow guys pulling. They ran through the guys into the run game, and you got to have some semblance of a run game. If you're telling me they only rushed for 29 yards, you're not doing shit against anybody. You're not doing anything against Vandy if you only run for 29 yards. And it just was so similar a run game to you ran against Oklahoma. I think they thought that you're playing a very similar type of defensive player that you had at Oklahoma. And once again, as I said, has anybody noticed that Oklahoma still sucks? Whether it's offense or defense, they suck. They're not good.
Their offense is a huge problem.
They're not good. That's not a good football team. Their defense, they're not good. That's not a good team.
They fired their offensive coordinator yesterday. I think they're the worst team in the SEC right now, which maybe you could take some solace in that if you're a Texas fan. But I think as it stands, Texas has beaten the 2 worst teams in the SEC, and those are their 2 SEC wins. Now, I think they lost to the best team in the SEC, so there's a lot of teams in between Georgia and Oklahoma and Mississippi State. But yeah, OU's in.
But you got stuff that you can fix, and you can fix it with that quarterback. You got to shore up some things. You've got to get some guys healthy. You need to have Bond needs to be there. You need to have a deep threat. And if you're not going to use number 5 as your deep threat, then you got to have a speedster. What is number 3? What is it that number 3 does for Texas?
Number 3.
Isn't he one of the wide receivers? The guy that we were expecting to be in the thick of things. Isn't that Cooks? Is he 3?
No, Jonte Cook, I think, is 1.
Is he 1? What is it that he does?
He doesn't play.
Oh, he doesn't play.
No.
They need somebody at least to threaten the deep middle of the field somehow.
Yeah, well, yeah, Isaiah Bond, I think, was that guy, and he scored the first touchdown and the 2-point conversion for Texas to make it 23-8. But I don't know if we saw him again after that. He was on the sideline, and Holly Rowe was reporting that he had been out for the last few series.
Yeah,
so.
he gave it a pretty good effort on a bad ankle. He did what he could do.
And number 3 is Quinn Ewers, Buck. That's not a receiver. They did need a lot more from number 3, but that guy was.
I was right about that too. Maybe that's the number that just kept flashing in front of me. Oh, he's down. Oh, he's ducked. He did try to run with the ball. Yeah. You're right. They were waiting for him to run.
They were. Yeah, they were. And let's I want to get your thoughts on Sark's quarterback handling in a moment, but let's hear from Steve Sarkeesian. Obviously, big moment in the game, something that everybody was talking about. The decision late in the second quarter to bench Quinn Ewers to bring Arch Manning into the game. Of course, Quinn Ewers came back to start the second half, and he played the entirety of the second half. But here's Steve Sarkeesian in the postgame talking about that decision.
My feeling was in the game was I felt Quinn was a little uneasy, and I just felt like giving him a chance to kind of step back, regroup, and I didn't know if we'd get a series or two with Arch, depending on how much time was on the remaining in the half on the clock. So we just told Quinn, we said, hey, we're going to go with Arch here, give you a chance to get into the locker room, let's regroup, and then come back out in the second half. And so that's what we did. And I felt like it was effective. I thought Quinn came out and played a much better second half and played well in the third quarter. Quinn's our starting quarterback. I appreciate the fact that we're fortunate enough to have a backup like Arch that can come into the game and provide a spark in some sense. But at the end of the day, Quinn's our starter, and like I said, but I think we've got to do a better job around him. I think he would tell you he can play better, but we've got to coach better. Everybody's got to be better for our offensive football team to perform better. Yeah,
the timing was fine, dude. If Arch takes him down and scores, he's coming back in the third quarter as the quarterback. There's no doubt about it. If he does the 2 series that he had, BK, if he scores, Quinn Ewers is not coming out there in the third quarter and being the starter.
If he did,
the guy who went in the halftime as the quarterback would have come out in the third quarter as the quarterback. There would have been no doubt in my mind that Sark. It's just a feel for the game. It has nothing to do with people's feelings and who's a senior and what we've told to whatever. If the guy's hot enough to come in as the backup, he goes there, scores. He's coming out in the third quarter as the quarterback.
Yeah, I think you're right. I will say this. I liked the decision by Steve Sarkeesian. I thought he handled it well. Texas had 15 yards of offense on 23 plays when Quinn Ewers got benched.
Yes. So, it was the time. The timing was that. It couldn't have been any more right than that.
Yeah. And, Arch Manning, Texas had 2 possessions with Arch Manning in at quarterback. They did not score. There was a punt and a fumble. The Longhorns had 33 yards in those 2 possessions. So still not good. This is not a Arch should have started the second half.
No.
It was Quinn was seeing ghosts out there, and Steve Sarkeesian felt like the best way to get Quinn Ewers into some sort of rhythm was to just take him out for a few minutes. And that can't happen. Not blaming Sark for that decision, but you've got a 4-year player in college football and a 3-year starter, and he needs to be taken out for 5 minutes to find his rhythm. What are we doing, Quinn?
I don't know. I know. I've been on the sideline I haven't seen it done that much. I've been around a bunch of quarterbacks from Jeff George to Doug Flutie. I've never seen it. I've never seen that happen, but there's certain times you just get a feel for the game. But I thought the timing was that's when he had to do it. If he was going to do it, he had to do it then. You couldn't have gone into the halftime the way Quinn was playing. You weren't getting anything out of him. So to try to get a spark, but as I said, if the spark would have scored a touchdown, the spark would have been in there in the third quarter. He wouldn't have come back to Quinn Ewers again.
I think you're right. Excuse me.
I think that's just a feel for the game. Like he said, people around, either one of them had to play better. The offensive line coach, he needed to coach better. The wide receiver coach, he had to get those guys. They all needed to coach better. The running backs needed to do well. The offense just was not good.
No,
it really wasn't good. And as much as great as the defense hung in there and did some really good things on a key situation when there was a little bit of a comeback, they gave up a huge play. That third down and a month, you just can't give that up. That once again, championship play. You know what? Okay, you're playing good. You're playing good. We didn't do this. Okay, we're playing good. But you can't give up that third and whatever that was, 3rd and 16 or 3rd and 100.
It was 3rd and 10.
Well, okay, don't give up a 3rd and 10.
I mean, I'm not blaming the defense for Saturday.
Well, I'm blaming the defense. They gave up the 3rd and 10 when you were trying to make a comeback. Don't give that up. You can't give that up. That's when you pin your ears back and get it done.
Look, the defense had 3 takeaways. They held Georgia to 6 of 17 on 3rd down. They gave up 286 yards of offense, gave up 3.6 yards a carry. They allowed a 56% completion percentage. Georgia only had 1 drive that went more than 35 yards.
Wait, Carson Beck wasn't all that either.
No, because the Texas defense is really good. Like, I can't get mad at the Texas defense for giving up 1 drive of more than 35 yards to the number 5 team in the country. Like, I get it. It was frustrating. They didn't get off the field in that spot. And if they do, who knows what happens. But they gave up 1 drive. Texas's offense just kept gifting Georgia short field after short field. And Texas kept holding them to field goals to keep the Longhorns in the game.
There's no doubt.
Like, I cannot. Look, that play, it was a 2-play sequence. And you're not the only Texas fan that's frustrated with with what happened in those 2 plays, because Texas had all the momentum. It was 23-15. Georgia had the ball at their own 11, right? They tried to kick return out of their own end zone, and they got pummeled right at the 11-yard line. So if Texas gets off the field there, the Longhorns are going to get the ball back with solid field position and a chance to tie the game. And they give up, a 21-yard pass play on 3rd and 10, and then they do the double flea flicker play that Texas tried earlier in the game that turned into a Trey Wisner drop. Thanks for that one, buddy.
Oh, by the way, there was nobody from him to the end zone. He would have. No. I'm saying he's not the fastest guy in the world, but he was going to outrun him to the end zone if he just catches that ball.
You can't catch. That's a problem. Like, Texas,
and they kept using him on those. They would ride it in and try to hit him in the flat when he's not swinging this way, but swinging parallel to the line of scrimmage. I'm like, he doesn't catch the ball that well that way.
Yeah, that's weird, because Trey Wisner can't catch, and Jaden Blue had 0 carries, so the Texas coaching staff feels like he can't run. You need a running back who can do both, and I don't know if Texas has one of those right now.
But I just thought it was a game that you needed to have somebody with some speed in there.
Yeah, but they ran the same play. Georgia ran the same play. If the whole game wasn't a big enough FU to Texas, Georgia runs the same play that you couldn't run because your running back couldn't catch an easy pass. They run basically the same thing, and it's a 43-yard pitch and catch to the tight end who was left all alone.
Oh.
And a couple plays later, Georgia ends up getting into the end zone.
Yeah, they've got to fix. Sark's got some work to do offensively, and if he's not going to have Bond, he better figure out who's the guy who's going to be my deep guy. I got to get the ball to him somehow. Well, I know who your big threat is on offense now. It's number 5. That guy can play, period.
Well, I'll give Matthew Golden some credit.
Yeah, he caught some nice balls too.
He was the deep threat after Isaiah Bond got hurt, and Matthew Golden made a couple of big plays down the field for Texas. But yeah, I mean, this receiver group, like, Georgia's good. They've got NFL talent, and I don't think Texas won enough on the outside. Now, Quinn Ewers wasn't given a lot of time, and I didn't think Quinn Ewers was I did not see an NFL quarterback on the field on Saturday.
No, I didn't either one. No, I didn't.
Yeah, Mel Kiper I think Quinn Ewers has his 4th-ranked QB in the class, and Carson Beck has his 5th-ranked QB in this class. And I think most people agree this is not a great QB class anyways. But, a lot of NFL scouts at that game on Saturday, a lot of NFL talent to like on both sides. If I'm a team looking for a franchise quarterback, I am not spending it on Carson Beck or Quinn Ewers right now.
No. Oh, no. So no, Carson Beck was, by the way, those are some really nice defensive plays. The one interception, Makuba's interception, that was a great play. He's a fantastic player. And Carson Beck gave them a couple balls, but my goodness.
Yeah.
You got to take advantage. A guy throws 3 picks. You're supposed to win the game.
That's
on your offense, by the way. That is on your offense. If you throw 3 picks, you're supposed to win that game, championship game, weekend in the park, playing in the playground. Your quarterback throws 3 picks. You should win the football game, period. If you're a championship type of football team. If you're the number 1 team in the nation, their opposing quarterback throws 3 picks. Okay, you win by 3. You win the game.
Bingo. Oh, that's it. Carson Beck, 23 of 41, 175 yards, 0 touchdowns, 3 interceptions.
You're supposed to lose that game. You're not supposed to win that game. If you're playing against the number 1 team in the nation, I don't care if you're Georgia. I don't care if you're the Green Bay Packers. You're supposed to lose that football game.
I picked Georgia to win on Saturday. If you would have told me that was going to be Carson Beck's stat line, I would have picked Texas to win.
Yeah.
Like, you kidding me? You hold Carson Beck, who's supposed to be one of the best QBs in America, to 175 yards on 4.3 yards per attempt, and you force 3 interceptions. That's a game you should win, like you said, 10 times out of 10. Yes. Texas lost by 15. They weren't even close. They got, I don't want to say completely boat race. They did in the first half, but they lost by multiple scores. And that's where it's like, yeah, complimentary football is important. Texas's offense did not carry its weight at all.
Well, yeah, and I mean, it scares me if one guy goes down, if your deep threat guy goes down, that's all you could come up with. You had to know. I mean, Sark knows the defensive players that play for Georgia. He's got to know that they're better than the Oklahoma guys that he saw last week. All you have to do is go back to the film and watch them individually and look and see how many killer dogs they have on that Georgia team. Yeah. You know they were coming to play. You know they felt disrespected to come in here and hear about number 1 and we're going to take over the SEC. You know that team had to be pissed. You know what kind of guy, you know Kirby Smart is a damn genius. He's won national championships. You're supposed to be the offensive genius. You did nothing against the defensive genius. He ruled on Saturday.
He did. He definitely did. He won that chess match. And look, Texas, I mean, got things going in the second half. They outscored Georgia 15-7 in the second half, and they had chances, right? I mean, the Longhorns, once Georgia put it back up to 30-15, it wasn't like, oh, the game was over. I mean, Texas still had plenty of time to make it interesting again. They had 3 offensive possessions late in the game with the chance to cut into that Georgia lead. They got into Georgia territory on all 3 possessions. Like they started to move the ball and actually put some consistent drives together, but they couldn't score. They got to the Georgia 37 before a 4th down fumble. They got to the Georgia 29 before turning it over on downs. Then on the last possession, they got to the Georgia 11 before turning it over on downs. So they started to find a little bit offensively in the second half. Just they couldn't cash in late in the game. But you can't spot teams like Georgia. The overarching point is you can't spot teams like Georgia 23 free points by no showing in the first half. Like coming back against a team like that, making your own offense one-dimensional, you can't expect to win against a Kirby Smart defense.
Well, you can't expect to win if your quarterback gets sacked 7 times either.
Yeah. It's the Texas offense just non-existent Saturday night. All right, we got to get some sponsor love. We'll get back into this game. Of course, we want to hear from you. We'll read some of your comments. We'll read some of your text. Plenty more about Texas's first loss of the season. But before we dive back into the game, how about we dive into some sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, our good friends over at Relax the Back, they embrace a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle based on 35 years of proven expertise. And my back couldn't be happier. And my back is feeling great this week. As a matter of fact, last week was a long week. We had a lot of stuff to do. And now I'm I sat in the chair watching the game, thank goodness. So my back feels fantastic today. And folks, your back and your lumbar area, your shoulders, your thoracic back, got those zero gravity recliners, adjustable mattress sets, just for you to Tempur-Pedic pillows, and of course, all the accessories that you're going to need to make your body feel great. Heal and recover, work smarter, sleep reimagined. They got 2 great locations at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck and relax the back.
Yes, sir. And speaking of pain-free, hopefully you were drinking some Altstat to drain the pain Saturday night. That was a tough one. Never a bad time to drink some Altstat beers. The best beer that you can find all throughout the great state of Texas. They've got a bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. Make sure you're trying that Altstat Oktoberfest. It is their fall seasonal. It is perfect for this time of the year. And if that's not your thing, they've got the lager, they've got the Kolsch, they've got the light, they've got the hef, they've got something, I'm telling you, for everyone, and it's easy to find as well. Pick it up at 34 Wine and Spirits or wherever you buy your beer. It is Altstat beer. No impurities, no regrets.
And BK, one of our texters is right. Damn, Georgia's receivers can't catch. Wow.
They had a few drops on Saturday, especially early in the game.
They look. You talking about guys that look jittery, like nervous. Their hands are like when the ball is getting ready to come to them. Carson Beck threw a couple balls that just should have been caught. If you're past ninth grade, you're going to make that catch. Their guys look like, man, their hands are like moving and the ball was coming. Like they wanted to make an easy catch look hard. So if they missed it, you know what I mean? Like my guy Jeter, as he got older, he made those routine plays look like they were extra hard. Oh, by the way, they're in the championship play. There's a heart of a champ.
Oh, you're a true baseball guy. They're in the championship play. Most of us call it the World Series, Buck.
Hey, okay. We're going for another World Series. How about we?
How many Yankees playoff games have you watched?
I've watched just about all of them so far. And I will be watching every game of the World Series as I'm looking for another World's Championship.
Those games start at night and they last until past like 9 o'clock, right?
I'll be missing the ninth inning in the seventh to the ninth inning then.
Oh my God.
Yeah, those guys are missing a lot of passes too for them. That was.
Yeah. And Georgia, like we talked about it last week, right? No Ladd McConkey, no Brock Bowers. Georgia hasn't quite found that difference maker on the outside, and that's why people thought this Georgia team was kind of vulnerable this Saturday. At least it's one of the reasons why people thought this Georgia team was kind of vulnerable.
They were vulnerable enough. They gave Texas the ball 3 times.
Yeah, it was deflating, man. That first quarter, Texas had 2 takeaways in the first quarter with a chance to really set the tone by putting some points on the board. And Texas punted, and then they lost a fumble on those 2 drives following the first quarter Georgia turnovers. Like that was a huge difference of the game. Georgia had 17 points off of 4 Texas turnovers. Texas had 7 off of 3 Georgia turnovers and none in the first half when they once again had a chance to send a message instead of going down 23-0.
Yeah, the fumble by the quarterback on the outside blitzer.
That one's on Quinn. Quinn has to see that before
that was
the play.
A corner blitz. That wasn't the defensive end. That was just a corner outnumbered over there, right?
Yep. Yeah. Georgia brought the house. They brought a corner blitz. That's not the responsibility of Kelvin Banks or anybody on the offensive line.
No, he had a guy over him. He took the guy.
Yep. And that's Quinn Ewers. He's got to see that before the play. He's got to feel that as the play is happening. There was a receiver open. This goes back to my point of Quinn Ewers just looking timid right now. You can't be a half step slow against a defense like Georgia's. And Quinn, there was a play. There was a receiver open across the middle of the field. Instead, Quinn double clutches. He gets rocked.
Yeah, he was actually slower this week than he was last week.
Yeah.
It's just hard to believe.
I know. That's the issue. Like Quinn Ewers has to start this Saturday. I agree that he should start this Saturday against Vanderbilt. Buck, I'm not giving him as long of a leash as he got against Georgia, and he got benched in the second quarter. Like I am not letting Quinn Ewers start 3 games in a row like crap and just leaving him out there and hope that it turns.
Yeah, you can derail the whole season with these kind of efforts. And you got to, and the offensive coordinator / offensive guru / head coach needs to find some ways to scheme a couple things that are going to help out his football team. Some of these are coaching decisions, and some of these moves, he's got to find some offense that's going to say, you know what, that guy, we got to get the ball to that guy. Here's what we're going to do. This is who you throw to. Okay. He's the guy. He'll get open. 70% of the time he's wide open. Let's throw it to him. It may not get us a bunch of yards, but it's going to get us into a rhythm. He's got to find that. He's got to find that this week when he goes to Nashville. He can't mess around with this team with Vanderbilt and say, okay, Quinn will get hot this next series or this next series. No, he's got to get going.
Got to get going. Here's a little more from Sark after the game on Saturday, talking about what was going wrong with Quinn Ewers.
I just didn't think he was at his best. A lot of the things that I've seen him do, I wasn't quite seeing, and I didn't think maybe kind of his eyes were where they needed to be, and so that's why I felt like he just needed to kind of reset and regroup at halftime. And again, to credit Coach Milwee of kind of getting him reset. And like I said, I thought he competed his tail off in the second half.
Well, he's got to compete his tail off in the first series.
Yeah, it's a 60-minute game.
And this is where you're in the best conference in football. You can't play for halves. You can't play for quarters. You have to play. We talked about Georgia would be there in the fourth quarter because they play hard for 4 quarters. That's what they do. Whether they're if they play shitty for 3 quarters, guess what? In the fourth quarter, they're going to play real good and win football games. They're not going to lose those kind of games. So Your team has to show that same effort. It can't be, oh, maybe next series or the series after that he'll get better. You can't wait.
Here's one more from Steve Sarkeesian talking about the offense as a whole and another week of early struggles on that side of the football.
We were trying to call stuff just to get a couple first downs to get some momentum, especially after early on. I thought early on we did some decent stuff, and then we couldn't get enough kind of positive drives to where we were converting a third down and then extending it. You finished the game, I think we were 2 of 15 on third down. That's not winning football. And we had some down distances, which should have been some makeable third down opportunities. We were kind of living in some third mediums there for a little bit. And then when you get behind, you have to adjust, and you have to give your team the best opportunity to try to get back into the game. And not that we abandon the run, but you start throwing the ball when you're trying to come back in those situations. And they've got elite pass rushers, too. They recruit really well too, and that's when then the game gets a little bit out of flux. When it's a tighter game, you can keep some of that balance, and now edge players have to think about stopping the run and defend the pass, and we just didn't have that luxury the way that the game went.
Yeah, and that's your job, is to keep them off balance like that. That's what our job is, to say, well, they got players look like our players too. That's you and I's job. The head coach he knows that. He doesn't have to tell the fans that. You don't have to give us the coach speak where you tell us that they've got scholar athletes too. We got that. We got that part. We know you know that part, so you don't have to tell us. Your job is to figure out how to beat those guys and not have to say that to us.
I think
how do you beat those same kind of type of players,
Yeah, I think Sark has lost his identity a little bit as an offensive play caller. This is not pushing the panic button. Everything is fine.
Yeah.
But Steve Sarkeesian, more often than not over the course of his coaching career, when he's asked about his offensive philosophy, he talks about being a run-first team. It feels like, and I'll go crunch some numbers this week, it feels like early in games, the first 10 to 15 play script, it's way more pass than run nowadays. Like Texas did not, the first 3 plays on Saturday were passes. Like it just feels like Texas tries more to get its quarterback into a rhythm than they do to try to establish a run game. Now, maybe that's Sark just doesn't have enough faith in this run game this year, and it hasn't been great. But I don't know, like the way Quinn Ewers and this offense have started games the last couple of weeks, maybe it's time to see if you can get something going on the ground instead of putting the ball in number 3's hands to where he can make the mistakes that he keeps making.
Yeah, I agree with that a little bit. I just think there's some other things. I'd rather start out with a swing screen and get him. If you're going to throw one of those, throw me a completion that way, where I can outflank a group and just run. Let my guy run for 6 yards if it has to be. If somebody catches him or pushes him out of bounds for 6, that's fine. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's like a good run to me.
Yeah, the first play can be a pass. Like it's not just the first play, but it's like It feels like 8 of the first 10 plays have been passes the last month. And once again, it might just be Sark doesn't believe in Wisner and Blue and this offensive line's ability to block for the run.
I think he believes in Wisner.
Well, I mean, Wisner had 15 carries on Saturday. Like, it's not like he got it 40 times, I don't know. It's just
you were down. You weren't going to get it 40 times.
Right. It's just weird. It's weird to me that this Texas offense has turned into that from a coach who always talks about the importance of running the football. Kind of feels like Steve Sarkeesian is either doesn't believe in it or has lost his identity a little bit as a play caller for whatever reason.
Well, he just went up against a guy who's a better defensive coordinator than he is a play caller on that given Saturday. That's all. Kirby Smart, they've won national championships. That guy can coach. I mean, he's not just some guy standing on the sideline with a bunch of good players.
Excuse me, Buck. I'd like to amend something that Steve Sarkeesian has said. You know what he said all this year? The standard is the standard.
Yeah.
The standard is Georgia.
Yeah. That's what I said Saturday. I said, you got to play to the standard and more.
Yeah.
Georgia.
Look,
Your standard is not that kind of standard. Their standard is winning national championships. So if you play to your standard, okay, then you'll be okay, but you won't win. You got to play to your standard and more against Georgia.
Georgia, they're the kings of college football. Like, they're 47-0 since 2021 against teams not named Alabama. So I got such a kick, Buck. Like all these Aggie fans, all these LSU fans, all these Florida fans were like, welcome to the SEC, Texas. It's like, yeah, we also lose to Georgia, just like you guys. I guess we are truly an SEC. Georgia, like 2 national titles. I think if they made the playoff last year, it would have been 3. There's some sort of mental block with them in Alabama right now. And that's a real thing in sports. I think teams have it against the Chiefs. I think your Yankees have it against the Astros. Like there are plenty of examples in sports history where it feels like there's just a mental block that certain teams have going up against certain teams. Georgia has that against Alabama. Maybe everybody else has that against Georgia. 47-0. Like they are the kings of college football. They are the premier program in the sport right now. And now
by the way, the kings of college football, their quarterback threw 3 picks and they still won by 50. That's ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, now you know what it's going to take, right? Like, I think Georgia's the best team in the country. I know Oregon's number 1 right now. Oregon should be number 1. They haven't lost. Georgia has. But Georgia was number 1 going into the year for a reason. They're the national championship favorite right now for a reason. And they've won 2 national titles in the last 3 years for a reason. Like that's the standard. You know what it takes to play against a team like that. And, okay, now your goal is to try to get redemption against them. But that's what you have to beat. They are the premier program in the sport, and
which means you have to practice to that. You have to understand. You can't take it for granted that they're like anybody else. You can't take it that their defense is just like Oklahoma's defense. Although Oklahoma has played some good defense, don't take it for granted that they're similar. They're not similar. Georgia's better.
Yeah,
Georgia's better than
every Georgia. Like they're better than every other team in college football. They just are. They're the best team right now. I know they've lost, but. Would you pick Oregon to beat Georgia today if they played?
No, I wouldn't pick anybody to beat them.
Now, Georgia, I know they were dogs on Saturday. Oops. Thanks, Vegas, for giving Kirby Smart bulletin board material.
Oh, yeah. He doesn't need any. He's got players to back it up. He's got guys he's got All-Americans all over the place. And that secondary that I thought was they're just kind of okay. They are long, BK, and they can run. Yeah. They can run to the ball. They don't care who you bring out there as wide receivers. They will get after it. And they'll get after it on the defensive line. They play crazy defense. That's why I think that's why I was so excited to see Alfred Collins play the way he did, because he started to play up to if he played like that, he would be in the All-American category too. But he'd have to play like that every week. Which can he do that?
No.
I saw it for the first time ever on Saturday. In a loss,
right?
In a loss to a good team. If that guy could play like that every week, look out.
Yeah, he played great. Baron Sorrell, I thought, played great.
Oh, yeah.
Saturday. Texas's defense played great. They gave up 1 possession of more than 35 yards to Georgia. This is all on the offense, and that's Sark's side of the ball, and he's got to look in the mirror, and this coaching staff on offense has to look in the mirror, and the quarterback has to look in the mirror, and they've got to find a way to figure it out because they're playing another ranked team this weekend on the road this time. Now, I'm here to tell you Georgia's a hell of a lot better than Vanderbilt, but if you get off, like Vanderbilt's better than Oklahoma. If you get off to a start. Oklahoma sucks. If you get off to a start that you've gotten off to the last 2 games, then, Diego Pavia and Vandy, they can make things more interesting than any of us want. So the offense has to do some soul searching.
Yeah, you're in for a dogfight from this point on. If you don't buckle it up, you're in for a dogfight for the rest of the time now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Now, you've played the 2 worst teams in the SEC. Arkansas's got issues. Florida's got issues. Kentucky's got issues.
Yes.
I think you've played the best team in the SEC also. I don't think you'll play a team as good as that, but you're not going to play teams as bad as the 2 teams in this league that you've beaten so far. So you better figure it out offensively, because you cannot be getting off to starts like you keep getting off to. That's got to change. And Texas, we talked about it before the OU game, Buck. Texas was one of the best first-half teams in America.
Yeah, what happened to that over the last 2? That is just –
in first quarter especially. And they were only down 3-0 after 1 against Oklahoma, but that offense had 13 yards in the first quarter against Oklahoma. And once again, they had 15 yards through their first 23 plays against Georgia when Quinn Ewers got benched with about 4.5 left in quarter number 2. All right. More sponsor shout outs. Keep sending the text. We've got a great reaction this morning. We appreciate y'all tuning in. As always, we'll be live all day long right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered until 4 o'clock. Keep it locked in. There's no need to go anywhere else. But, Buck, how about a few more sponsor shout outs?
Folks, if you're seeking specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, contact our friends and the experts at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care, joint replacement, rheumatology, and Dr. Danny and Dr. Stockton are dedicated orthopedic surgeons there, and their goal is to get you right back into good health and the great quality of life that you deserve. Folks, Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more info, go to txortho.com.
Yes, sir. Shout out to our friends at Real Truck, the #1 truck accessory brand in the United States, with top-selling upgrades for the ultimate tailgate party. They've got hitch grills, they've got powered coolers, they've got waterproof awnings, they've got bed covers, and so much more. Gear up for the season. Bring your truck to life simply by heading over to realtruck.com.
Very nice, very nice. And you know what's good today? After a long week of you hammering and getting hammered, how about Olipop today?
Ooh.
How about a nice Olipop? I'm going to look for the ginger ale. I'm going to go get myself a ginger ale Olipop today. I need that because now I know I can't always eat good, but I can drink good. I can find things that taste good and are good for me, and Olipop is just that. So I need to head on over to H-E-B. I saw them almost out of Olipop at H-E-B for the weekend. Dude, they were down to the very bottom. I'm sure they're restocking again today, but you can find it at all the 18 flavors at H-E-B, folks.
Yes, they got it at H-E-B, Target, Walmart, Costco, Whole Foods, wherever you buy your groceries. You can find it.
You need to make a run over to Walmart. You need to go into Walmart, make yourself feel like the rest of them now. That's right. You should feel bad today.
I do need a self-esteem kick after that Texas performance. So,
yes.
To feel better about myself, I think I will go to Walmart today.
Just go in, scroll through the aisles and walk out.
Yeah, just do a little people watching.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
You talk about people watching. If you want some top-level people watching, go hang out at the airport today.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
I would be in heaven there 3 hours before my flight left, just sitting around watching those folks, those people come in and out of there.
What are you doing after the show? Let's go to Bergstrom.
Yeah, just hang out.
I'll grab a beer. You'll grab an Olipop. We'll just sit and stare.
Look at that one. Look at that one. Look at that one. Oh, you would find some of those condom-wearing girls getting on the planes today. Yes, indeed. And they would definitely be seeing things after a weekend here in Austin. This beautiful weekend. It couldn't get any better than this weekend here. How nice was the weather? Beautiful.
Oh, gorgeous. Gorgeous, gorgeous. Yep. Shout out to Schultz Garden for hosting our pregame show on Saturday. Yeah, I mean, perfect weather. A little warm yesterday, but compared to what we've had around here, a lot better. And, it
was good to see Ricky, too, on Saturday. It really was.
Yeah, that was fun, man. Shout out to Ricky Williams. Shout out to our friends at Big Hats. Shout out to you, of course, for spearheading that conversation.
I'm running all over the place, and Schultz is – I'm looking for Ricky running through the crowds. You should have – you know what? And I thought people in Texas kind of strolled around, slow moving. You ought to see the Georgia people, the way they just saunter around BK. I'm like, get out of the way, will you? Go grab a beer, move to the side. They block all the spots, and they just kind of hang out. And they're good fans, though. Good people.
Great fans. It's weird that they bark like dogs.
Yeah, what is grown people barking like dogs?
I'm not really into that, but they unfortunately.
I'm only into eating dogs.
Yeah, well, we did not eat dogs on Saturday.
We did not. Very fine dogs, too. There are.
Yeah, we were hoping Texas was going to be eating the dogs on Saturday, but
they did not.
The dogs were eating the beavos.
Wow.
They were eating beef on Saturday night. And, great showing by the Georgia fans. Fun atmosphere at DKR. The fans lived up to it. I guess we have to talk about the greatest performance by the Texas student section in school history. The people's touchdown, Buck. The Longhorns got a call overturned because the fans threw a bunch of beer on the field. Tip of the cap to our student section for doing the refs' jobs for them.
That was an awful call, but you can't overturn that call like that and give Texas the ball at the 9-yard line. You can't do – What a bunch. That was. They'll be talking about that in the officiating meetings. Believe me, overturning that. Kirby wasn't happy. I was like, wait a minute, give me a no play, but you don't throw a flag and say pass interference, even though it wasn't pass interference. It was more offensive pass interference. You don't make a call, and because the fans are booing and they're showing it on the Jumbotron and they're throwing plastic bottles out on the field, you don't then overturn it and give the ball back to the team at the 9-yard line.
Help me out here. Help me out here.
No, that's poor officiating.
I have never seen this many people get mad that the right call was made. I thought all we care about was the refs getting the calls right. All of a sudden, we want them to miss the call?
Yeah.
We want them to be wrong? That was not even a controversial pass interference. That was as clear as day, a no call, a clean interception, and a nice return by Jahdae Barron.
No, the guy who called it defensive pass interference. The guy who was standing right there who dropped the flag is the guy who made the call. So stick by the call. If you made a mistake, you've made mistakes. It wouldn't be the first time that dude has made a mistake officiating. You don't then say, no, it's not. They're mad at me now. Here, take the ball back, and you get it at the 9. You don't do that.
Get the call right. They got it right. It shouldn't have taken fans throwing a bunch of beer for them to get the call right.
The call should have never been made that way anyway, period.
I just love that Georgia fans are like, we got screwed. It's like, no, it was a bad call, and they didn't make the bad call. How can you say you got screwed? Now, it's something that almost never happens. You never see beer cans cause the refs to get the call right.
I don't know if you can officiate. I don't know when you get to the officials who's going to get reprimanded for that. I think they're going to get reprimanded for giving Texas the ball back at the 9.
Yeah, look, you almost never see something like that. Like, I have seen calls get overturned. I immediately thought of this. I didn't have to look this up. As soon as that happened on Saturday night, my mind went back to a Cowboys-Lions playoff game, I think 10 years ago. And the Lions had the ball. It was a 4th down game the Cowboys won, a rare playoff game that the Cowboys actually won. 4th down, the refs threw a pass interference penalty on Anthony Hitchens, which was going to give the Lions a 1st down, and they were going to keep the ball. They go to a commercial break. We come back from the break, and the Cowboys offense is on the field because during the TV timeout, the refs all got together and were like, yeah, was it a PI? Was it not a PI? And then they gave the Cowboys the ball. So this stuff like this has happened. I don't know if we've ever seen it from fans throwing a bunch of beer on the field, but I have seen after a long delay, refs get together and say, we might have missed this one. Let's change the call.
I've never that was the first I've ever seen. I mean, I can see a no play. What happens if Barron takes that ball back to the house? Do they then come back still go, sorry, no, that's a touchdown? Or do you think they would have done that? Would they have had the balls to do that?
I think it would have been a touchdown.
Wow.
Like, I mean, it's bizarre. It is as bizarre of a scenario as you'll ever see in a college football game. But credit the fans. Everyone's saying, "Oh, it's a bad look for shit." It made the refs do their job right. Way to go, fans. Way to go, students. Thank you for helping.
250 is no big deal.
Yeah, and
it's not a big deal until they tell you your ticket price just went up a blended 6%.
Oh no, Steve Patterson, don't hit us with that today.
No, yeah. They may hit you and say, "Well, we had to do that because of that one deal." That way, they can tell the SEC, "Well, we penalized our school for that. We upped the prices on the tickets 6%."
You think this guy was one of the guys who threw a beer on the field?
How about them saying, "Find out the people that threw those bottles out there"? I didn't see any. I saw one beer can, but I saw a bunch of those plastic bottles. Yeah. Those, the ones that you get at Costco, and you can get 1,000 of those for like $12, and they cost you what? How much a drink at the stadium? $8 for one bottle of that.
Yeah, it's a lot of money that was thrown on the field.
Yeah, but they got that off pretty quick. The cheerleaders and the cow dudes did a good job of getting out there and getting all that shit off. They got it off pretty quick.
The cow dudes?
Yeah. The guys dressed up as cowboys. They did a good job.
I think they're called cowboys. I think you could call them that.
Okay, well, the Cowboys did a good job. They got out there and got it off. But damn, when stuff gets thrown, once again, it just reverts back to me when I was at Morgantown, West Virginia, when the sideline guy got hit in the head with a full can of beer and I saw the white meat coming out of his head. That's all you need is one of those, somebody to get hit with that. I mean, I think a plastic bottle full of water from the stands would hurt, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Oh my God. Absolutely.
Whether it hits you in the head or hits you in the back, that's going to hurt. So
and that was Kirby Smart's point in the post game, and he has every right to make this argument.
Of course.
And it's a fair one to make. What kind of precedent does that set? Like, you disagree with the call, even though the call was horrible.
Boo, and they change the call.
Yeah, you boo, you throw stuff on the field, you delay the game so the refs get together, and then they change the call.
They're going to catch a bunch of shit. They're going to catch a bunch of shit from the officiating crew of the whole SEC is going to catch that. That crew right there is going to get it for that.
Dude, Texas may have just started a trend that college football hopes does not take off. Like, there's going to be calls this coming weekend that fans disagree with, and they're going to throw stuff on the field, almost hoping that the refs change the call.
I was totally, first of all, I was shocked at the call itself. I was like, oh, that's just a bunch. But that's the way the game is going. The game is filled with offensive crap by Texas. And then that call right there, as they're trying to mount a comeback, I'm like, that's not even close. And the guy who was right there, who dropped it, who was right there, I'm like, what are you seeing? If anything, just call it a no-call interception. Let's not call anything, and let's just move on. But to call that pass interference, it was more offensive pass interference than it was defensive pass interference right from the get-go. But to then go back because they're booing you and throwing shit to change the call and give them the ball at the 9, I'm like, you got to be kidding me.
Don't miss the call.
Yeah, or don't make the call.
Yeah, well, don't get the call wrong. Yeah, don't make the call and then miss the call by making the call. And then people don't throw stuff, and then you're not getting destroyed today.
They must have showed that over and over in the stadium, over and over on the Jumbotron that just incited everybody.
And it started with one. Like you said, it was one guy who threw a beer, and then you're thinking, all right, whatever. And then all of a sudden there's like
it was littered with stuff on there. In about like 30 seconds, it was just coming from everywhere.
And you got Sark having to walk over across the field and be like, Stop throwing shit, please.
And that was at the student section. Was that the students involved? That wasn't the fans at the 40 in the middle, right?
No, it was all students. And they were drunk and they were pissed. The game wasn't going well. And you finally felt like you had something going with that.
They thought they could help the offense out right there because the offense needed help.
I don't think the fans thought they were going to be able to change the call. I think they were just pissed that the call was made, and they were showing their frustration by throwing stuff. They didn't realize it would work. They were just like, "How can you do this?"
Hey, I didn't realize it would work either. I've never seen it work before. It was ridiculous. It was ridiculous for them to change that call.
Yeah, Texas got fined, like you said, $250,000. The SEC is also requiring Texas to use, quote, all resources to identify individuals who threw objects onto the field.
Yeah, they're going to go out of their way to do that. I'm pretty sure they're not.
And also, Georgia threatened the fact that they can prevent alcohol sales from continuing to take place at DKR. They didn't say they're going to. They didn't pull the plug and say no more beer. But they literally said in the statement that they released that they have the power to stop beer and other alcohol from being sold during Texas football home games.
Wow. I wonder if that little 4-year-old girl threw her beer down.
Oh, you think she was the first one?
She probably started it.
You think she started it? Oh, someone
deleted the call.
Oh, someone deleted that. Where's our drinking toddler? I didn't delete it. I would never delete that. That's the best video we have.
She's the one who started it.
Oh, I got to find it after the show, I guess. But, yeah. And then Texas released a statement yesterday. President Hartzell, Chris Del Conte, Kevin Eltife, they all jointly came together to release a statement basically apologizing to Georgia for that. And they said this type of behavior will not be tolerated. And Texas
you can't do that. Somebody get hurt like that.
Yeah, you can't do that. You can't do that. But, hey, don't miss the calls, refs. Do your jobs. That doesn't happen. That's what it comes down to. I've never seen this many people mad that they got a call right. Sucks that a bunch of drunk college students had to do the refs' jobs for them. College kids should be getting the refs' paycheck on Saturday, if you ask me.
Yeah, they're gonna believe me. They're gonna hear about that.
What about this guy's hair?
Is he mad?
They showed this dude on the screen. You could see the score, right? 30-15 with 3 minutes left. The game was pretty much done at this point. How about this guy? You talk about aura. You talk about Riz, as the kids say.
No, thank you. I don't want to see him walking down 6th Street late at night.
This guy has a built-in Guardian cap on his head. There's a little young Bill Clinton, that little Bill Clinton hair.
Yeah, man.
How good is this?
That guy right there is filthy mad. He took his dad's money and put it on the horns.
Oh, this guy's dad is a state senator, I think.
Oh, gee.
I mean, this is a look right here. Oh, maybe a little Mel Kiper. Maybe this is Mel Kiper pissed that he had Quinn Ewers and Carson Beck in his top 5 quarterbacks.
Yeah, that didn't work. They were terrible. They both were terrible. Carson Beck threw 3 picks. Now, 2 of those picks were great grabs. The one was like a given. Like, what are you doing?
I know. Yeah, the one to Jahdae Barron was just a bad throw. The Andrew Makuba pick was an amazing play by Makuba, right? Tipped it to himself, was falling back.
That guy's got to be healthy. They need that dude.
Yeah, we'll learn more from Sark. Sark, after the game, was asked about Makuba and said, we'll know more tomorrow, talking about yesterday. I have not seen any.
Initially, what did you think it was?
It was a knee injury for sure. I don't know how serious, is it a bruise that keeps him out a couple of weeks? I think he's going to miss time. It's just the question is it a season ender, which would suck because Texas just lost Derek Williams to a season-ending injury last week. So you've had great play from your safeties this year, and you've had a lot of depth in your safety room this year. You lose 2 guys in back-to-back weeks for the season. Obviously, that hurts that a lot.
Yep.
And Makuba's been, I think, the best of the bunch back there. So yeah, it's a knee. The question is it a 1 to 2 week injury, or is it something that's going to prevent Andrew Makuba from being able to play anymore this season? Hopefully it's the former, obviously. How about Kirby Smart, Buck? This was gold, man. Like, Kirby Smart, he's a piece of work, but he is a hell of a football coach. His post-game interview, this is on field talking to ESPN right after the game. I mean, this is drop the mic kind of stuff from Kirby.
These players get the best out of me, and I'm so proud of these guys because nobody believed. Nobody gave us a chance. Your whole network doubted us. Nobody believed us, and then they tried to rob us with calls in this place, and these guys are so resilient. You know what I mean? We talked about intent. What was our intent when we walked on the field? Our intent was not to take pictures, not to do all the superstar stuff. Our intent, our intent was to eat. Our intent was to come eat and be hungry. I'm not interested in all the bells and whistles. What I want is a team that fights their ass off, and they did tonight.
Yeah, he put it down. He was laying it down, wasn't he? Oh. He said, I don't want the bells and whistles. I mean, come on. He said, I'm just here. I'm here to play. Yeah, he felt disrespected. He felt like his team has been disrespected all week leading up. I mean, it's the number one. You weren't number one for a change. Yeah, so the team that's number one is going to get all the respect. Kirby, sorry, but you had him ready. I say this. That dude had his guys ready to play.
Kirby Smart is a man-child, but he is the best football coach in America right now. And that guy is able to convince his team that nobody believes in them when people actually do believe in them. Remember, after they won their 2nd straight national title and beat TCU by 1,000 points, Kirby Smart on field said, nobody gave us a chance to do it this year. And it's like, what in the hell? We all gave you a very good chance to do this year, coach. They actually were favored for all of that year, and Kirby Smart still was able to convince his team that nobody believed in them. They were underdogs for the first time in 3 years on Saturday. You give Kirby Smart that type of motivation, that type of fuel, he's going to get the best out of his guys, and he got the best out of his guys.
He said they tried to rob us.
Yeah, the only one egregious call that I thought went against Georgia, and I know what he's talking about. He's talking about the beer can play that we just spent 10 minutes talking about. I thought Trevor Etienne on one of those goal line runs actually scored a touchdown, and the refs called it short. Georgia ended up scoring.
Where the ball actually fell over the goal line, but his body was back behind it. Yeah,
that was clearly a touchdown. That actually helped Georgia because Georgia ran 2 more plays to kill some more time off the clock, and they ended up scoring either way. But I thought that was like a pretty egregious miss by the officials. But hey, man, that guy just uses motivation. And Texas made it a spectacle. And that's fine. It's what Texas does. They had the drones, they had the smoke, they had infinite celebrities on the sideline. And that was what Kirby Smart was talking about. Like, we don't care about all this shit. We're here to play ball. They're focused on getting all these celebs here. They're focused on this music and these shows and this and that. We're focused on ball, and it worked because Georgia was the much hungrier team on Saturday night. So Kirby Smart.
The quarterback still threw 3 picks.
I know. Quarterback still threw 3 picks, and they still beat Texas handily.
Dude, you're not supposed to win the game if you throw 3 picks.
No, you're not supposed. No, you're not.
By 15.
Dude, they didn't have 300 yards of offense. They ran it for less than 4 yards a carry. Like the Georgia offensive numbers, Texas, for as bad as Texas was on offense, Texas had more first downs than Georgia did in the game on Saturday. Georgia did very little offensively. They just kept getting short fields because their defense dominated the Texas offense. That was the game right there. The Georgia defense won in every facet on Saturday, and the Texas offense just couldn't get it going.
How many targeting calls did they have? Did they end up with 2 of them, and there really was a third?
Yeah.
The one I thought was kind of questionable.
I think Georgia had 2 players ejected, and there was one that Sark was trying to get a review on. Yeah, and they didn't get it reviewed, and that one could have been called. I mean,
yes.
Probably by the rule book, it was a targeting. I'm one of those guys who wants as little targeting called as possible.
Sure.
I thought, like you said, one of the plays where Georgia did get ejected, by rule, it was targeting. So if you want to follow the rules, you want them to get the call right, which is what I do, then okay, they got it right. But I feel like less targeting is better, especially when an offensive player like turns or lowers his head to make that happen.
You're the guy who really is getting targeted. The defender is.
Yeah, but I don't know. Maybe Kirby Smart was talking about that when he was complaining about getting robbed of calls.
Yeah, because he's going to be missing 2 players for the first half of his next tilt, no matter who, because he's about to kill everybody in sight now.
Yeah, Georgia's got a bye week this week. Then they play Florida in the cocktail party.
Yeah, good luck to Florida because their offense will have some time to get a little bit better.
Georgia's got they got Florida at Ole Miss and then Tennessee their next 3 games. So some interesting ones. Maybe Georgia does slip up again, but they're good. They're still the class of college football, and I know they didn't win it all last year, but I feel like if they made the playoff, there's a very good chance they would have won the championship for a 3rd straight season.
Yeah, Longhorns have some work to do. They've got to get through this week. They got to get their health back, and they've got to get their offensive going, where they get off to good starts and they play some offensive football. They're playing good on defense. They gave up a couple of plays on defense that, I wasn't expecting for little Etienne to have a kind of game that, he rushed. What did he almost have 4 yards a clip? Was he in the high 3s?
Yeah, he had 4.6 himself. The other running back had 2.5.
They bottled up. I wasn't expecting that little guy to get off for anything really, and they had some first down runs that sucked. That's what hurt. I remember I talked about first down. You got to stop first down, and see that's what Texas didn't do anything on first down. As you said, they went back to throw. They got pressure is either incomplete or they got sacked. Their first down, I got to believe their first down plays were terrible in that game.
It all felt pretty bad. Yeah, the Longhorns opening drive, they actually picked up 2 first downs, and then it stalled out. But, from that possession, really throughout the entirety of the first half, just nothing.
Yeah, once Georgia kind of settled in on what Texas was trying to do, once they looked back and said, oh, my God, they're trying to run the same offense they did against OU, that poor-ass team that they played last week. They're trying to run the same thing against us, thinking that we're the same as OU's defense. Well, they're not.
I credit Georgia more. I mean, they just confused Texas. I don't know if it was doing stuff they didn't see on film. I just think it was doing stuff that they didn't show before the play. There were so many disguises from Georgia.
Just thought too many good players got beat one-on-one too. They just got beat.
Yeah. And I just think they confused. I just don't think the Texas offensive line knew where guys were coming. And I think they were just a half second slow. And against athletes like that, you're going to get beat. So it's on Texas. It's not like absolving Texas of any of the blame. Georgia I went back and rewatched this game last night, and I couldn't remember. It's like, what do they do here? What do they do here? They're showing 3, then they're bringing 6, or they're showing 6, and then they're dropping, or they're bringing guys from here. They're showing man. They're doing all of these things that make you think as a quarterback that you're going up against man defense on this play, and then all of a sudden, oh, no, it's zone. It was really good, and it confused Texas. And you have to have a great coaching staff to be able to call stuff like that, and you've got to have great players to be able to execute stuff like that. Seems Captain Obvious, right? Every team would want to do the stuff that Georgia was doing on Saturday.
Everybody can't do that stuff.
Yeah, most teams don't have the luxury to do that stuff. And Georgia did. And, yeah, impressive.
No, Kelvin Banks will get out on most of those defensive ends in any league, with the exception of what he saw Saturday, and get on them and get them, and they won't get any penetration. They were coming up on his shoulder and getting around the corner on him, and that's hard to do. Yeah. Him trying to push out and extend his arms against that dude Walker and those guys, dude, they were already around him.
28 pressures for Georgia. Once again, 7 sacks. Could have been more. Bad showing. Like, forget the Joe Moore Award. We won't be talking about that anymore.
They got to go on to win them all. all the way to the championship.
I think they lost that. Look, Texas, once again, the team goals are still out in front of them.
Right.
They could still win the SEC. They could still win a national championship. Obviously, some things to clean up. But this offensive line cannot win the Joe Moore Award after putting that game on film.
Yeah, and their quarterback throwing sidearm again and throwing without stepping up in the pocket and, getting his feet settled is not going to do it. Him trying to just rely on his arm and that, that weird slinging motion where he's not set, that won't do it. That won't do it. There's too many good players in the secondaries that he's going to play that may not have great offensive, but Kentucky will play pretty good defense. So will Vandy if he's throwing sidearm.
So will A&M.
So will A&M. You're right.
Yeah, no, Quinn is looking scared out there. And I get that is a damning allegation by me to say that a player is looking scared, but he's looking scared. And he figured it out in the second half. He didn't figure it out in the second half against Oklahoma. He was bad all 4 quarters of that game. OU just sucked so bad that people think Quinn Ewers Quinn really never got into a rhythm.
No, that defense wasn't as good that day. On that given day, Oklahoma was just bad all around that day. And they've been bad all around now. They're firing people.
Yeah, their offense. I mean, their offense just kept gifting Texas short fields, and the Longhorns were able to take advantage. That's why Quinn Ewers looked like he played well. I thought Quinn Ewers played well in the second half on Saturday. But that's one half out of the last 4 where Quinn Ewers has looked adequate. Forget Heisman level, looked adequate. I mean, people calling for the backup a lot. And there are people who think that Arch Manning should start this Saturday against Vanderbilt. What happened to Quinn? And big game Quinn, 1-4 against top 5 teams in his Texas career. So this is not Quinn always shows up in big. We got to put that thing to bed, dude. He's been fine in big games. He's had some great games in big games, but the whole, he always shows up in big games, that's not there. And I said it after Oklahoma, it's too much box of chocolates from Quinn Ewers. If you're trying to win a national championship, coach, you got to be able to rely on your quarterback.
Well, I got to rely on my head coach to give me some plays too.
Sure.
I really do.
It's more than just him, but he's not been good enough in these last 2 games. If Quinn plays like this in these last, 5 games, Texas is going to lose 1 or 2 more.
Oh, yeah, there's no doubt. If he plays that way, no. He can get beat, and it can be the Vandy's of the world. It can be the A&Ms of the world. It could be all of them if he plays that poorly. But the bread and butter of this team, that offensive line better get better in a hurry. They better, I don't know, they're not press clipping kids. They need to work a little bit. They've just got manhandled by that group.
Well, I'm glad that's a great word, because somebody after the game on Saturday asked Sark if he felt like his team got manhandled. That was the exact word that was used by whatever reporter asked the question. Here's Sark's response to that.
No, I think the game, the way that it went, allowed elite pass rushers to pass rush. And when you play against really good people, you want to have balance, because you have to try to neutralize guys that are what we call DPRs, but those guys that are real pass rushers like that. And when when you don't, and you get into, you're throwing it just to try to get back into the game, and you're doing it and you're trying to go fast to preserve time on the clock, guys are going to get good rushes, and guys are going to make plays on the quarterback. And so, ideally, you play with a lead, or you play and it's a one-score game into the fourth quarter, and you're not having to be as desperate as we were. But we were in desperation mode there for a little bit, and that's definitely not where you want to be against quality opponents. In other words, we got manhandled, yes, because we didn't have time enough to strategically make sure that guy didn't beat that guy right there. We just had to go quick, so we didn't have time to focus in on double teaming this guy or making sure a back would chip on this guy. We just thought maybe our All-American tackle could handle their outside rusher. Well, in essence, he was having a lot of trouble, and we would have generally given him some help even. Or the other guy on the right side who was getting beat, we would have helped him out. But we were in such desperation to get back in the game, we were just dropped back in passing. He didn't have any time to overthink that.
Yeah.
No.
And you said it earlier, and I think you hit the nail on the head. Like, Texas tried pulling players a lot. And
you can't do that against that group.
Georgia would just beat the Texas linemen to the spot. Like, they were just too fast. And it's almost like they knew exactly what was happening every time the ball was
the same running game you went against Oklahoma. And they if they see film and they see what you do, they're going to say, yeah, their offensive guards are really good at pulling and going. But somebody better get the guy who's supposed to block back on the other guys. Yep. They can't get there quick enough. Those guys are in their hip pocket.
Now, the Texas O-line got manhandled. Like, I get Sark not wanting to admit that or use that word when talking about Saturday, but you and I can say it. They got manhandled. Oh, sure. They got manhandled up front, especially in the first half. They started winning a little bit more in the second half, but even on some key moments in the second half where Texas was trying to get back into the game, the O-line got beat.
They're good. And it's not saying the Texas offensive line is not good. They are good, but you got to – that's where your head coach – that's where you got to help them out. You got to understand that guy over there is really, really good. He's not like the guy from OU. Yeah, the guy from OU was pretty good. They play probably pretty good team defense. But that dude over there at Georgia plays for Kirby Smart. He is really good.
Yeah. Longhorn Bear says Cam Williams is projected to be a first-round pick, but if he keeps committing false starts, he won't be. If Cam Williams keeps playing like a turnstile, he won't be.
Yeah.
He had 2 false starts, which has been an issue for him all season long. The NFL can fix false starts. I don't know if they could fix some of the blocking that we did not see from Cam Williams. That guy's got plenty of football left this season and maybe for another year or two at Texas, but that guy did not look like a first round. Nobody on the Texas offense looked like a first round anything.
No, they got manhandled. And the coach doesn't like to say that because that's such a bad connotation in the sport of football, but it happened to him on Saturday.
It did indeed. All right.
And they can get it back. They'll get it. I believe they'll get it back. I think that this week will be a real test because going on the road, playing a team that's got some momentum right now, no matter how they played in the past, you got to go and handle your business. And it's not one of those point spread games. It's how you play. It's how you focus and how you win the game next week. How you go and fix the things that you've been struggling with,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Texas is a 17-point favorite. I should say they opened up as a 17-point favorite.
Sure.
For the game against Vanderbilt, but don't sleep on Vandy. We obviously saw what they did against Alabama at home a couple of weeks ago. They're 5-2. They are ranked number 25. They played Balls State over the weekend, and they only won by 10.
You're right. The old Vandy's just showing up. I mean, they've found a way to get it cranked up, but they don't have the players. You got to get after them. You got to take your players and get after them. But you got to build your confidence back in your players. Once again, all the eggs couldn't have been in this one basket. It's a long season, and it's a real long season in the SEC. And you're right still where you want to be.
Sure.
You're past the halfway point, and you're the number 5 team in the nation. You just keep on winning. Keep on winning. It'll take care of itself.
I think, before the season started, I think most Texas fans expected the Longhorns to be 5-0 going into the OU Georgia stretch.
Yes.
And I was like, all right, you split those games, you're 6-1, you're in a good spot.
And some thought that maybe they would lose to OU.
Yeah. Yeah, before the year. Yeah, before the year. Maybe a few thought before the game they would lose to OU. Some thought they'd lose to Michigan.
That's true. You're right.
I think if we take a DeLorean back 2 months and ask Texas fans if you would take a 6-1 start and you're number 5 in the country through 7 games, I think 95% of this fan base would have signed the dotted line for that.
Yeah, I think a bunch of people thought they'd have maybe 2 losses by now even.
Yeah. And so that's why I think like most people would have signed off for 6-1 because that's
for sure.
Good. They're in a good spot. They've got everything in front of them. Obviously, they've got some things to figure out after what happened on Saturday, but Texas, they're okay. Once again, they were in this spot last year in a 4-team playoff. They still went on to win the conference and make it to that playoff. Now, it's tougher in the SEC to win the conference. There's no denying that, but a little easier because you have 8 more teams in this year's playoff. A little easier to get in. So
yes, it is.
Figure it out against Vanderbilt.
How is the rest of the teams, the Ohio States of the world, the Penn States move up just a little bit?
Yeah, let's do some sponsor shout-outs. We'll get to the new AP poll. We'll talk about some of the other college football action from the weekend. We've got to recap your Gold Star locks of the weekend as well. So before we shift gears for a moment, let's give a few more sponsor shout-outs.
Say hello to the folks over at 34 Wine and Spirits. If you're interested in continuing to get all the liquids that you need and all the alcohol that you get, please do go to 34 Wine and Spirits on the Southwest Parkway. I want to thank Ricky Williams for showing up, and they got all their product out there to the Circuit of the Americas for the F1 race. So they're doing business in this area, and you can go by their store and pick up all the alcohol that you need, all the mixers, everything that you need for your drinks. You can pick them all up at 34 Wine and Spirits.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to them. Also, some love to our man. Oh, hold on.
They're eating the dogs.
They're eating the dog. People kept looking. When we played that, everything would stop.
I forgot we still had that saved.
We should have been eating the dogs this weekend. Fine dogs that they are. We should have had them for Saturday night's buffet.
If Texas won that game, we would have played that drop 500 times today. Unfortunately, no dogs were eaten.
They're eating the bevo.
They were eating the bevo. Here's a word from our man Tom McKay and the crew at AV Consultations.
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audiovisual Consultations. Scientific data proves it. Size does matter. The bigger and wider your television is, the better. Football season is here, and the time is now to get your entire audio-video experience tuned up and ready. New flat screens, projection video, Dolby True HD surround, all the goodies at great prices and followed up with great service. So call us at 255-8678. That's 255-8678 or on the web at avconsultations.com.
I'll say this. This is probably the least amount of horns down I've seen on any given weekend in 30 years of football around here. I didn't see a bunch of that by Georgia fans. I didn't see a bunch of it on TV and stuff, BK. It wasn't a horns down weekend. It was a football weekend. As I said, it was just a good weekend going on. And the Georgia fans, good fans. Now, maybe going back there to Athens next year, you'll see a bunch of horns. Not a lot of them jumping up with the horns. They knew they had a good football team. They didn't have to do the spectacle of jumping in your face and saying how good they are. They know they have a good football team, and they know they have a good football coach too.
Man, there were a lot of Georgia fans that were picking Texas to win this game. I don't know how many of them are admitting that today, right? They're all coming out and talking their trash, which they should. But there are a lot of Georgia fans a little bit nervous for this game.
Well, they're not used to seeing their team as, do some of the things that they're doing, slow starts and everything else in some of these other games.
Yeah, and you're right. You're right. I mean, they were better on Saturday. And I'm a little disappointed in our audience, but our audience needed to do a better job of getting my prediction to Kirby Smart because he said nobody gave them a chance. I picked you to win.
That's true. You are the man. You are the guy.
I just wish Kirby was tuned in to Texas Sports Unfiltered last week and maybe for our pregame show on Saturday. And maybe he would have taken his foot off the gas a little bit. Instead, he was watching that lousy-ass ESPN, whatever that is. He should have.
They were all over the city. They were doing Sports Center and everything else in our city, doing not just football, but everything.
Yeah, and everybody on game day picked Texas, right? Corso, McAfee, Dez, Scotty Scheffler, obviously. The guest picker always picks their alma mater. But everybody picked Texas on the set of College Game Day Saturday morning. And Kirby Smart, I'm sure he showed that to his guys in the locker room.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. And I just wish he was watching TSU, man. Maybe Texas would have won if our audience found a way to get Kirby Smart this footage. Blaming them.
Yeah, right. You're the guy. You're the guy. You're the guy who put the whammy on the horns. Good job.
Yeah, man. Blame me for
on
that.
Your alma mater. You put it on them.
Hey, some guys just know ball. I'm some guys. I hate that I'm right for this one, of course. But quick sponsor shout out again. Covert Bee Cave, much love to them. If you're in the market for a newer pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, get out to Covert Bee Cave. Gorgeous facility, 42 acres of vehicles. They've got 7 different brands, 3 state-of-the-art dealerships, all in one place. You don't have to drive to 40 different places to find a car.
No.
Just go to one. Go to Covert Bee Cave. They've got something for everyone. Great people, great service, great selection. And what do they say about those Covert prices, Buck?
Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever.
Not ever.
We don't want to see Diego Pavia eating Longhorns this week. We don't want him eating meat.
No. It's weird to say this, but I'll say it on a Monday. Vanderbilt's going to have the best quarterback on the field on Saturday.
No.
I think I'd rather have Diego Pavia starting than Quinn Ewers right now. That's where I'm at with Quinn, as a very staunch Quinn Ewers supporter until 2 weeks ago. Diego Pavia worries me. That guy doesn't turn it over. Quinn Ewers is turning it over too much. Diego Pavia doesn't turn it over. That guy can run.
Doesn't see. He's got to see that corner blitz coming. Guy disguised it. He was pretty. I mean, he held on to the ball quite a ways. I mean, you got to know that your offensive line, by that time of the game, your line is not holding up that long. So you can't hold it a second longer with that line the way the defenders are coming. And then still to have a free one coming from the outside. Man.
That's the thing. Like, you're going up
against.
Bucky
Didn't have his sternum busted then either.
Yeah, you're right. With Quinn's injury history, I'm a little surprised he got up. No problem after that strip sack fumble on that cornerback blitz. If that was a linebacker or a D lineman, and he had gotten hit like that, then maybe it's a different story. But that's basically an NFL defense you're going up against. Like, I'm not going to say Georgia could beat. No, this is not that argument. But they've got a bunch of pros on that side of the ball. That's the closest to an NFL defense you're probably going to see all year. Maybe if you get to play Ohio State, obviously if you get to play Georgia again. There were NFL windows, and Quinn Ewers was not confident enough to throw balls into those NFL windows.
No, he didn't, but he's not playing like an NFL type quarterback. Neither one of those quarterbacks are.
No. Yeah, and I think Texas's defense, like, they're elite too. There's a bunch of NFL guys on that group, and Carson Beck deserves just as much crap. Now, his team won, so I guess not as much crap. But, like, he did not show me anything to where I feel like that dude is going to be good in the NFL.
Yeah, that dude had, even with 3 picks, he had confident body language throughout the game too. He was like, we got this. He understood what his defense was doing. That's what he understood. I can screw up, but my defense is going to go right back out there and stuff Texas.
Yeah, they did. All right, let's get to the other games. Your locks of the week, Buck.
Yes.
It's a solid week.
You know, could have been better. I could have picked more in the NFL, which I did, away from all of this, yes.
You're letting the people down then. What are we doing?
Sorry about this, people. I couldn't give you that many NFL games. I just felt there was a couple teams in the NFL I felt that were going to lay the hammer down. One was the Commandos, the Commies. I thought they would lay the wood. They did.
Yeah, the only NFL game.
Hey, with Coop coming to the Bills, I thought they would lay it down. It took them a while, but they did too.
The only NFL game you picked on this show was the Kansas City game. You had the Chiefs.
Yeah, of course.
They were 2-point dogs at San Francisco. Boy, the Cowboys play at San Francisco next Sunday night.
You thinking they may have a chance?
No, but everybody on the Niners is hurt. Like that team has a losing record right now, and they maybe lost Deebo Samuel. They maybe lost Brandon Ayuk for the season. McCaffrey's still out. Like,
no, Cowboys could win that game.
I mean, like, talent-wise, they could, but they never beat San Francisco, so I'm going to assume they're not going to win that game. But the Niners, they're in some trouble right now. Like, you cannot have them as the favorites in the NFC anymore. Most people did before the season started.
It's either Green Bay or Detroit.
Yeah, Green Bay, Detroit. I'd put Minnesota ahead of them right now, I think.
The Bears.
I would not put the Bears ahead of the 49ers, but the Niners have some issues. The Chiefs are the only unbeaten team in the NFL, but you did have the Chiefs. You were 4-4-1 over the weekend.
Damn it.
Down 5,000 units because you pushed your biggest play. You had Mizzou -4 against Auburn. They won by 4.
How about that push?
And your second biggest play you lost, that was Rutgers, who lost to UC Louisiana.
LA out of Los Angeles, but it was at home, and they lost the game to them.
Yeah. So 4-4-1.
There goes his Penn State job too.
Down 5,000 units, which means you're down 75,000 units on the season. You do have a Monday Night Football doubleheader in the NFL, Buck.
Yes, I do.
Any picks on either or both of these games?
I'm taking Kyler Murray for 20,000 units.
Okay, Arizona. Kyler Murray is not a team.
Yeah, so I'm taking him at quarterback.
To hit his over bets or just for them to win?
To hit his over 5'10".
Here's Kyler showing up to the game tonight.
No, I'm taking them. I think the Arizona's going to win at home. 20 units, 20,000 units.
All right, big play on Arizona. They are +1 at home against Jim Harbaugh and the Los Angeles Chargers. Anything on Ravens at Bucks is your other game?
I don't like that game at all. No, thank you.
Baltimore, a 3.5-point road favorite. That's a fun one.
Run the ball.
Yeah, well, they've got Derrick Henry. Cowboys couldn't afford him, Buck. Don't forget.
Yeah, I'll never forget that.
Yeah, good job.
What were my wins in this deal? What were the 4 wins I had?
You had
the 2
Army. You had the two academies. Army was a 16-point favorite when you made the pick. They ended up as a 17.5-point favorite, and they won by 17.
Yeah, and other places they were an 18, which not very happy with.
So you won it on our show, but based on what you just said, it sounds like you didn't win it with your cousin. You had Navy. They won easily. You had Illinois. They beat Michigan.
How about that win for the Fighting Illini?
And then your other win was the Kansas City Chiefs, once again in the NFL. Those were the 4 you got right. You missed BYU. They had to score a miracle touchdown to beat Oklahoma State at home on Friday.
And I didn't take Texas Tech. Did I take Texas Tech?
You had Tech. They got crushed by Baylor.
I saw that. 59?
59-35, I think, was the final score. Like, Tech was playing some decent football. People were picking them to make it to the playoff as the Big 12 rep. And it was at home. That was in Lubbock.
Yeah, it was. 59 points.
He got 59 to Dave Aranda and Baylor. You had James Madison.
Sorry, Dolly Madison's done. Their run of big numbers is over with.
Yeah, they were favored by 9.5, and they lost by 2 touchdowns. And then, once again, you had Rutgers as your other miss.
God, what bad. That's bad.
It is bad.
Some of those are some bad teams. You know?
Some bad teams. You asked about the AP poll. Oregon's number 1.
Yep.
They got 59 of 61 first-place votes. Georgia got the other 2, despite having a loss. Mm-hmm. They got a couple of first-place votes because of what they did at DKR. Penn State, they were off. They stay at number 3. Ohio State stays at number 4. Texas rounding out the top 5. They dropped 4 spots to number 5. Miami 6. Tennessee, we can talk about that game for a little bit. Nice win for the Vols.
It was.
Against Alabama. Tennessee jumps up 4 spots back into the top 10. They are at number 7. You've got LSU at number 8. Nice win for them in Fayetteville. Clemson number 9, and Iowa State, who survived UCF at home. They are at number 10. So
Iowa State was struggling in that game.
They did against UCF at home. You know why?
The lights?
It was a night game. They couldn't see.
That's true. They didn't have any lights.
They didn't have their night vision goggles on for big fat Jared Hufford.
Wow.
That was a close game. Iowa State and Clemson flip-flop. So last week, ISU was 9. Clemson was 10. Clemson looked a lot better this weekend. So Clemson jumps up to 9. Iowa State falls to 10. Alabama dropped 8 spots. They are number 15. I should have looked this up, but maybe I'll do this on the fly. When's the last time Alabama has been ranked number 15, Buck?
I don't know. In the 90s,
like Nick Saban's first year, you have to go all the way back to 07.
We're gonna have to go back. That maybe that first year.
And they're overrated. They should not be number 15.
No,
with the way that they've looked. I mean, they're 1-2 in their last 3, and their one win was a 2-point home victory against South Carolina.
Yeah, they're struggling right now.
So I think they're kind of gifted by being where they're at. And once again, Vanderbilt, give them some love. They are into the top 25 at number 25. So for the Texas hadn't beaten anybody, folk, Texas gets a win this weekend. That will be what's technically their third-ranked win of the season. Now, if the Longhorns win, Vanderbilt's going to drop outside of the top 25. So
it doesn't matter. They need to win. They need to play. They just need to play better. They need to play with more strength. They don't look strong. They don't look as physical over the last, well, they look physical against Oklahoma. But once again, OU still sucks. Don't get that twisted about how good their defense. It's a football team. And as a team, they suck right now. They're going to be looking for answers as their head coach when this thing all ends, when they lose 3 more games too.
3 more
I don't know if
games.
they can win another game. We were talking about, can they win another game?
Oklahoma?
Yeah.
They've got the Black Bears of Maine.
Oh, that's right. That's the one in between, yeah. That's the SEC's week number 9, I believe, isn't it?
Yeah, they play at Ole Miss this weekend.
They're not winning that game.
I think Ole Miss opened up as a 19-point favorite.
My God.
Not enough. Not enough. And then it's Maine, and then it's at Mizzou, home Bama, at LSU.
Maybe they can beat Bama out of that group.
Oklahoma's going to go 5-7 this year.
That's what I think. That's my original thought, was they would go 5-7. I said the best they'll do is 7-5.
Yeah, I thought they'd be better than that. I think a lot of it is just in my lifetime, Oklahoma has found ways.
Dude, always they tried to go back to their original quarterback. It was a mess Saturday.
Dude, well, they had, Mike Hawk.
3 straight turnovers.
Yeah, to start the game. And 2 of them were for touchdowns. He threw a pick 6 and got strip sack fumbled for a scoop and score. And Oklahoma fired its offensive coordinator yesterday, but what that might do, Buck, that's like crapping your pants and changing your shirt. Going from Seth Luttrell to Joe John Finley calling the plays, I just don't think it's going to do anything. Oklahoma needs an off season to figure out its offense. It is offensive right now.
And I told you that's a recruiting game. Wow.
Oh,
these are hurting right here now.
I know. Yeah, you wish Texas could have taken advantage because it was a huge recruiting game here in Austin. The biggest recruiting weekend for a Texas home game in school history. A lot of guys looking at, and Jordan Scruggs will have way more about this on It's Only an Hour today. So if you want your deep dive recruiting talk, make sure you keep it locked into that show.
Unless any of the recruits got hit with water bottles standing on the sideline.
A lot of guys, I saw a lot of quotes from yesterday about recruits saying they had a great time in Austin. It sounds like outside of the game, and it was a great crowd. Shout out to the fans who showed up and showed out. But it feels like it was still a pretty successful recruiting weekend for Texas. But obviously, if they had found the win, and Oklahoma played the way that they played like that, you might have seen some flips today.
No kidding.
Yeah, so OU's bad. Alabama's unseasonably bad, uncharacteristically bad, whatever word you want to use. Probably.
But South Carolina's defense is still playing at a different level.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are. And they made life hell for – dude, Texas now I'm kind of mad. And I'll say this. I picked Georgia to win against Texas all last week. I felt even worse about Texas's chances after watching South Carolina do what it did to Oklahoma. Texas should have won that game by 50. Oh, no,
there's no doubt.
They only won by 31, which they won and they covered. We won't get too mad about that. But, they should have won that game. If Texas played right, they would have won by 50-plus against that Sooners
easily.
Group. So I was like, oh, shoot. OU's really bad. And we were down 3-0 against those guys after the first quarter. Man,
yeah, you just got to go back to the drawing board and Sark and Coach Flood. They've got to figure it out what they're going to do offensive scheme wise and how they're going to start out games and what type of running game they want to go, because they're right now they can't just drop back and pass.
Well, here's one from the coach talking about the run game. Perfect segue, Buck. Because once again, Jaden Blue did not have a single carry. I don't know. Once I said last week I want Wisner to get the majority of the carries, but I said I wanted 65-35. And I wanted to ride the hot hand. I don't even know if Jaden Blue had the hot hand because he never got a carry.
Yeah, I didn't get that on Saturday.
Here's Steve Sarkeesian talking about the lack of run game for the Texas offense.
Yeah, the game got out of whack. It was not intentional for Jaden not to get a carry. It just got a little out of whack in the way it was going. And, nobody was getting any runs really in the first half. So we got to be better as coaches and give our guys a better opportunity to execute. And then when we get these looks where we have good looks to run the football, we got to take advantage of it. And, I just don't think we did a great job of that in the first half either. So we'll reevaluate, the plan. Tonight wasn't our night when it came to running the ball, and we need to be better, and we need to be better against quality opponents, and that was a quality opponent.
Yeah, because that group you played the week before wasn't a quality opponent. They suck. They sucked. It wasn't the same. They had a bunch of phony stats. That group sucked last week. This was a quality opponent, and your same run game that you used against Oklahoma, they blew that thing up. The Georgia Bulldogs blew every bit of that game. Try to bounce it outside against Georgia. Not a chance.
It's
you got to find ways to outflank them, and you got to use all the speed you can. You can't try to turn a good running back into the Doak Walker Award winner because he had a great game against Oklahoma. BK, you could have had a great game against Oklahoma. So don't do that. Don't mistake Oklahoma for Georgia's defense. Not at all.
It is funny. This is not to say that you're wrong, because you're not. Oklahoma's rush defense is actually better than Georgia's rush defense going into Saturday. Now, different opponents, different situations, a lot of different factors here. But on paper, if you just look at like rushing yards per game allowed and rush yards per carry allowed, OU's run defense was ahead of Georgia's.
Oklahoma has one player on defense that Georgia would like to have. One dude, and you know who that dude is.
Yeah, the T-shirt boy.
Yeah, that's it. The rest of them, they would say, you keep them. You keep all the rest of them.
That is Georgia.
And by the way, there's none on offense.
No. There's not a single Oklahoma. Dude, I don't know if Kansas wants any of OU's offensive players right now. That's maybe the worst offense in Power 4 college football, which,
Jaden Blue has put the ball on the ground, but you as a staff need to be over that. That guy has he's got too much speed to have him not touch the ball. He's got the ability. I mean, you saw that little shake move for the touchdown and that on the one-on-one there for the touchdown when he caught the ball. I don't give a rat's ass. Make him a receiver if you have to. Give him 5 receiving plays that he can go do.
He had 7 catches, so it's not like he didn't do anything on Saturday. But you got to give him a carry. The game got out of whack. Yes, Sark is right. I think part of the reason it got out of whack was because you weren't willing to try to run the football.
No, you were trying to run those same plays with the same dude from last week. They got blown up. You need a speed guy. If you give him maybe a cut or two, he can go. And then you were dropping your quarterback who's not setting his feet. And then he wasn't going to have the ability to set his feet in that game. You kept throwing him. And then you brought the backup in, and he didn't get protected either.
No. By the way,
and they were waiting for him to run too, by the way. They were waiting for Arch Manning to run. He had a nice little run, but they were waiting.
Sure. Yeah, to the run game, Buck. Jarrett Gibson also did not have a carry. You had 3 non-quarterbacks who had carries for Texas on Saturday. Trey Wisner, 15. Ryan Wingo, 1. What a bold play call on that 4th down and short, going with the reverse. That was scary. It worked. And then Ryan Niblett had a 5-yard carry in that game, but no carries for Jaden Blue and nothing for Jarrett Gibson either.
Yeah, he hadn't seemed like he hadn't carried the ball in forever now. He was looking like that was going to be that guy and get a lot of carries. I mean, at least get you some 3 yards the hard way. He hasn't touched the ball hardly at all.
I can't figure out why Silas Bolden does not get any run on this team. Silas Bolden is a really good college football player. He gets punt returns. He plays some, but he does not get snaps on this offense. And that guy was Oregon State's leading
receiver, right?
And you know who his quarterback was last year? DJU, who was getting dunked on for being ass. That guy put up numbers with DJU as his quarterback. Why is he not playing at all? Why is Juan Davis, who did a couple of good things on Saturday, why is Juan Davis getting more run than the Beaver joystick Silas Bolden, who by all accounts had an amazing – he wasn't here for the spring. Maybe he's getting punished for that, which would be ridiculous. But every insider said Silas Bolden had a great fall camp. That guy does not play on offense. Why not?
Did I see Niblett get a carry in the football game?
Yeah, 1 for 5 yards. One of the best runs Texas had.
Wow.
But why is Silas Bolden, especially after Isaiah Bond goes down, why is that guy not? He's a guy that you can get the ball. If your quarterback's not going to have time to throw, which Quinn Ewers didn't, he's a guy that you could just get the ball to in space and let him make a couple of guys miss.
Right.
That's his game. You just get him the ball close to the line of scrimmage and let him work. felt like that could have been something Texas tried on Saturday. But
well, they're just them. The head coach and the staff is living off their undefeated deal. They've gotten away. They've been able to outpower teams in the run and the pass game. They just played the dogs this week, the real dogs of college football. That's all.
Yeah.
And that's championship play. That's a championship game right there. And you weren't up. Your team wasn't up for the championship play of a team that's won national championships and they don't lose regular season games. They get in a dogfight with Alabama. Like you say, Alabama's the only team to beat them who can figure it out. No, everybody else is getting their ass kicked by that group.
Yeah, Alabama's
they have slow starts or not, they win the games.
Alabama's the only team that
they're eating the dogs.
Yes.
Nobody else is eating the dogs. All right, a couple more sponsor shout-outs. We'll end with a few of your texts. We'll also talk a little Major League Baseball postseason as well. We'll get into some of the NFL and other college storylines throughout the week. But, of course, today is going to be mainly Texas, Georgia. But how about a few more sponsor shout-outs, Buck?
Let me tell you about Leaf Landscaping and Supply Company. I'll be going by Leaf today. I got some stuff to do outside. The temperatures tell me, yes, it is time. But the folks over at Leaf will tell me, yes, what it is time to plant if I'm going to plant something. So Leaf Landscaping and Supply Company out on Pond Springs Road up north and on Monterey Oaks down south. Go find out what will suit the area for you, the kind of ground, the kind of fertilizer you may need to do. If you're putting in roses, shrubs, trees, Leaf Landscaping and Supply Company. I've been there for almost 30 years now. You should too. If you're going to do it yourself, that's fine, but they'll find contractors to come out and do it for you at Leaf.
Absolutely. Shout out to passes.com, the content creator company that the Texas One Fund has partnered with. 40 of the top Texas athletes are on Passes. It's not just football. Hey, shout out to Texas volleyball. They beat Georgia yesterday.
There you go.
Know that somebody on campus can beat Georgia. But a bunch of the top UT athletes are on Passes, giving you exclusive content that you just can't find anywhere else. You can DM your favorite athletes, and they'll actually respond to these DMs, exclusive merchandise, and so much more. If you haven't been over to passes.com, you are missing out. Get closer to your favorite school than ever before with passes.com. Also,
I want to get things over at Woods Comfort System as my air conditioning just kicked in here over at Woods Comfort Systems. Love them. Close to 70 years of service in Central Texas. It will get cold. It won't get cold long. By the way, we're going to have a mild winter, BK.
Okay.
Almanac says pretty mild. Some parts of the country going to get frozen out, but for us, we'll get a couple of those little freezes, and that's it. But it'll be pretty mild for us. Thank goodness. We just need some rain. Doesn't say much about rain in the forecast, but Woods Comfort Systems, folks, whether it's heating, air conditioning, and they also do plumbing.
Yes, they do. 512-842-5066 is the number for Woods Comfort Systems. Of course, you can find them online at woodscomfortsystems.com. And some love to our friends at Waterloo Printing and Graphics.
Yes, sir.
See the TSU hat I'm rocking. Of course, if you came by Schultz Garden, you saw the badass 8x8 step and repeat banner that we had out there. It's all done by Waterloo Printing and Graphics. They can do the same for your business, apparel, signage, and everything in between. Just reach out to them on Instagram at Waterloo Printing, or you can call or text our buddy Adam, 512-300-9641. Buck, the World Series is set.
Yes.
And
you know what that means?
Oh, boy.
That means this little guy and his teammates are ready to go. Juan Soto, go ahead and get the check written out. You're going to pay him $600 million. He wants it. He's going to get it probably.
Is Derek Jeter suiting up on Friday?
No, we don't want him suiting up, making diving plays where the ball is hit directly to him. There's no need to dive anymore. Jeter, you're done. But yeah, I'm ready for the Yankees. That's the one everybody wanted. They wanted to see East Coast, West Coast, so they're going to get it.
You know, it's funny. Like, this was maybe the least predictable Major League Baseball regular season we've ever had. And we talked about how we might get some crazy chaos in these playoffs because it didn't feel like there was a dominant team. We've got the 1 seed in the AL versus the 1 seed in the NL.
Yes.
Playing for the World Series. Like last year, we thought we knew going into the playoffs, and you had wild card Rangers against 6 seed wild card D-bags as your World Series. This year, you're thinking you're going to get something like that again, and you get the Yankees and the Dodgers. Game 1 Friday night in LA. Dodgers have home field. Dodgers a slight favorite. I mean, they're like minus 125, and the Yankees are plus 105. So it's very close to even, but this is what baseball won. This is going to be the highest rated World Series ever, I think, Buck. Because not only do you get New York and LA, because Shohei's in it, you get Japan. So you get the two biggest brands in the sport, and then you get the biggest individual brand in the sport playing for a championship. Yeah, Fox is going to do numbers.
Yeah, and it's going to be I think it won't be about the pitching in this game. It'll be the pitching is getting tagged here.
Yeah, a lot of talent. You got the two best players in the game with Shohei and Aaron Judge. It's just tons of money, tons of talent. And it's the 12th ever World Series meeting between these two storied franchises, the first since 1981. So been a long time since these two teams have squared off in the Fall Classic. Yanks trying to win their first title since 2009. Dodgers trying to win their first title since 88. Yeah, COVID year. Screw that. That doesn't count. That's what we've got at stake. Game one Friday. We'll talk more about that when we get closer, but wanted to give your Yankees some love for.
Thank you for giving the Yankees some love, and I'll give the damn Texans I needed.
Oh,
how about that game yesterday?
Yeah, C.J. Stroud. The Texans could not throw the ball yesterday. C.J. Stroud.
How did he get pressure from the Green Bay's defense?
C.J. Stroud was today's date. Today is 10-21. That was C.J. Stroud's passing line. He was 10 of 21 for like 85 yards.
Wow.
And the Texans almost won because they turned the ball over 3 times, or they forced 3 turnovers 3 times in the first half. So it kept them close, but yeah, they couldn't get that pass game going. It was weird for Houston yesterday. Close game.
He had a lot of people in his face. He was very similar to Quinn Ewers. He couldn't step up either in the pocket.
No, he couldn't. He couldn't. And Texans will be fine. That division sucks. They're going to run away with the AFC South. All right, let's bring on the fellas as it is 10 o'clock. Quick shout out to Parallel Lending, by the way, parallellending.com/fund. If you're an investor that's looking to invest and make some money, head over to parallellending.com/fund for more. Bring on the fellas. We got Double R. We've got Wags. Boys, happy Monday morning.
Hey, what's up, guys? How are we?
We're number 5. We're number 5.
Is the world falling apart already?
No, man, everything's right there. It's all good.
I think. Look, I don't believe in moral victories at all, right? But if you had to lose, now is a really good time to lose, and especially it was an eye-opening situation, right? Buck, you kind of just mentioned it. That was a championship team, championship caliber ball club that you were going up against. Hey, man. Now you know what you have to do on Saturdays. Now you know what type of caliber you need to play on Saturdays to win. So
yeah, I mean, if you're ever to play them again, you better not play. Right. You better not play to your standard. You better play to a standard and more. Your standard needs to be your standard and a little bit more in a game like that. Your standard isn't enough. Their standard is higher than your standard.
Right, exactly. They're still the stewards of the SEC.
Yes.
Yeah, we had folks texting in on the post-game show on Sunday morning, I guess it was, and they were talking about, because Zay and I were calling. I mean, you got your ass whooped. I mean, there's no way around it. You got beat, and we had Georgia folks that were like, "Hey, we appreciate the honesty." It's like, anybody could see it. I mean, now you know what you're up against. I mean, forget Mississippi State and Oklahoma and all these other people. I mean, now you know what you got to deal with. And look, that soft schedule that folks talked about, it ain't soft no more. It's a gauntlet that's coming up, and you gotta respond. You gotta respond.
I just know that, like, Texas can win every game between here and A&M, and people will still say the Longhorns haven't played anybody. Just brace yourselves for it. Like, if the Longhorns go on a winning streak, we think these games are tough. They are tough. But just get ready. Even though Vanderbilt's ranked, if Texas wins this game and they cover the 2 touchdown and change line, still haven't played anybody.
Who's Vandy?
Just brace yourselves for it, guys. But hey, Texas can't focus on that. They gotta right some wrongs.
Absolutely.
They gotta get back into the win column. Long season ahead. But there's Sark talked about it after the game. We didn't play the cut. I'm sure he'll talk about it more today at his game week press conference. Plenty to clean up. You can learn a lot, Buck. You know this as a former coach. You can learn a lot from a loss like this.
Let me ask you this, Rodney. Rodney, if Arch Manning comes in the game and scores a touchdown out of those 2 drives that he had before the half, he comes back and plays in the third quarter, correct? Quinn Ewers doesn't start the third quarter, probably, does he?
Yeah, absolutely. As that game was going on, I mean, obviously, I wanted Texas to score on any drive, but when Manning comes in, I'm like, okay, if he scores, this whole quarterback thing is going to be totally out of control because
for that particular game, it'd be out of whack because he would be starting in that third quarter. He would have come back, but then again, the two drives he had, guess what? They couldn't protect him either.
That was the thing that I really took to heart right there. It's like, okay, you've gone out, and I said this Saturday night, Sunday morning, whenever it was. I said, okay, Arch Manning is human too, because he got in there and he looked. I mean, he did maybe a little bit better than what Ewers was doing, but the offensive line just failed. That's the bottom line. That's the bottom line. If you don't protect, it doesn't matter who it is back there. You're not going to achieve anything.
But Quinn Ewers, he needs to get back to his fundamentals because he's throwing sidearm. Even if you're pressured, you still have to keep your fundamentals. His fundamentals haven't been right. They weren't right at Oklahoma. This team, Oklahoma, still sucks, as we know. But this team right here is a different team. And if you think you're going to drop back and fall backwards and throw sidearm, it's not going to happen against this team.
No, and that was the thing that I was talking about during the week. When you played Mississippi State in a close game against Mississippi State, you're going to find a way to win. But when you play those dudes, when you play Georgia and you fall behind and you're not winning in the trenches, you're going to get your ass beat. And that's what happened. That's exactly what happened.
All right, boys, listen, have a great one.
Yep. Later, Buck. There he goes. BK, what were you saying?
I was just going to say they were the better team on Saturday night. There's no debate. You hope you get another crack at them in an SEC championship game or a playoff game or maybe both. But, Georgia's still the top dog in college football, if you ask me, and until proven otherwise.
What has Kirby Smart harped on the past 10 years about the SEC? If you win the line of scrimmage, if you win up front, you're going to win the ball game.
Yeah, that's football right there.
100%. Yeah, 100%. And the SEC, I mean, I think Quan Cosby said it best. The SEC, if anybody hadn't noticed yet, it's the best conference in football. So,
you win in the trenches.
The top of it is. The top of it is.
Pee-wee, high school, college, NFL. If you can't win up front, you ain't winning on the scoreboard.
Amen. You said it.
All right, boy. I'll get out of here. Y'all have a great show.
Later, brother.
Come in.
There he goes. Rodney, since we're on it, what was your biggest disappointment of Saturday? Or before, I'll let you brew on that and stew on that real quick as we welcome everyone in. Welcome to Chaos Theory. It is a wonderful Monday, even though we lost on Saturday. We're going to Monday morning quarterback this thing for another hour here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. You can follow us on Twitter. I'm at Not the Fake Wags. Rodney, my co-host and partner in crime, is on Twitter at the Rodney R, and then on Instagram at _Rodney R. I'm on Instagram at the Wagner Wire, and then on all social media platforms at I think the Wagner Wire as well. Rodney's on there at Revved Up. Oh yeah. F1. How about Team Red, dude? Huh? Yeah. How about Team Red? I kind of had a wild hair up my ass that Team Red was going to have a little bit of a play here in Austin. I didn't know that they would actually win, but I thought they didn't make a run for this damn thing. Well, I guess we'll break down we got to break down F1 for a little bit here, man. But yeah, welcome in everybody to the show. A little bit of a disappointment on Saturday. Longhorns fell 30-15, but now we know what we got to clean up. So again, biggest disappointment, like I just alluded to, Rodney, from Saturday. Besides the loss, clearly.
The whole thing is like we were just talking about, man, the offensive line. I've been glowing and gloating about the offensive line, about how great the offensive line is. And
I thought it was best unit in the I thought it was the best offensive line in the
nation. You and me both. And I mean, Banks, I don't want to single him out because he's the best dude on that offensive line. But when you dive into these things, Wags, they got manhandled.
Banks got beat. Banks got beat quite a bit.
Yeah, he did, man. He gave
up
sacks.
But he's a true pro. He'll clean it up.
Yeah, he'll clean it up. But the whole thing is we needed that offensive line to show up in that game. That's really the one. All this talk about winning the best offensive line award and all that. I'm hoping that it's one of those things to where this is going to be kind of a back to reality thing for the whole staff. And honestly, as much as I hate to say it, coming off of Mississippi State, I know the OU game was one thing. OU is no good. Sorry. Oklahoma sucks. I mean, at this point, we can actually use the whole word Oklahoma. There's no need to say OU sucks. Oklahoma sucks. The Oklahoma Sooners suck. But I kind of thought that we might see this happen because the fact that Mississippi State was able to go kind of blow for blow there for a good part of the ball game, and it was, you never establish a running game. And I mean, Quinn Ewers is not the Quinn Ewers that we expect. There's things to work on. There's a lot of things to work on, and it starts with the offensive line because it's like, guys, this is your game. This is where you go prove how good you are. Man, and they failed. They failed horribly.
Yeah, it's a very disappointing showing on Saturday. We'll break it down. We got some sound from Sark as well. I'd love to hear from your all's thoughts and comments as well. If you guys could drop them in the YouTube channel here, make sure you hit that subscribe button if you hadn't done so already. Hey, if you're out and about, if you are, on that, talking to us on that coded text line here, 512-222-9328, make sure you drop a line about what your biggest disappointment was besides the loss on Saturday as well. For me, I'll go with you on the offensive line play as well, right? This was your biggest test. This was your chance to make a statement, and you failed to do so. Now, I didn't expect a complete domination of the offensive line or defensive line. Matter of fact, I thought our defensive line played pretty damn well. I thought they played okay. Defense kind of played. I'll give you a B grade, right?
They were great. I thought they were really good, Wags.
Anytime that you turn the ball over as many times as we did and give the opposition as many opportunities to score and basically, put the nails in the coffin on us. And you're able to still be resilient that way and keep them out in the end zone for as long as you could. I thought that you would play okay again. I don't believe in moral victories. I don't. But if you're going to lose week 6 against Georgia, against a number 5 team, after Bama loses too. So there's a lot of SEC teams, SEC schools, stalwarts, that we kind of uphold, right? And they have 2 losses now. Georgia and Texas both have 1 losses. You're in the best, again, still, you're in the best situation in a bad scenario that you could be in, right?
Yeah. But you got to keep the goals in front of you. And
no, 100%. But I'm trying to be optimistic. Yeah. After getting your ass kicked, I'm trying to be optimistic to see about how many pieces we can put back in place to get right back up on the horse.
Yeah.
The fall off the horse isn't going to be too far or too hard. Thankfully, you got some good road ahead of you to where you can get up and start making this thing go again. It's kind of like what BK said. Even if we kind of went out here, people are going to say that, oh, well, we had a padded season or a padded schedule. No wonder the Longhorns are in the postseason playoff. And that's where I still think the Longhorns are going to be, regardless of the outcome on Saturday. They played well enough for me to sit here and think that they could be there. I mean, it's awful as they played. Seriously, they played their worst game of the year, and they only lost to Georgia by 15 points. The offensive line absolutely got destroyed, and they were still able to cook some things up against a really strong defensive unit. I think what we all kind of alluded to, what Bucky and BK alluded to, and what you alluded to, we abandoned the game plan. We abandoned the rushing attack, and there was no identity on Saturday. It looked like a bunch of chaos. It looked like a mess. It looked like a team that didn't have an actual, plan of attack. Or it looked like, you had a plan of attack, but you got hit in the mouth, so you had to abandon that plan of attack. The run game is a huge part of our success, right? Like, I know that we get them in chunk plays, or we seemingly get the ground and pound in chunk plays, but when you're able to run the ball as much as we do, you keep the defense balanced, or you keep them at least honest. We weren't able to do that. We were a one-dimensional team, and that's why it didn't matter when Arch Manning came into the game to spell Quinn Ewers. You got the same damn results of that, and the offensive line was still getting dominated. So, to me, I thought the move to Arch Manning was necessary. just to see if you could get something going. I think we all alluded to it, not too long ago. At least Arch had some mobility with his feet and was able to extend the play a little bit. That's kind of what you have to do if your offensive line is letting you down, right? You no matter what. I mean, I'll still say that Quinn's the better quarterback than Arch, but Arch gives a little bit more of an extension of the play. It gives you more mobility and allows you to try and muster something when the play breaks down. Didn't look like Quinn was able to do that on Saturday, and hell, when Arch got in, it didn't look like Arch was able to do that except for that one anomaly of a run that he had and broke free there. Georgia gave us a lot to think about, and thankfully we got a lot on film that we can clean up.
Yeah, I see folks saying, well, hopefully you get to see him again. And again, that is the goal. And if you get to the SEC championship, maybe even the national title, maybe you see him 2 more times. I've said this since the beginning of the year that you may play these guys 3 times, the best of 3. I mean, who wins the rubber match? I mean, because that would actually be the one.
Who you got in the SEC championship? Seriously.
I mean, Georgia right now, I don't know who else.
You don't have Texas in the SEC championship?
I'll tell you this week after I watch A&M and LSU. Okay. Because those 2 are going to play each other, and let's see how Texas responds. I mean, that was the one thing. And Sam, thank you for
let's see how you respond to getting your ass kicked.
That's what's going to be the thing right there. Sam, thanks for the comment there about post game, and that's the thing, because when we do a post game like that, we're gonna call it like we see it. And it's, we can sit here and find the positives and all these different things. And even when Wags is on post game, that's the thing about whether it's Zay and Wags or Zay and I, we're just going to tell you what we saw.
Yeah, I don't sugarcoat shit.
No, not at all. And that was the whole thing with that. And by the way, thank you, CB, for reading Facebook. Yes, 18 years today. My lovely bride and I don't know how she's put up with me this long.
Hey, how about that? Congratulations.
I don't know how it's worked out, but we're going to have some Texas Roadhouse rolls tonight is what we're doing. But the other part of this is for my harshness and my critique of the offensive line and the Dakota Tex line. To be fair, the O-line, Quinn had happy feet and didn't step up in the pocket, and that's the biggest thing right there. Is you got a very finite amount of time that you're gonna have in the pocket, and when you're gonna block and you're gonna do all these different things, we didn't see. That was the one thing. I went back and watched this yesterday. Is I don't see Quinn stepping up in the pocket. And that's where I'm a little bit concerned about, because I know in all my years of car racing, when I would race conservatively, when I would race worried about what was going to happen, that's when I got wrecked, and that's when I made mistakes.
Now you're playing.
Yeah.
Now you're hitting everything right on the head here, Rodney. I've seen the same thing you did. I saw a lack of confidence.
Yeah.
That's what I was like. To me, the most disappointing thing on Saturday was, you're going to get hit in the mouth. You're expecting to get hit in the mouth, but after you got hit in the mouth, you didn't stand back up. Like, stand the hell back up, get the hell back up on that log, and knock the person off of it. Like, that's, you're going to get hit. Take the damn hit. Go up there and show them that you're going to hit too.
Yeah, that's the one thing that really concerns me, is because you guys, I mean, speaking of post-game shows, I mean, you and Zay talked a couple of weeks ago about a certain running back maybe having the yips. I'm not saying that Quinn Ewers has the yips, but if it's in the back of his mind that he doesn't want to get hit, I mean, or worried about getting hit, that is going to affect your play in big games like that. I mean, maybe against, Mississippi State or UTSA or Colorado State, it's not that big of a deal, but that's the thing right there. And you had to make that quarterback change. I mean, you did. You had to find something that was going to try to energize and change the momentum, because you didn't have any of that. Georgia was in complete control of that ball game. And I don't know exactly what the Arch Manning thing did. I don't know what that did for the psyche of Quinn Ewers, but the bottom line is Texas did make a game out of it. But I don't care how you spin this. You got whooped. You got beat.
Well, let's hear from Coach Sarkeesian on the decision to replace Arch with Quinn at that time.
Yeah, my feeling was in the game was I felt Quinn was a little uneasy, and I just felt like giving him a chance to kind of step back, regroup, and I didn't know if we'd get a series or two with Arch, depending on how much time was on the remaining in the half on the clock. So we just told Quinn, we said, hey, we're going to go with Arch here, give you a chance to get into the locker room, let's regroup, and then come back out in the second half. And so that's what we did. And I felt like it was effective. I thought Quinn came out and played a much better second half and played well in the third quarter. Quinn's our starting quarterback. I appreciate the fact that we're fortunate enough to have a backup like Arch that can come into the game and provide a spark in some sense. But at the end of the day, Quinn's our starter, and like I said, but I think we've got to do a better job around him. I think he would tell you he can play better, but we've got to coach better. Everybody's got to be better for our offensive football team to perform better.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Again, just for the identity, I thought you lacked confidence, and you didn't have a ground and pound. You abandoned your run game. We'll break that down. We'll hear from Sark on the lack of a run game here in just a couple of seconds. But yeah, your thoughts on Sarkeesian's comments there.
The one thing that I go to is they got out-coached. I mean, they really did. I mean, Kirby Smart and Glenn Schumann did a hell of a job putting this thing together, and they were doing things. The Texas defense was really good. I will totally give them that. And my whole
they held on for as long as they could.
They did. My whole point last week about the secondary not being the secondary got tested, and I think that they passed.
I agree with you.
Yep. Yeah, I think that they passed well enough to deal with most teams. Georgia's going to be a work in progress, but the bottom line is I go back. The running game is
a really good offense, Rodney, right? They're a fantastic offense. They're a well-oiled machine. If you can hold Georgia to 3 scores, you would think that you should be able to have a decent chance for a victorious outcome, right?
I mean, you would think, but Carson
3 scores is tough, but
yeah. But we saw nothing out of the running game, and that's where. And again, this is Georgia. I mean, things are going to be different the rest of the way, maybe. But I just saw nothing out of the running game. I mean, Travion Weiser had 55 yards, Wingo or whatever. Where the hell was Jaden Blue?
I don't know. He didn't get a touch. He didn't get a touch. And look, and I thought maybe there's times where our offense is fantastic. I love a lot of the misdirection. I love a lot of the end around play that we get from Ryan Wingo. But in a 4th and I can't remember the distance, but I know it was a 4th and maybe 3, 4th and 2, maybe it was 4th and short. And you elect to go with an end around with Ryan Wingo instead of an off tackle or RPO off tackle with a running back. Flirting with disaster. I mean, you were able to come out victorious there, and finally get a fresh set of downs and a new set of sticks here. But I mean, right, and thankfully, it looked like the off tackle was there, or the belly, whatever you want to call it. It looked like that was there too. Just again, if that would have been if you would have got stopped on 4th and short there, that would have been tumultuous. That would made the hill even larger to climb. But still, there was a lot of things that you did to yourselves on Saturday that not just Georgia did. You talk about playing your standard of football a lot. I don't think the Longhorns played their standard of football, and Buck kind of alluded to it too before he got out of here. Not only do you got to play your standard of football, you also got to play up to the championship caliber of play that the opposition is too, right? Like you haven't been playing. Let's be real. You haven't been playing the top elite teams, week in and week out on Saturday. So you thought you might be tested with Oklahoma a little bit last week. They weren't open. By the way, the way that South Carolina beat the brakes off Oklahoma, you should have been able to do a little bit more. Or you think you'd still be able to do a little bit more. Now that's comparing apples to oranges. I understand that, but I mean, my God, Oklahoma's bad, right? Oklahoma's really bad. Again, a lot to clean up. We got a lot of good tape out there to clean up and to correct ourselves on it. So I'm optimistic. It sucks. It absolutely sucks coming in here and not having perfection. Absolutely sucks. But still, you're in a good spot. You're in a good spot for this to carry out.
And here's the bottom line. I mean, everything, the Stone Cold Steve Austin bottom line, as I like to say, everything is still in front of these guys. I mean, a conference championship, a playoff, man, it's a 12-team playoff right now. So the opportunities are still there for you to do what you need to do. And I always say, I'm never one of the opinion of a quality loss, but I mean, if you have a quality loss against Georgia, that has been like the dominating, college football program over the last whatever years it's been. I mean, there's your quality loss. And so now you know what you need to go back and clean up. And it is going to be very much about how you respond to it and how the demeanor of the team, how do they come up? How do they come out? I mean, I hope against Vanderbilt that this team comes out, because these last two games, I mean, these are three games, these first half starts, to me, it's like, and that's why I said you can't come out in the first half, half stepping and come out like that, because you're eventually going to run into something like you just did on Saturday night, where Mississippi State, Oklahoma, that's one thing, but you do that against Georgia, and that's how you get the result that you have. So hopefully you're able to come back and make this right. And I think they're fine. I mean, I know they're fine. I know
they're fine.
I know they're fine. We're all overreacting a little bit. I mean, Double D.
No, I mean, we should be. You just got your ass kicked. And to what Womp is saying here, y'all miss the Big 12? No, I don't miss. I'm happy to be in the SEC and play with the best, man, to play with the elite. Look, this is kind of what Texas has been asking for the past couple of years, right? If you're gonna be the best, you got to play with the best and beat the best. And right now, we've been saying this. I know it's been great while we're winning here, but I mean, I felt like the entire staff of Texas Sports Unfiltered has still crowned SEC or Georgia as the stewards of the SEC or the kings of the SEC until you beat. I mean, 3 out of the 4 years they've been putting the hardware in their cabinets. So and until that changes, I mean, they're still the top dogs, absolutely. And yeah, that ass whooping hurt on Saturday. It did. But you know what? Now we know what it takes.
That's it.
Should have known what it took before, but now you really know what it takes after Saturday.
And Wags, you got to be ready. I mean, there's no time to sit around and sulk about this. I mean, we'll hear, Sark at 11:30 with his presser with game week coming up against Vanderbilt. I mean, because I said this on Sunday night, and I said this last week. When you looked at the schedule, it was like, okay, you're going to get past Georgia, and then things are going to get a little bit easier for you. No, man, now you got to go on the road. I mean, now you go on the road. Now you go on to Nashville.
I don't know how easy Vandy is. I don't know how easy Vandy is. I don't know how easy any of these. Florida looked pretty good on Saturday too. So
that's the thing. It's like I thought at one point, well, Florida will be the one. Well, shit. I mean, it seems like they're kind of getting their shit in one sock and kind of turning things around over there as well. So I don't know, man. It really is how you respond. You got manhandled, and the other part about it is, Texas fans, you don't want to lose. You don't want to lose in that fashion, but when you go and you lose, a little bit of a reality check right there. And look, loud and clear, Georgia fans that are checking in here, look, y'all are still the kings of the SEC. There is no question. And you proved it. You proved it. And until otherwise determined by whoever, I think everybody else in the SEC knows what they need to accomplish.
Whooped our ass, and Carson Beck didn't have his best game either. I mean, that's a credit to our defense too. Our defense forced 3 turnovers from Carson Beck, but still, you can't give the opposition 4 turnovers or 4 takeaways and expect to win. You just can't. Like that's ridiculous. That's insane football. I give you 4 extra chances to score, and I think that I can win. Come on, man. Be a realist.
Yeah. And that's the thing with Georgia. I mean, if you really want to think about Georgia, look at the one game they lost. They damn near came back, but again, that's how. And what has happened?
Georgia football. We saw traditional Georgia football this week, and they were able to get that ground and pound going here. Unfortunately, we weren't able to get the ground and pound going. Here's Sarkeesian on the lack of run game from Texas.
Yeah, I mean, the game got out of whack. It was not intentional for Jaden not to get a carry. It just got a little out of whack in the way it was going, and nobody was getting any runs really in the first half. So we got to be better as coaches and give our guys a better opportunity. opportunity to execute. And then when we get these looks where we have good looks to run the football, we got to take advantage of it. And, I just don't think we did a great job of that in the first half either. So we'll reevaluate, the plan. Tonight wasn't our night when it came to running the ball, and we need to be better, and we need to be better against quality opponents, and that was a quality opponent.
Yeah, absolutely, Rodney. 29 rushing yards. 29 rushing yards.
Yeah.
It's not going to get it done, my dude.
That's,
not going to get it done.
Yeah, that's not good at all. Somebody messaged me yesterday and said, "Hey man, you're hammering on the running game, being awful hard on the running game." There was a negative 34 or whatever that was for Quinn Ewers. I'm like, I don't give a shit. I'm looking at the box score.
Yeah.
Yeah. Would the plus 34 have been more impressive? Not so much. I mean, when
50, barely 50 yards.
Yeah.
Come on. You're the number one team in the nation. You're mustering 50 yards of hypothetical rushing offense.
Yeah.
Get the hell out of here.
It's when you have this offensive line and you have this running back room. I mean, yeah, I'll give you your 34 yards back. Sure. Okay. Take that and run with it. I mean, that's,
I mean, neither offense looked that great or like a well-oiled machine. I thought the defensive came out and played up to the top of their game, right? Top level. I still think that the Longhorns have, God, it's hard to say this after, 30 points were scored on you, but I still think the Longhorns have one of the top defense in the nation. Just terrible outcome on Saturday. And like I said, at least you got some film on the best of the best to fix it now. So again, we talk about our standard of football, but you got to go out there and know how to win in the opposition standard too.
You just saw the standard of football. I mean, when you want to talk about it, those dudes still have it. Those dudes still have it.
And it's great for you to want to come out and set the standard, but until you Ric Flair, bro, until you beat the man, you can't. Or what is it? Until you be the man, or until you beat the man, you can't be the man. But
yeah,
you
want
to
beat the man, you got to beat the man. Yeah, that's exactly right. And here's the weird thing about it, where you look at it now with the SEC, because like we talk about the rest of the schedule, Alabama beat the man. What has happened to them?
It's their secondaries,
dude. It's
it's atrocious. It is absolutely atrocious.
Yeah.
They are the liability for their D. You want to know why Bama gets scored on? It's their secondary. And the king of it is, or the shit of it is that the one that one of the secondary, I can't think of his name, but he bitches the most and throws the temper tantrum every week like it's somebody else's fault, but it's usually his fault. So
yeah, I gotta tell you,
I can't think of the dude's name. I meant to bring a point of it when Georgia came rolling back and storming back. But anyway, Bama won that damn game anyways. But the week before, when Vanderbilt beat Georgia, he was throwing an absolute temper tantrum on the field. I just can't think of the kid's name.
When Alabama beat Georgia, I was driving home from Stephenville after going to the family
thing.
Thank
you, Malachi Moore. Thank you.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Malachi.
That's exactly who it is. He throws the temper tantrum every damn week.
And I said out loud as I was driving all by myself down 281, as that game ended, as I was listening to it, after Georgia got beat by Alabama, I said, oh man, this really concerns me that this is what's going to set Georgia back on their path again. I think we saw it Saturday night.
Georgia got off their path. Honestly.
I don't think so either. I don't think they did either. And they picked the biggest stage. Again, the thing, I mean, you shine when the bright lights are on, and Georgia shine when the bright lights are on.
How difficult would you guys rate DKR at coming in and getting a victory if you're a road team? How difficult would you rate DKR as a venue to play in if you're the opposition? Not just you, Rodney. I'm talking everybody that's watching Chaos Theory right now on Texas Sports Unfiltered. How difficult is it to play in our stadium?
Well, if you get the call wrong, apparently it's pretty.
Well, yeah, we'll be remiss if we don't talk about that. That is absolute, and I think everybody in the nation had it right with the description they were given with classless. That was an absolute classless display. It cost us $250,000 in terms of fines. I think that's what the SEC passed down, right? To a $250,000 fine. So thank you guys, appreciate that. Thank you for being spoiled kids. But no, that's clear and point. Do as your direct reflection of our leadership, right? Like if that's you don't get your way, riot, loot, do whatever you want. You know what I mean? Bitch, cry, get your 7th place trophy. That's kind of what we've taught our kids to do, instead of take your ass whooping on the chin and stand up and better yourself and learn from your mistakes and seek know yourself and seek self-improvement.
Yeah.
We forgot all about virtues that make leaders. Now we go the crybaby way, and we're nothing but thugs and losers. So
I was not a big fan of that scene. I mean, it was they got the call wrong, and had it not been reversed, I'd be sitting here.
People get the calls wrong all the time. You throw beer cans and water bottles on the fucking classless.
I know,
and I know that I'm classless sometimes with my language, but still.
And the whole thing was at that point. I mean, you get beat. I mean,
not just that. It's like simple, just a simple common thought. That's your home. That's your home. That's your backyard. And you're doing that to your backyard. Cool. Yeah. Go ask daddy for some more money.
Yeah. That. And I'm glad there was a fine. Texas has the money; they can pay it. But But back to your original question right there. I mean, when you think of going to LSU,
they give it to the Paul Feinbaum show.
Who knows what they do with it? I mean, I don't know what they're going to do with it. Hopefully, it's revenue shared among the. That's a Greg Sankey question that we'll have to find out. But it's maybe somebody will ask that at the 11:30 presser. I don't know. But you think of going to LSU, you think of going to A&M, even Florida. Even right now, Florida, that they're not, the best. I mean, that's a crazy environment to go into. DKR is getting that way. I'm glad that they moved the student section down and doing all of these different things. But then you have what you're talking about. It's like you move the student section down. I guarantee you in Nashville this week, it's going to be damn raucous over there when you go to Vanderbilt. Be
loud, be rough. I mean, yell at the opposition, yell at the visiting team all you want. Do all kinds of shit. I don't care. Don't throw objects. Don't throw shit.
Yeah. Plus, not to mention, that beer probably costs $14. I ain't throwing that sumbitch on the field. Are you kidding me? I'm holding on to that. But
like
that's the wino in me.
Like I said, thank you, Daddy.
Yeah. That's what it's all about. Friends, Chaos Theory, powered today and always by Real Truck, the #1 truck accessory brand in the United States. Top-selling upgrades for the ultimate tailgate party. It's grills, powered coolers, weatherproof awnings, and more. Saw a lot of those out and about. No, I'm lying. I didn't get out, but I saw on Twitter that there were a lot of those doing tailgate stuff out at Texas, Georgia, and out at Circuit of the Americas. You can gear up for football season, racing season, baseball season, basketball season, you name it, hockey season. Bring your truck to life at realtruck.com. They power Chaos Theory each and every day right here from 10 to 11 on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Here's a look at some of that cool stuff from realtruck.com.
Building a home for the people who are worth it. Stepping out, throwing in a line, and dropping the tailgate for a picnic. And finding far-off campsites with the people you're closest to. Upgrade your truck, Jeep, or Bronco with over 1 million parts and accessories. And bring your truck to life. Real Truck.
That's right. Find a dealer at realtruck.com. You know the worst part of this to me, Wags, with all that, what went on.
That's what life's supposed to be like right there. You know that you're supposed to be out there with your friends and family, seeing the great outdoors, being out there with nature instead of dealing with all the happy horse shit that we deal with on this Monday.
Yeah. I mean, and the bad thing about it is with that happened the other day. And it only infuriates me more that it happened at our stadium at DKR. Now, when you get a bad call, what's going to happen?
Throw it. That's a precedent. A precedent set, right? Throw shit. Hey, Texas did it. That just gives you more reason. I mean, if that don't give other institutions reasons to hate Texas, I don't know what does. Like, that's seriously. Now, the call was wrong to begin with, and the right thing happened with getting it reversed. But the absolute wrong thing and classless thing happened with throwing shit on the field to get it reversed. I mean, you look like a damn crybaby temper tantrum student body section. That's exactly what you look like. Thank you, I guess. Thank you. But we got to pay $250,000 because of it.
Well, and I see Jake says, Tennessee did it.
Yeah, that doesn't make it. That's classless. Yeah. It doesn't make it any better if someone else does that.
Yeah, I know CB messaged us on the X and sent where Georgia did it, but you know what? It wasn't as high. It wasn't to that magnitude that we saw on Saturday night.
Here's the thing. I don't give a shit who does it. Don't do it. You're Texas. You shouldn't do it. Don't throw shit on the field. It's that simple. I hate how we all get into this thing where we make, oh yeah, but they did this. I don't give a shit. You learned when you were 7 that your brother couldn't do stuff and you can't do it, right? Or your sister did that. I don't give a shit. Have a standard. It's what Sarkeesian's talking about. Have a standard and hold yourself to it. Don't throw objects on your backyard or have a chance to hurt your players. It's stupid. It's classless.
And I had some folks that were like, yeah, but the call was wrong. I'm like, I don't care. I don't care if the call was wrong. I mean, what are you going to do when you go on the road and the call is wrong? Because like we're saying, guarantee you, what's the over under? How many times do we see that? When's college football start this week? Wednesday through Saturday. How many times are people going to do that?
I don't know, but when you know what would suck? You know what would absolutely suck? If Texas got a retro fine for every damn instance that happened. All right, well, you know what, Texas, you started this thing, so you planted the seed. So you know what, we're going to give you a little taste. Here's 10% of the fine for every damn school that does that. That would be awful, absolutely awful.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that whole precedent, it just takes one. It just takes one, and then it becomes the normal. Then it becomes the okay. I mean, it's like when they go tear the goalpost down. I'm not the biggest fan of that either.
Welcome. Yeah, great to have everybody here. Great. Absolutely.
I mean, look, come on. When you turn this show on, we're going to tell you what we're thinking. I mean, it's just.
Oh yeah, I don't hold back. Rodney doesn't hold back either.
It's real life. I mean, that's why it's called chaos theory. But bottom line is Texas loses that game, and seriously, just respond to it. Come out. Hopefully, it's a bitch slap that's going to wake you up, and you realize this isn't something that the Georgia game. Like I said, you can go back. I go back to the Mississippi State game. I mean, you did this before. Sorry to be stuttering over here because I'm thinking too much. But it's like, go fix your problems. Go fix your problems. The goals are in front of you, and you got some hitters coming at you. And now they really want to beat you. You thought Vanderbilt and you thought Florida and A&M and Arkansas, they wanted to beat you before? Shit, now they really want to beat you.
Yep, that's we kind of exhausted Texas and Georgia. Georgia is victorious, rather, 30-15. Yeah, it's going to be up to us to right the ship, of course. Clearly, we'll see if we can do that. We'll see how we respond. We'll see what Vandy's got up their sleeves for us next week. Here we go. And the gauntlet, or I guess the recovery from the gauntlet begins. Or I guess, are we out of the gauntlet? Can we say that we're out of the gauntlet yet until you get past Vandy? Like Vandy's still. I guess Vandy's now the new welcomed addition to this gauntlet, right?
Yeah, man.
After beating Bama, nobody's safe in the SEC. We know that. All right, where do you want to go to next? You want to talk a little baseball? You want to get some F1? You want to go some NFL? We only got about 15 minutes to do so. But before we do that, let me tell you about our friends at Audiovisual Consultations. You wonder how you're going to watch 2 Monday Night Football games at the same time? Well, you do it with Audiovisual Consultations. You give them a call. Tom comes in. He says, oh, do this, do that, do that. Gives you a free consultation, or not a free consultation, but gives you a consult. As a matter of fact, I think there's a deal right now for free consultations and 20% off. So give them a call, 512-255-8678, and go to the website at AVConsultations.com. Look at the gallery of projects that they've done over the past 35 years since 1988. And then maybe you'll get an idea of what you want. Maybe you want the 2 TVs that I have, or you want the trifecta that Rodney has at his house. BK's got 4. BK's got 4, and then he puts them all together and makes a video wall. It's pretty damn crazy, but audiovisual consultations can do it for you. Want to know how you watch 2 games at once? AVConsultations.com. 512-255-8678. That's AVConsultations.com.
That's right. And while you're checking that stuff out, if you want to lay down a little bit of money, if you want to turn those game day snacks into game day stacks, one place to do it, it is busr.ag. They're looking to hook you up. Welcome bonus of up to $2,500. Yes, up to $2,500. busr.ag. Use the promo code TSU Welcome. Make an account, and they will take care of you. If you're watching on YouTube, right below us down there, there's a link. It takes you right to it. It's super simple to do. Limited information. You dive in right there, and you're going to find out right away what kind of bonus you're going to get. And it really is up to $2,500, because that's what I got. I got $2,500 in a bonus when I set mine up. It's busr.ag, promo code TSU Welcome. That's busr.ag, promo code TSU Welcome. Wags, how about some National Football League?
Okay. Sure.
How about your man, Russell Wilson? You texted me last night.
You know what? And as soon as I said that, he starts playing a way,
dude,
way better of a game, too.
I didn't have the heart to text you back and say, what are you talking about? Dude's a stud.
Full transparency here. Last night, I'm be like, man, I guess we got to talk about Wilson and Fields tomorrow, because Fields is still the better quarterback, and they got Wilson in there. Wilson played pretty damn good. Now, you and I agree. He looks slow, right? He's definitely slower than Fields, but I think what Wilson and I thought the broadcasters did a really tremendous job alluding to this too, right? Now, clearly, they're pros, and they're people that have played the game before, but Dungy hit on this. Tony Dungy hit on this, and I thought it's kind of goes back to what we were talking about in the preseason, to where I think the one reason to where Wilson could be reinserted over Fields is because Wilson doesn't hesitate to make throws that Fields does hesitate to. And you started to see that over the past 4 or 5 weeks of football here, where last night Wilson seemingly pulled the trigger where Fields wouldn't make throws, right? It's almost like the Heineke situation, to where Heineke and Hal went back in for Heineke there at Washington. Heineke's a good quarterback. He just wouldn't make through. He was very conservative for the offense, right? And Sam Howell, as you saw that offense of Washington start to kind of take off and sail. Now, Sam Howell still led the league in interceptions, but that offense started to be more productive as he would be more aggressive and start to take chances and make throws. That's the same type of scenario that Wilson gives you, I think, over Fields. Do I think Fields is the better athlete and can extend the play? Absolutely, I do so. But last night, I thought Wilson played tremendous against what experts are heralding as a championship caliber defense, being the New York Jets. New York Jets looked like they only played one half of football, because after the second half of football, they couldn't get anything going. Pittsburgh's defense answered the call, and Pittsburgh's for real. Pittsburgh's absolutely, regardless of the quarterback that's in there. I will be curious to see how long this goes back, or if this does go back and forth. It seems like it's Russell Wilson's team moving forward. I still, in my personal opinion, I still think Justin Fields is the better quarterback.
I totally agree. And I mean, a lot of this is, the Jets are a mess. I mean, it's just the distractions.
But is their defense that bad? Is their defense that much of a mess?
I just think that they're very much like the Dallas Cowboys, to where there's always so many distractions. And I mean, Aaron Rodgers, say what you want to say about that dude, but like seeing him out there last night, he was giddy that he had his dude back with him. He had his main man back out there. But that's just
it. Like they're running away from their identity. I feel like they're a running team, and they're trying to do whatever they can to not be a running team. I mean, Brees Hall should have 100 yards a game, every game, week in, week out. Brees Hall should have 100 yards, and they just neglect it. They go away from it. They try and let Aaron Rodgers walk up and down the damn field with his arm. And that's Rodney. I don't know if the Jets found out yet, but that's just not the way.
No, it's not. I mean, you're adding all the weapons and all right. And, Aaron will still make some nice throws. I mean,
Right.
I have no
strong arm. Yeah.
Yeah, it's his velocity. I have no problem with it, but it's like the other stuff that made Aaron Rodgers really make some really good plays. He can't move like that anymore.
Right.
And like I say, Father Time is undefeated. And I mean, doesn't matter who you put out there. Put Secretariat out there. Put Seattle Slew out there. They can run so fast. But
the discount double check is not double checking anymore.
No, it's not anymore. And that's the problem. And you've got that running back right there. And the Jets are just so. It is. I mean,
they're going every which way. There's no identity. It's kind of what the Longhorns looked like on Saturday, right?
They did.
It was just a shotgun, just like, hey, let's throw shit at the wall and see what sticks. That's kind of what's going on.
Yeah, the Jets are like when you go out in the garage and you're playing darts. It's like, okay, let me see if I can hit the bullseye here. Whatever you want to do right here. And here's the thing with Russell is that you get Russell in there. And I mean, for Mike Tomlin, I mean, this is great timing. You insert that dude back in, that calf is ready to go. You put him in.
I thought it was wild to make the move with a 4-2 ball club, though. Did you not?
I thought it was too. And I think a lot of it was that you were playing the Jets, that they're just so discombobulated, and it's on Sunday Night Football. And oh, by the way, next week the Steelers play the Giants on Monday Night Football. So odds are Russell's going to look pretty good again. But then you go on the road to take on the Commanders. And then the Ravens come to town. If I'm Justin Fields, I'm staying loose, if you know what I mean. I'm staying loose. Wags, and like after watching Miami and everything that's going on with them, where the quarterbacks keep going down, what's going to happen with Tua? My
Tua's
God,
supposed to be practicing this Monday. Tua's supposed to be practicing today.
He's supposed to be coming back, and I'm like, man, if I'm Justin Fields, I'm like, is there any way I can go to Miami? Let me go play over there because I'm going to get to play over there.
Well, it's funny because we were just kind of lobbying for or wondering if Wilson was going to be taking a trek down to Miami and checking out what South Beach was like, but I guess no strings were pulled and nothing was put on the burner there. Wilson's going to stay and Wilson's going to start.
Mm-hmm.
How about that? Two ball games tonight, my dude. 2 ball games tonight. Treated to it for I don't know. This is probably a really bad take. I don't know if I'm a fan of 2 games on Monday night.
I don't mind 2 games on Monday night if one of them is a shitter. Like when you have the one Monday night game that's bad.
Usually we've had a shitter, right?
Yeah, because the whole thing is when they go in and they start making those Monday Night Football schedules, they're doing it from the season before, and that there's going to be somebody in there that's not living up to expectations. But the 2 Monday night, but of course with the Tom McKay setup, I mean it's super easy.
Yeah, you're probably, but that's just it. Like not everybody. This forces you to get the McKay setup. It absolutely does. It forces you to get the Tom McKay setup. So
that should be.
Tom's loving it. Tom is loving it.
That should be the new Tom McKay and Camilla ad right there is that they need to go in and say, hey, 2 Monday Night Football games, we got you set up, because that really is the way to go. But 2 Monday night games. And here's the other thing.
You feeling like we're going to have a stinker tonight, or you feeling like we're going to get blessed with 2 wonderful games? 2 wonderful times?
I mean, I'll take 2. I think Ravens and Buccaneers is going to be good.
Yeah, and Marvin Harrison's going to play too, so I think Arizona's going to have a little bit more of their offense that's going to be productive, and because I mean that Chargers defense can absolutely get nasty when it wants to. I'm excited to see J.K. Dobbins in a primetime, atmosphere to where he can be showcased. And dude, we'll see. I think the Chargers need to figure out their offensive passing attack, right? Like you arguably got one of the most talented arms in the NFL, and it's just being underused. Now, maybe that's just the ideology of Harbaugh moving forward. Maybe he wants to be more of a ground and pound type of team moving forward. But again, I think you're underusing or you're not using Herbert's arm to the extent that it should be used.
A lot of Jim Harbaugh.
Or maybe we got it all figured out, or maybe we got it all wrong with Harbaugh, or not Harbaugh, but Herbert.
Yeah, maybe. It'll be a lot of Jim Harbaugh tonight. I think that'll kind of be the one thing. Looking at some of the other stuff yesterday, the Chiefs undefeated, just keep winning. Nothing flashy.
Only undefeated team left. Vikings fell. That was probably the game of the week.
It was.
Vikings, but I mean, unless we see a crazy performance tonight, I thought Vikings in the Lions yesterday was fantastic. Of course, I only got to see bits and pieces of. Man, I'm oh my god!
Don't say
thank
it.
the Lord. Like I've been on intermittent internet. Like it just keeps sputtering and going out. But shockingly, and I say this because tongue in cheek, because I sit here and just bitched about the Longhorn fan base throwing shit on the field. Well, I kind of threw shit on the field publicly. I called Spectrum out. I did. I called it, and I usually don't do that, right? I usually don't go to like social media and be like, "Hey, dude, what the hell?" But they came out here. The text said the service line was good. There's new equipment. So that shouldn't be faulty either. And I still kept getting drops, like at least 2 or 3 drops within the hour. And it went all weekend long. And after having the shitty weekend that I had the weekend before, where I stayed in bed, basically, I wanted to have a weekend of watching football and being a dude, right? What's better than this? Just dudes being dudes, right? Or guys being dudes. I wanted that type of weekend. And I couldn't get it. My internet kept dropping, man. I got pissed off. I got frustrated and went to social media, called out Spectrum. Sure as shit, Rodney, within a few hours, I ain't had a problem since.
I saw when they responded. Responded.
We really want to help you out. Yeah, you know what? I'm just done.
That was it. When you said I'm done, I'm like, oh, it'll be fixed now. It's going to be fixed now.
Yeah, and I mean, Rodney, within 30 minutes, the light went from red to blue, and it dropped.
Yeah, it's like for years I had a certain cell phone carrier that was kind of evolving, that wasn't the best, and it was like with all the travel that I do out in bumfuck Egypt.
That's a lot. And when you're work from home, you have to rely on your internet,
and it's like my stuff wouldn't work, and I had no contract, and I'd call them all the time, and they would always and by the time it was said and done, my damn cell phone bill was damn near free. So it's like, okay, I can't change, but
hard to leave that.
But yeah, I mean, because that's kind of the go-to right there. Here's the one thing that I took out of with the Chiefs winning again and staying undefeated, and they're not doing it flashy. I mean, they're just winning. Is Dallas plays the 49ers next, and a lot of people are saying, or a lot of people are wondering, oh, what's up with the 49ers?
Season for the 49ers.
I know. It's like people are concerned about the 49ers. Here's my old theory, Wags. Nothing like a get good game than playing the Dallas Cowboys, brother.
Who did you say that to? You said it about the Ravens.
The Ravens. I told you.
The Ravens came out and absolutely they have gotten good.
The Ravens might finally beat the Chiefs, and it's because they played the Cowboys. Packers, Texans.
Ravens got their hands full tonight with the Buccaneers.
Yeah, they do. I think they do. That'd be a good Baker Mayfield, and that's at home, so that'd be a good Baker Mayfield win right there for him. Texans Packers was an entertaining game to watch, and kind of some of that time management at the end of the game. Was that?
What's going on with CJ Stroud? CJ Stroud. I mean, only not that life revolves around fantasy sports, but dude, I only had CJ Stroud only got me 5, not even 6 points yesterday. And that's a quarterback. Quarterback's supposed to get you around 20 to 25 points. Very bottom floor for CJ Stroud. And again, that's an anomaly of a week for him. He usually doesn't perform that low. You're talking about one of the best, highest performing quarterbacks in the league in terms of fantasy last year. But yeah, just wild showing from not just Stroud, but the Texans as well.
I even hate to bring this up because when you talk about fans just being bad, when Deshaun Watson's out there with his ACL blown out and all that,
does karma not?
They're all cheering.
Yeah, I know that kind of sucks. And I thought right. Myles Garrett had it right. You shouldn't be booing people. Hey, look, Karma's gonna get it, right? And he's a shithead. He's an absolute shithead. Yeah, just I go back to Karma. Yeah, I'm not gonna be the dude while he's down. Shithead.
And you got to think. I mean, even though
hey, what's up, Mark? Welcome.
The Browns organization, totally lost their ass on that, and probably the worst trade ever. Don't you know that there's people
they deserve it though, right? You deserve every bit of what you got. If you wanted to make a deal with the devil, that's what happens.
But don't you know that this morning they had their executive meeting this morning, and they're like,
maybe it's a sigh of relief. Maybe perhaps they can now heal and move on. Here's another thing. You want to talk about a front office? You want to talk about a front office that I'd just like to go in and kick the teeth in. And it's not just because it happened again this weekend. No, it is. It is because it happened again this weekend. Saquon Barkley was able to run all over the Giants again. I don't know if you guys took that game in. Yep. Daniel Jones is benched, by the way. So now the Giants can start to heal and move forward. Mr. Mara, kindly please move aside and let me kick the general manager and everybody in the teeth and just fire everybody and get the hell out of the way. Okay. And maybe, you might want to think about, giving up ownership. I walk that back. You keep ownership, but still let's get new blood in here. Okay. Because apparently the moves that we're making aren't the right moves. And I say we reluctantly because I know I've renounced my damn fandom for the New York Giants, but still it's tough to watch. And after going back and seeing Hard Knocks over, and because we needed stuff to watch in the off season, right? And most of us watched Hard Knocks. Going back and seeing how they treated that situation with Saquon Barkley, and then also just how they talked like just so they were just so cavalier with their way about getting rid of him and say, oh, we'll find a new running back, we'll get Singletary on the rip or on a baller on a budget, and not address the needs that we're gonna absolutely have to in the future here, which was Daniel Jones, right? They should have been paying attention to a quarterback, getting their damn succession plan coming in here. I thought you go back to these clips of the GM's son, talking about Jaden Daniels. We should get Jaden Daniels. He's just laying on the couch, picking boogers and shit. Sitting here thinking, oh, with Jaden Daniels, and the son knows more than the damn GM. That's the state of the front office of the Giants, right? There's another front office that I'd like to kick in the teeth. It's the damn Giants front office. Get them all toothless, man. Football brings out some aggression in me, my guy. It does. And the Giants absolutely suck. It's misery watching them. I know that we're both doomsdaying right now with our teams. You being a Dallas guy, me being a Giants guy. But I'd rather watch the Dallas Cowboys than watch the New York Giants, because it's just like it's taking a damn butter knife and turning it into your ribs. It's just slow misery. That's all it is, week in and week out.
Here's a guy to get rid of.
Let's go Drew Lock. Let's go Drew Lock.
I can stand in a zoo and look at them all day long and die laughing. And my dad was in the wild animal.
Oh, my God.
Keep it going, Jerry. Keep talking. Now, see, at least that's entertaining. I guess. Now, that's got to be frustrating as hell, too. Jerry, just get the hell out of the way.
Speaking of eating boogers, did you see Aaron Rodgers eating his boogers on the sideline last night?
No. Are you serious?
Just like picking his nose and eating his boogers.
That's disgusting. Are you serious?
I'm flat ass serious. Yeah. The dude was just kind of sitting there, and the game's going on. He takes a deep, kind of good push right up in there.
Oh,
you kind of see him
God.
Flick
Please
around,
let
and
that be a meme. Please let that be a meme.
I'm going to find it because I think CB sent it to all of us. I think it's on the Twitters is where that is.
That's so gross.
I can't find it today. I'll find it for tomorrow. But yeah, that dude, it's like, but is that surprising with that dude?
Oh God, my nose is itching just thinking about it.
That guy is something else. And
oh man, that's just disgusting.
That's good old Aaron Rodgers, right?
Hey, predictions real quick for Monday Night Football.
I think Tampa Bay is going to sneak up and win this game tonight.
I got that vibe too. Isn't that weird? I got that. I mean, maybe it's because they're at home, but I got that vibe too.
Yeah. I think Tampa Bay. And I'm really curious to see, because now I think we saw last night yesterday with the Lions in the Vikings game. I think that solidified a lot that the Lions, I think, are the best team in the NFC right now. From pound for pound, I think that they're the best. Minnesota's really, really good too. And I think Tampa Bay, if they can win this game tonight, that'll put them kind of in the run right there of the hierarchy, if they're not already there anyway, because Philadelphia can't get their shit together. Dallas can't get their stuff together. I think most of the best teams at this point are in the North. So a Tampa Bay win, I think, would be really, really good for them.
Oh, yeah, it would be absolutely great for them. I just feel like I don't know why I want to give the nod to Baker and company. I just feel like they got the magic for some. Like, I don't have X's and O's lined up to tell you why. I got the vibe that the Buccaneers are just going to win, besides the fact that they're at home. Usually road dogs, quarterbacks tend to throw the ball a lot more when they're on the road, and maybe that's going to be the reasoning why the Ravens, go away from their ground and pound, their rushing attack. And I think that's been a really strong identity for them the past couple of weeks, and maybe they elect to go away with that. Now, here's the thing too, right? Ravens are 2-1 on on the road, so it seems like they've tended. It seems like they've figured it out, whichever way they want to approach the opposition's defense. I just think, them abandoning the ground and pound with Henry is not the way to go, especially against Tampa Bay's defense.
Yeah, I think they've figured that part out. When did they figure it out, by the way?
After the Cowboys.
All right, Wags, here we go. Watch.
Did he? Oh, he. Ew. He did, like, at first. Ew. Is that? Oh no! Never mind. I thought that was a booger. But it's a patch. It's a patch. I thought he absolutely put a booger in there. That's still gross. That's still gross. No, I thought the white thing there was an absolute booger that he moved down in there. But it's not. Now, like, I've seen worse. It's
like one of those things when you have to go potty and you have to go poopy, and you do it, and you have the paper, and somehow the paper breaks, and you kind of whatever down there.
Oh yeah, that's pretty. That's awful.
And why is it that the first reaction is to want to go like this?
I've never had. You know what, man? I've never wanted to smell my own shit.
I haven't either. But it's like it happens, and you look, and it's like the first reaction is to smell it. At least it is for me.
Maybe it's yours. Mine's wash my fucking hand.
Buy 4-ply toilet paper so that shit don't happen.
Gents? How are you all doing?
Hi, guys. You guys got me. Can everybody hear me?
Yeah, man.
We got
it. Good. I was having a little mic issue just now, but I wanted to make sure I sound.
You're a little bit low. You're a little bit low, Jeff.
A little low?
A little bit.
Okay.
Low and slow.
How we doing now, Rodney?
Now, you're cooking with grease now, my friend.
No, that little knob that says volume.
Volume knob. The old gain. Hit that gain sometimes.
What's going on, guys? How was your whole weekend? Good?
Weekend was good. Just gonna talk a little Texas, Georgia today. I'll be honest with everybody. We'll probably not get to Vanderbilt until Tuesday. So.
That's kind of how we were. Did you guys have a good time at Bernie's?
I mean, until Wednesday. My bad.
Nice. Right on. Good time. Jordan, did you have a good time at Bernie's?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah? You know what I'm talking about at Bernie's?
No idea.
Weekend at Bernie's, dude. Weekend at Bernie's. You know what Weekend at Bernie's is?
No, I don't think I want to know either.
Yeah, actually,
it's actually not bad. That's not a bad one.
I'm not setting you up for anything crazy. It's a good 80s. I don't actually. You might not like it because it's 80s, but it's a funny little story about. Well, I don't want to ruin it for you. I'd kind of spoil it if I told you about what happened. But yeah, just look it up. Weekend at Bernie's. It's not porn. It's nothing crazy. I swear.
It's not bad. It's not bad.
It's good. Matter of fact, might have won an award. I don't know.
Yeah. MTV Award.
We are. It's only an hour. Is the award winning?
All right, guys.
Never won any awards, so we don't know anything about that.
Y'all be good. We bid you do.
Take care, guys.
Thank you, Rodney. Thank you, Wags. It's it for the Chaos Theory crew. Thank you to you guys. It's only an hour with Jeff Jordan, and since it's Monday, I'm out a little early. Jordan, let's not beat around the bush. Let's get right into it. Texas loses to Georgia. We're going to talk about that today and tomorrow because, like I said, I'm out of here at the bottom of the hour, and there's plenty of Georgia stuff to get into. I'll just address kind of that elephant in the room right off the bat with the bottle throwing incident and the trash on the field. Look, can we just all agree that it's bad behavior no matter how you slice it? I mean, we can pull up examples of Georgia having done it. And, yeah, look, you can call Kirby Smart a drama queen. Look, at the end of the day, that's a coach trying to protect his players in the heat of the moment. I don't expect Kirby to be pro-Texas at that point. And it's any way you slice it, at no point is it okay to start throwing trash on the field. Be pissed off, boo, whatever you do. You want to cuss in the stands, start the BS chant. I'm not a huge fan of that, but you want to do that? All right, go ahead, cool, whatever. But once you start directly impacting the game in a negative way by throwing trash on the field, we got to draw the line somewhere. So let's just all chalk it up to, hey, it was a bad moment for the student section. Texas got reprimanded by the SEC. I'm sure CDC and Jay Hartzell were very thrilled with that $250,000 fine Texas got yesterday. But that's pretty much all I have to say, Jordan. That just don't. There's a certain level of decorum you have to have as a fan. And once you start throwing trash on the field, that's when you cross that line from passion into ignorance. So that's all I really have to say about it. I don't know if you want to add anything else.
No, no disrespect to you, but honestly, I think you care about it a lot more than I do. Like it's definitely bad. It shouldn't happen. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really have anything else to add to that besides, Texas fans going to be a little bit better with that.
Mm-hmm. I didn't want to spend too much time on that, so let's get it out of the way now. So
yeah, and for me, there's different ways to look at this, right? Obviously, the Texas fan base probably shouldn't have done that, but what ended up happening? They reversed the call, and that brings
now
me to should that if this translates into a bigger problem where SEC teams think if they throw trash on the field, they can reverse calls. And we got a big problem on our hands. But, I mean, in this situation, that was so obviously not a defensive pass interference.
Yeah.
Where it's, you never want to say it's okay for that type of behavior, I guess, from the Texas fans. But I feel like that's about as warranted as it could get. And also with that penalty, it's going to be some interesting talks wherever the SEC headquarters are in this next week, because again, very interesting predicament that they could be in now, considering, the call was reversed after trash was thrown on the field. So
I want to bring up UT Parking has a point here. It says it was a bad look for Texas. By the way, UT Parking, Jose, Jack, Binks, Mark K, Rob, I think CB's in here too. Everybody that's participating in the chat, thank you so much. And if you're just listening to the audio, thank you for being a subscriber to Texas Sports Unfiltered on one of our many platforms. But UT Parking says it was a bad look for Texas, but the refs can't be that bad. When will the refs be fined for such crappy calls? It's crazy. Okay, here's my thing with that, UT Parking. I'm the last part of what you said. I'm an agreeing. I agree with you 1,000%. This is a big moment, Jordan, to your point. This is a big moment for the SEC and how they handled their officials, because that game, and it wasn't the only one. I heard issues with the Tennessee-Alabama game, and there were plenty of games in the league over the weekend where there were just egregious calls that were bad for both teams involved. That game Saturday night rivaled any poorly officiated game I saw during my many years watching the Big 12. And we all like to complain about Big 12 officiating, but it was bad for both sides. I don't think they got a spot right the whole night on either side. I thought the Trevor Etienne play at the end that brought up the 4th and 1 I'm like, okay, how is that not a first down? The targeting calls against Georgia. I'm like, I don't know what you're supposed to do as a defender. I guess you could call targeting every play if you wanted to. There were a couple spots Texas had that I'm like, you're not even going to review the spot on that. Like, you're just going to mark it short. So it was bad all the way around. And what I don't like is, we hold coaches accountable. We hold players accountable. In the case of Texas over the weekend, we're holding athletic departments and universities accountable. Who's holding the officials accountable? That's something I've always had a problem with. So this is a big moment for the SEC to try to make sure this doesn't become something bigger than what it already is.
Yeah. Another thing too, while we're here, again, don't want to okay the behavior from Texas fans on Saturday, but them throwing half-empty beer cans or empty beer cans onto a side of the field where even if they tried, they literally can't hit either team's players or the referees because they're too far away. That's a little different than Tennessee throwing golf balls and full beer bottles and cans, or not bottles. They don't sell bottles in stadiums, but cans at Lane Kiffin and Ole Miss a few years ago and actually trying to hit them. Like, I don't think any Texas fans were trying to hit anyone with what they were throwing. It was reaction to the thing. And again, you don't want to okay that behavior, or, again, you don't want to okay it, but it's a little different than what, other crowds have done, I think. And again, I'm not trying to excuse it, but
right.
That's about as warranted as it'll ever get, throwing stuff on. I don't know.
If they were trying to hit Georgia players, and if the student section was like the Texas offense on Saturday, like the intent was there, but the execution was very lacking and left a lot to be desired. What's the easier thing to talk about from the game is the Texas defense, because when you have that kind of defensive effort, if you'd have told me going into the game, hey, you're going to hold Georgia to 108 yards rushing and Carson Beck is going to throw 3 picks, I'm like, Texas probably wins by 3 touchdowns. But you couldn't, because Kirby Smart and this is what good coaches do, man. We've seen Sark do this in games, and Kirby Smart just won. He won the strategy battle on Saturday. Hey, we've got the better punter. And we trust our defense. And by the way, I've been hyping him up. I've been a big fan of his since he got to Georgia. Not that I should be, I don't get praise for liking a 5-star guy coming out of high school. Dude, a healthy Mykel Williams completely changed the outlook of that defense. Even without Small Mondum, when you can have a healthy Jalen Walker on one side and a healthy Mykel Williams on the other, on top of everything else that was working against the Texas offense, you get what you saw from Texas. That's the end result of that. And Jordan, I don't know how much you got to see of Georgia this year. I have not seen the Georgia front be that active, be that disruptive this year. And it's not that Georgia was athletically or physically superior to Texas. It was a combination of they were about as – and I didn't think Mykel Williams was going to be 100%, but he hasn't looked like that all year. You combine Georgia being at full strength on their edges with the fact that Texas, it seemed like they were just a half step slow offensively the entire night. Dude, it started snowballing, and it just didn't stop on Texas. And it really reminded me of the TCU game 2 years ago, where it just seemed like Sark was just grab bagging in terms of play calls, just trying to find something that worked. Nothing ever really worked, and we got what we got.
Yeah, it felt very TCU-esque. I mean, from the product on the field to Jahdae Barron scoring another touchdown or getting close to it, having another big play. To, I'll say that is Texas kind of having a letdown in front of a really impressive visitor list. It's very similar to the 2022 TCU game. And, it's interesting because, like, how things have changed. This was a game Texas was picked to win over Georgia, who hasn't lost a game to a non-Alabama team since November 2020. We talked about that all last week. And Texas lost this game. And everyone picked them to win, including us, national media, fans, even Georgia fans. A lot of them thought they were losing this game.
The Georgia writers picked Texas.
Hey, at least give props where I think credit is due with Sarkeesian and getting this program to the point it's at, where the Texas fan base is getting this pissed off of a loss to Georgia. But on the same note, you got to win ball games. It doesn't matter who you're playing. And Texas is going to need more from their offensive line. They're going to need more from Quinn Ewers. They're going to need more from their offensive play calling. They're going to need more from a lot of different places to get where this team truly wants to go and where they can go. And, the good news is we're in a 12-team playoff now. They can make it to the playoffs with 1 loss. They can make it to the playoffs with 2 losses. I don't know how much money I'd put on it, but a 3-loss Texas team might be able to weasel into the 12-team playoffs too. So, everything that all the goals that this team wrote down at the beginning of the season, at the offseason, after losing New Orleans in January last year, that's still available and attainable, but they're going to need to figure out a way to get a better product to make sure that that goal continues to be realistic. Quinn Ewers is going to receive the majority of the blame because why? He's the Texas quarterback. Not only is the Texas quarterback, and then in the NIL era, we all know how much these guys are getting paid. And QBs are the highest paid guys there. Now it's really getting increased and I think amplified on them and, them being scapegoated. Could Quinn Ewers have played better? Yes. Could Quinn Ewers have stepped up in the pocket and not gotten sacked? Yes. But let's not act like he gets out of all those sacks if he steps up. Let's not act like the Texas offensive line didn't play their worst game of the season by far. And, as much as I would like to disagree with this, I can't. It's fact. They were outcoached.
Yeah.
And, I think an underlying one thing no one's bringing up, yes, Georgia has 5 stars at the ass in the front 7, probably more than anyone else in college football. And yes, those guys played really well. But not only did they play well, Kirby coached his ass off. Mm-hmm. Like everyone keeps talking about that play where they had 3 down linemen and they walked those 3 backers down in rush 6. I think it was a 3rd and long.
Mm-hmm.
They did stuff like that all night. They had ridiculous blitz packages. Kirby really schemed up a good game. I haven't watched a ton of Georgia this year, but when I have, they were not doing that many different packages, stunts, and just different things at the line of scrimmage. That really confused the Texas O-line. I think communication could have been better. I'm not sure if that's game week prep or what that is. This is a starting line that's now played 7 games in a row together. So, a lot of problems, and sorry for rambling on over. But
no, you're good. You're good.
There's a lot of different things. It's not just one guy's fault, one position room's fault, one position coach's fault, a coordinator's fault. And guess what? They're still 6-1 at a top 5 team in the country. So
it's not, Jordan, I think you've known me long enough now, and we've been doing this show long enough to know I hate when people want to make it an all or nothing deal. Like, Texas can have played a really bad game on Saturday, and quite frankly, in a lot of ways, got stuffed in a locker by Georgia. But that doesn't mean this program sucks or that they're soft or that they're going in the wrong direction. Hey, go look at that Georgia roster. Anybody that was there on Saturday, did y'all watch Georgia warm up? Did y'all see what Kirby Smart put on the field? That's still freaking Georgia. We haven't seen that version of Georgia this year, and they just showed you. What Kirby Smart and Georgia did is what Nick on Saturday. That's what Nick Saban did at Alabama for 17 years. Right when you think like, oh man, it's over. I don't know if they got it. Then it's to borrow a line from Tyler Siskey, who I've become a big fan of his content. It was a drop your nuts kind of performance for Georgia. Like, hey, when we're at full strength and we're locked in and we're focused on kicking your ass, we're still the University of Georgia. We've still got talent. We still got the best coaches in the country. And we'll fight you for 60 minutes and make you wish you hadn't played us on Saturday. That, like that, am I wrong, Jordan? That's what Nick Saban did at Alabama for 17 years.
No, you're not.
And that's what Georgia did on Saturday. And to your point about Texas being outcoached, I agree with you because I felt like offensively for Texas especially, it's really hard for me to find fault with the defense. It really is. Because I want to read you Georgia's average, where Georgia started their drives. Okay, I've got Georgia's drive chart pulled up.
Have you seen how many yards they had to go to score on all their scoring drives?
This is where Georgia started their scoring drives, okay? The Texas 13, touchdown. The Texas 28, field goal. The Texas 34, touchdown. Their own 45, a field goal. The Texas 30, a field goal. And then they had the ball at their own 11. They went 89 yards in 11 plays. Of the 15 drives, let me say that again. Of the 15 drives Georgia had on Saturday, if you're going to tell me the Texas defense wasn't at their best for one of those, which was the 11-play 89-yarder, dude, I'll take that all day, every day. And to hold them to field goals and to only give up 3 touchdowns, look, man, I applaud Texas for that near goal line stand. It's really hard to keep anybody out of the end zone on 4 shots. That's why I was so disappointed last year with the Texas OU game. It's really hard to keep somebody out of the end zone when they got 4 shots from point blank range, let alone if it's Georgia. And at the end of the day, they're going to get one of those. They just got theirs on 4th and goal. So I really, with PK's side of the ball and Terry Joseph as a defensive pass game coordinator and Johnny Nansen, really hard for me to nitpick. The only thing you can nitpick, Jordan, there was maybe, some coverage things where they were lacking a little bit and allowed some 3rd and longs to get converted. And there were some issues with missed tackles. But dude, that's the difference between playing everybody else and having to defend Georgia's athletes in space. You're going to miss some tackles. They're going to get some plays. But I'll take that defensive effort all day, every day. My problem was on the flip side, when you look at how Georgia was able to flip field position in this game and quite frankly just dominated field position, like Thorson, the Georgia punter, might have been the player of the game in this game because I just read
he looked like Texas Bowl Michael Dixon on Saturday.
Yeah. I'll get back to one drive here in just a second, but this is I'll omit this one drive, but this is the Texas drive chart in the first half. They're starting field position. You ready? Mm-hmm. They're on 13, they're on 5, they're on 8, 25, 25, 25, 20. They're having to go the length of the field or worse the entire first half. And especially those drives where they're backed up deep, starting from basically inside your own 20. Dude, you got no chance. You got no chance. Your playbook shrinks. When you're coming off your goal line, whatever script you have, it goes out the window at that point. When you're coming off the goal line, you're just trying to survive at that point in a lot of ways. So the offensive line didn't have their best game. Quinn definitely didn't have his best game. And guess what? Sark didn't have his best game either because there was a lot of long developing pass plays that, how we talked about how do you get Quinn in the rhythm? Get him going with the quick game. Get the ball out of his hand fast. A lot of RPO stuff. Man, it's really hard to do that on the goal line. And I think this is the one really kind of notable deficiency with Texas, I think, right now, aside from Quinn, which we'll have the Quinn conversation all week. The inability to against the best teams in the country, can you line up and run the football consistently when you have to line up and run the football? Like when you're coming off your own goal line, that's a time where you got to try to get it 2.5, 3 yards a pop running the football. I didn't think they couldn't do that.
Yeah, and I mean the final rushing numbers I think are 27 carries for 29 yards, and those numbers are a little bit skewed considering they factor in the sack yardage loss.
Yeah.
But you take out the sack yardage loss, it's still only about 50-something rushing yards, and of the 19 carries, I believe it's 19 of the 19 carries. You want to guess what 3 players they were dispersed amongst? You want to guess?
It's unbelievable to me that this is
Ryan Niblett had a carry.
Mm-hmm.
The other Ryan on offense, Ryan Wingo, had a carry. One other person, Trey Wisner,
at 15.
Guess who didn't have a carry? Jaden Blue. And trust me, I get the Jaden Blue stuff. He fumbled twice for Mississippi State. He deserved to be benched the rest of that game. That's how things work. It doesn't matter how much you're up on your opponent or who you're playing. If you fumble twice, you're done playing the rest of the game. Next week versus OU. Had a bye week, and then the next game versus OU, bit of a quiet game. That was kind of Trey Wisner's "I'm here" moment. I feel like,
yeah.
But guess what? They needed him as a runner. I know he helped in the pass game. I know he caught a touchdown. I know he was really good in that part. But they needed Blue as a runner, and they needed more people to respect the run because when your QB is seeing ghosts, and not one but both your QBs look like they do on the sideline when they cut to them before half. Mm-hmm. And they both just had that look on their face. You need a run game to pull those guys' heads out of their asses because they're out of it at that point. They just are. You're playing Georgia, and they're getting their teeth kicked in. So you need a run game to be better established, get Blue involved. I know Wisner's a guy, maybe the hot hand, feed him. but you need to get Blue, some touches too, running the ball. So that was a big deal for me. I think I wrote that in the roundtable that's coming out soon or already came out. But
it'll be out. It'll be out about 5 o'clock this afternoon. Yeah.
Yeah. And one thing that's really pissing me off, people talking about Kelvin Banks. Man, I know it wasn't his best game by any means. That sack where Quinn Ewers gets sacked in the 1-yard line is not a sack if he steps up in the pocket. That was probably, I think that's the play that's getting shared around the most because it was the most obvious example of Quinn refusing to step up in the pocket. But yeah,
I don't even know if it's refusing Jordan as much as he just, like you said, I think
he doesn't do it.
Yeah, he doesn't. Not just that, but when you're seeing ghosts, which I think that's kind of what it was. Like I've seen a lot of quarterbacks have that look where they just they got happy feet and they're going to bail or whatever out of the pocket. Like, that's where Quinn got at that point in that game. But yeah, to your point, that's not, if you want to judge Kelvin Banks on that one play, then you've missed the entire point of Kelvin Banks' career at this point.
Yeah. Also, you can still have a below average game and go round one. Do people forget that Kelvin Banks locked up Will Anderson as a true freshman? And Will Anderson still went, I think 3 overall, right?
And Tyree Wilson and Will McDonald and Felix Anduka-Azoma and
exactly
everybody they played last year. Dude, Jalen Walker, guess what? Jalen Walker and Michael Williams are going to be top 15 picks. So you got 2 badass dudes going against each other. Yeah, you might lose one every now and then.
Yeah. And, it's interesting because Sark and Kyle Flood and Pequotowski, Kenny Baker, I feel like they've done a really, really good job of building the trenches to be an SEC caliber opponent or an SEC caliber team.
If they
Texas,
if they didn't have that, Jordan, they wouldn't have had that on defense, and they'd have lost by 40 on Saturday.
Oh yeah, but with Texas, they have the look of an SEC team in their front 7 on their O-line.
Yeah.
But what an SEC championship team looks like, what a national championship team out of the SEC conference potentially looks like, is what Georgia rolled out there in their front 7. Texas is really talented. They have a future, probably top 10 pick in Colin Simmons in 3 years from now. And he is arguably giving more per snap than anyone else in the Texas defense is, and he's doing it as a true freshman. They also have Anthony Hill, who was the number 1 linebacker out of high school, will probably be the number 1 linebacker out of college when the draft rolls around. A lot of other pieces, too. They went big, spent a lot of money in the portal. But what Texas wants their front 7 to look like, the players they want their front 7 to look like, is what Georgia rolled out on Saturday.
Yeah.
As much as I hate to admit it, Texas doesn't have a Michael Williams. They don't even got a Smell Munden. And they also don't got a Jalen Walker.
Yeah.
And Georgia had 3 of those guys, and only 2 of them played on Saturday. And this is no shot to Texas. They're younger, and someone made a great point in the comments earlier. Sark's been building this program for 3.5 seasons. Kirby's at year 10, year 9. That's the difference.
So I think it's 8 or 9. But Baron Sorrell played a good game, I thought, Saturday.
Yeah.
That's the Baron. I've seen Alfred Collins play in forever.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm with that. Oh, and before you get out of here, because it is past 11:30, by the way, I want to say there are very few things I disagreed with from the defense, scheme-wise, statistic-wise, how each player played. One of the few things I did disagree with, though, I felt like they took too long to put David Benda in there. I love Leonga Lafau. You'll probably struggle to find a bigger Leonga Lafau fan than me. Yeah. But they needed to stop the run, and Trevor Etienne was, I think, averaging over 10 yards a carry on his first 4 or 5 carries. David Benda with Anthony Hill, that's Texas's best run-stopping linebacker deal, in my opinion, probably statistically as well. I just felt like that could have been brought up earlier. Benda could have been put into the game earlier.
Chip and Eric and I were talking about it in the press box, because we saw Benda running with the ones in pregame and not Lafau. And Chip was like, I wonder what that's all about. I'm like, this is a David Benda game. Like, you're going to need him to give you a certain number of snaps because, Leonga Lafau's seen he didn't play a lot against Michigan, and this Michigan offensive line and run game isn't near what the Georgia offensive line and run game is. And David Benda's seen it. David Benda's been in there against Alabama and K-State and Oklahoma, and name the defense David Benda has seen. Yeah, no, I agree with you. Like, that's why it's good to have quality depth. And Texas has quality depth, but it's not. And I'm not even saying Texas can't go win a national championship this year. They can. Like, we've seen them. They've got the tools to do it. But man, when you're defensive difference makers, and that, Jordan, it's just like this. It's just like we said. We could say this about the Washington game last year. It was said about. We could say it about Saturday. The best players on the Texas roster didn't play as good as the best players on the Georgia roster. Exclude Carson Beck. Talking about the edge rushers, Trevor Etienne, Arian Smith had a big catch. Those guys showed up when they needed to show up.
Yeah. And also, like, no one's talking about it because Texas lost the game. Man, how about Matt Mother effing Golden, man? I thought he was dead when he got hit. I thought he was done for the night. I'm serious. I was like, there's no way he's getting up, and this is going to take less than 2 minutes.
Yeah.
He got his bell rung and was in, I think, the next player to play after. So props to him. Also, did he finish as a leading receiver on Saturday for Texas?
No. Let me hold on. Give me just before I get out of here, I'll give you this. No, Jaden Blue had 7 catches. Golden was your leader in yards, 77.
Got it. Sounds about right. Well, Jeff, I don't want to hold you any longer.
Is Keenan
BK
ready?
in here? Yeah, we got BK. He's going to go to about 11:50, and then we'll have Keenan.
We got the boss stepping in for a little bit. All right.
Oh yeah.
Well, I will. I'll get to the press conference. BK, you doing okay today?
Yeah, man. Texas volleyball beat Georgia. That's the Texas-Georgia game we cared about this weekend, right?
There's the Brad Kellner we all know and love on a not I don't want to say a losing Monday. It's just a not victory Monday.
Yeah, we're good, man.
Hey, at least we didn't have to sit through Cowboys misery this weekend.
That was my first thought after that game went final. Yeah.
You know who I couldn't stop thinking about yesterday? The Cowboys. Because me as a 49ers fan, I started to feel what Cowboys fans must have felt the last decade, where you get a Texas loss Saturday, and it's like, okay, well, at least I got my Niners tomorrow. Who do they have to play? Patrick effing Mahomes.
Good luck with that.
Why?
We'll see you Sunday night, Jordan.
Nah. It was so I fell asleep in the first quarter and woke up in the fourth quarter, and apparently Ayuk had tore his ACL or something. Yeah. I was like, man, can this weekend get any worse? Like, what is going on? And Debo's looking fat as hell. Like,
all right, guys, I got to get rolling. Y'all have a great rest of the show.
We're gonna try. We'll try to have better vibes the second half. But no, did anyone see that photo of Debo Samuel where it's like remember when people were catching photos in certain angles of James Harden and he looked like extremely overweight in a Rockets uniform? Mm-hmm. Same type of energy, except it's NFL. But
yeah, your Niners are banged up, and yeah, it's Niners Cowboys next Sunday night. That's why I brought up Sunday night. That's the game next weekend. So it's a shorthanded bad Cowboys team against an even more shorthanded 49ers team in prime time next weekend. Get ready for that one.
Oh yeah. Thing is, I still think the 49ers will figure out a way to hang like 50 on the Cowboys probably.
Oh yeah.
Shanahan will blow a lead and lose in embarrassing fashion to anyone besides the Dallas Cowboys, I feel like. But, man, shout out Jake Bayless. This one's all time. I haven't seen Deshaun Weinstein yet. That's pretty good. The amount of – I did put it on the screen, Jake. The amount of quote tweets I saw from people quote tweeting the Deshaun Watson injury clip with the Hitler dead photo. Jesus. I mean, say what you want about Deshaun Watson, but karma, eventually.
Yeah, I mean, look, I worked in Houston for a couple of years while Deshaun Watson was the starting quarterback for the Houston Texans. And, I was down there when all of those allegations started coming out, when he got traded, when he served the suspension, just with all of that. And if any of that stuff's true, then I don't think I feel too bad about that guy getting hurt. And I get the Browns players after the game were getting mad at their fans for like cheering when Deshaun Watson got hurt. But, I think it was more of a moral thing than a football thing. Not to say Deshaun has been good as a football player, because he hasn't. But I think it's more of like, we don't have to pretend to like this horrible human being anymore. This is good news for us.
Yeah. Saw this banger yesterday.
Yeah. Twitter. Yeah, It was a pretty gruesome injury, man. I had Red Zone on, and I think they were on that game in real time, and you could just see that Achilles pop. I mean, that is pretty gross.
Yeah.
But if that is going to happen to anybody in the league, I think Deshaun Watson, if you got to pick and choose which guys got hurt, which we don't, I think Deshaun Watson would be the guy that you pick and choose.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. I figure we just, talk a little NFL, talk a little non-University of Texas college football, perhaps. Did you catch any games, or were you just down on campus all day?
No, I caught
UT Georgia.
I caught a lot. I ended up watching the Texas Georgia game at home too, so I was able to watch a lot of the night games on Saturday night, and went back and watched some of the other college games yesterday. It wasn't a super chaotic weekend. Like, only 3 ranked teams lost, and they all lost to ranked teams, right? Texas lost to a ranked team. Michigan, I have no idea why Michigan was ranked, but they lost to a ranked team in Illinois. And obviously Alabama lost to a ranked team in Tennessee. So you had a lot of good games. You had some crazy finishes, but you didn't quite get the chaos we got last weekend this weekend. So not a major shakeup in the AP poll. Obviously, Texas goes from 1 to 5. Georgia goes from 5 to 2. But in terms of like wildness, it was far from the wildest Saturday that we've ever seen in college football.
Yeah, no. By the way, just double checked. Hold on. Did they even play?
Who?
Hold on. Let me check something. I want to make sure I get this correct before I slander them again. Okay, no, they're off. So Boise State had a bye week this week. Oklahoma played, on the other hand. So Oklahoma has now played 7 games, and Ashton Genty's played 6. Ashton Genty still has more yards after contact than Oklahoma has in just regular rushing yards as a team this entire season.
Honestly, Jordan, if you told me Ashton Genty had more rushing yards than Oklahoma has total yards of offense, I would have believed you. Like, I thought you could have thrown in the quarterback yards there too, and it would still be in favor of Genty. That's how bad the OU offense has been.
Well, let me see what he's at right now, because you might actually be correct. I don't think so, though.
Yeah,
I don't think
that
so.
feels insane, right? Because OU.
Yeah, no, he doesn't have that many.
He does
have more rushing yards by 6. He has 16 more rushing yards than Oklahoma has passing yards as an entire team.
There you go.
And again, Oklahoma's played 7 games. Ashton Genty's played 6.
And Ashton Genty has sat out some blowouts. And also Oklahoma has had 2 quarterbacks that they've tried. So both of those dudes combined do not have as many passing yards as Ashton Genty does rush yards. That's why Genty's your Heisman favorite, and that's why Oklahoma just fired its offensive coordinator, I guess.
Yeah. Hey, speaking of Oklahoma, I sent this tweet to Jeff just because it was such a banger. Where is this? Here it is. This is from an Oklahoma fan with the @OKSooners81. He said 17 hours ago, replacing Seth Luttrell with Joe John Finley is like shitting in your pants and changing your shirt.
No way. I actually made that comparison on the show this morning. I had not seen that tweet. I just love that expression when I can use it. That's fantastic.
Well, no, it's true. Oklahoma is in a bad spot. And also of note, where is this tweet? Cool. We want to make sure I get this stat right. This is from Eddie Radosevich, who actually works for another company on 3, but good people, very funny guy. So shout out to him. He is actually a pretty good Twitter follow, probably the best Twitter follow on Oklahoma Twitter if you're a Texas fan. He said, this is 2 hours ago this morning. It's shocking how poor the offensive line play has been at Oklahoma this season. That unit, currently 132nd out of 133 FBS teams in the country, is 132 or 132nd in the country in sacks allowed, including a school record 9 sacks on Saturday. And who is their offensive line coach? Bill Biedenbaugh, who's in year 12 of coaching offensive line at Oklahoma, year 3 of coaching offensive line at Oklahoma under Brent Venables. Is considered one of the top offensive line coaches in the country. But you obviously just heard me read that stat, and they also have 3 transfer offensive linemen starting currently.
That's the most surprising part about OU to me, Jordan. Like I could see them having quarterback troubles. I could see them having running back troubles. And I know, like you said, 3 transfers on the O-line. Like, I guess reason to believe that the O-line was going to maybe take some time to figure it out. But Beatonball's been one of the best O-line coaches in the country since he's been there. Like, I just give that guy the benefit of the doubt. Like, he's going to find a way to get OU's O-line playing really, really well. So, I mean, I didn't have to hear that stat. I've watched them play. Like, that O-line is cheeks right now. And that is the most shocking part of everything that's happening at Oklahoma to me.
Yeah, and like for me, like I talked to someone who's very in the know of things Oklahoma football, and this was like 2 days after the Cotton Bowl. They said there's no way they're not going to hire a new OC this year, and I'm like, okay, what about Beatonball? What about the rest of the offensive staff? Because the running backs coach is DeMarco Murray, but their run game stinks also because the line stinks. My thing is, if you're going to fire a guy who has that many ties to your program as a program legend and DeMarco Murray, you're probably cool with firing Bill Beatonball, even though he's technically probably the greatest O-line coach in program history. On the same note, Joe John Finley is also the tight ends coach. He's now the play caller. He's getting canned at the end of this year. There's no way he can pull anything out of his ass to win them games outside of Maine. They don't have the personnel. They don't have the play calling. They don't have the scheme. It's a mess. So I don't see him surviving. That means a new tight ends coach. Luttrell was the QB's coach. That means they need a new QB's coach. Emmett Jones probably has the best chance of getting retained of anyone on the offensive staff. He's a receivers coach. And it's probably because, it's not his fault the starting 5 receivers are injured and have been injured and had Ricky Pearsall get shot and come back before them. That's not Emmett Jones's fault. Emmett Jones is also Oklahoma's best recruiter in the Dallas area. I don't know if that's actually true. He has the most ties to the Dallas area, I'd say, or at least inner city Dallas, South Dallas, where, prospects are actually coming from, not Carrollton or whatever other north suburbs, right? Emmett Jones has those connections, so he's valuable. So I don't know if he gets canned, but my guy at Oklahoma or covers Oklahoma in the know thinks it's a higher chance than it's not that whatever OC they bring in is not going to bring over an O-line coach in order for Oklahoma to keep beating ball.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, what's the point of this? If you're going to get rid of DeMarco Murray, why don't you just get rid of beating ball and tear the whole thing down offensively? And he's like, well, you make a good point. But at the same time, the reason OU's O-line is so bad, all the Oklahoma fans thinks it's because beating ball sucks at recruiting and didn't want to use NIL. It's not what happened. It's because they didn't have NIL, and they were getting out bagged on all the big recruits. And also, at the tail end of the Lincoln Riley era, he was only given about 2 or 3 scholarships to O-line each cycle, and those guys they were taking stunk because they were that was before NIL. They're giving the under-the-table money to the skill players on offense. That's how Lincoln Riley's always built his teams. And the offensive line suffered. So a lot of the kind of late Lincoln Riley era takes, 2018 through 2020, have either been pushed out or transferred out themselves because they weren't up to par. And the guys that they brought in and landed in the Venables era aren't really up to par for an SEC starting O-line. So that's why it's at the state it's in. And, I wouldn't say it's really beating ball's fault because of the NIL funds and different things that have happened, but you're going to get blamed for that when you're the O-line coach when that stuff happens. So my guy thinks Beatonball has a good chance to come back just because he's Michael Fasusi committed. He is Ryan Foje committed. One's a 5-star offensive tackle. The other one's a top 100 ranked player that's also an offensive tackle. Those are the best 2 tackles they've signed in the Venables era. It's not close. And Michael Fasusi is probably your day 1 starter at either left or right tackle next season at OU. So if they lose Beatonball, they're going to lose those 2 commitments. And that being said, they don't really see them getting rid of Beatonball just because they kind of need Fasusi and Foje that bad.
Do you think Brent Venables even gets to pick, or do you think his hand is going to be forced? Like,
I don't know about that one. That's a hard question to answer.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't know, because you got to think about it. Like, if I'm Venables and I'm in his shoes, I would just want to tear the whole thing down offensively, and I'd probably let Emmett Jones stay, but I'd fire everyone else. And, you really do need Fasusi. You really do need Foje, but I don't know. And also, don't get me wrong. I think he's kind of screwed either way at Oklahoma just because the recruiting class they're bringing in, even with Fasusi and Foja, isn't going to save them or make this team much better next year. So
really sad to hear that, Jordan. Yeah, I mean, that is devastating news that Oklahoma is not going to be a lot better next year. Like that's, man, that really pains me. You know, I'm not rooting for them to have a decade like Texas just had. I'm not rooting for that at all. I hope they figure it out. They deserve it.
Yeah. So I don't know what'll go on, but I'm fascinated to see how things are going to unfold in Norman because it is interesting what's going on.
And I'll leave y'all with this. I mean, you basically referenced it, Jordan, but OU's final 5 games of the season?
They're
at Ole Miss.
With a capital F.
Yeah, at Ole Miss, Maine. I think they'll beat Maine, although I'm gonna do a little research on Maine just to make sure. At Ole Miss, Maine, at Mizzou, home Bama, at LSU. Where are they getting 2 wins there? They need 2, Keenan, to get to a bowl game. They'll beat Maine, maybe.
I see Maine. The rest are tough, man.
I don't know where they're getting win number 2. So, all right.
Not our problem.
Not our problem. Thank God.
But no, also, by the way, Oklahoma's 9 sacks they gave up on Saturday came from 9 different players.
That's great. Good
South
job.
Carolina. Let me adjust my internet real quick. Hang on.
Right.
Yeah, you're all good.
The O and OU stands for Oprah, I guess, right? Everybody gets a sack. That's what they're doing right now.
Jeez. You are on a cold streak, right?
Yeah, dude, I have to have a kid out there somewhere because my dad jokes have just they've gotten worse and worse over the years, and I'd like to think I'm too young to be as unfunny as I am, but apparently that's not the case. That's all.
Yeah, and I don't know. I saw someone talking about Marion as being the Oklahoma OC, but like, man, I don't know. I don't want this to come off bad in any way because I obviously don't. Yeah, I need to choose my words very carefully. I kind of struggle seeing the Oklahoma fan base being super pumped up about hiring Brennan Marion. And a lot of it is just going to boil down to his appearance. And he has a neck tattoo. Are OU fans going to be wild about that and other stuff? And I also think, I don't think that's the main reason, but I think it could be one of the reasons he hasn't landed a bigger gig at this point. And it sucks because he's a good coach. He knows what he's doing. And I think he could be successful at OU. But I would actually be pretty surprised if Oklahoma hires Brennan Marion myself.
A neck tattoo.
I don't know. I've been in Twitter spaces with other fan bases. A lot of Florida fans wanted to hire new coaches. And they brought that up. And I just started thinking, I can't believe I'm listening to Florida fans right now. But they might actually have a point. I hate it, but they might have a point. So I don't know. Okay. I appreciate it, Coach Stop, that people get what I'm trying to say because I ain't trying to come at. I'm a Marion fan. But no. So I don't know what the hire is for Oklahoma. I don't think they can hire internally anymore. I don't think anyone at OU is going to let BV hire internally anymore.
I'm not is there a chance, Jordan, if OU finishes the year 5-7, and it's not just that, if they keep losing the way that they've lost their last 2 weeks to South Carolina and Texas, is there a chance Venables is not making these hires? Or is it 100% set in stone that he's coming back for a year 4?
Honestly, I don't know, there's part of me where it's if I was actually in charge at OU, I would just fire Venables and tear the entire thing down. But at the same point, it's who are you going to hire? And also he's recruited better than Lincoln Riley ever did, on both sides of the ball. That's eventually, I think, going to come into play. But they're going to need to coach those guys up and get them developed, which they haven't really done an amazing job of so far. So I think maybe give him one more year, give him a new offensive staff outside of Emma Jones, bring him back. They need him too much, and the season is by far from his fault. So a lot of different ways they could do it. But, I have no idea who that hire is for Oklahoma in that OC. And also, a lot of people are talking about the quarterback situation at Texas and the moves Sark decided to make early or late into the first half. No one, what is going on in Norman? Jackson Arnold can't redshirt. Who's going to be the quarterback next week or their next game? Very curious. And I mean, yeah, I don't know, but I'll stop talking and we'll get Keenan in here and BK out. But yeah, thanks, BK. Appreciate it, by the way. And Keenan, wrong about Georgia. You're at the game though, right?
Yeah, unfortunately, I was. Unfortunately, I was not a good luck charm for the Longhorns, and I was very wrong about the Georgia Bulldogs. That's a squad, dude. That's a squad and a half.
Fortunately, you were able to acquire a legitimate ticket, even with the result. At least you got a real ticket. But
yeah, that was nice.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know if you want to talk about it, if you just want to go broad range college football or what you want to do.
We're going to talk about it on the next show, but is my connection good? I just switched internet, so is it fine?
Yeah, I think it's good. You're echoing pretty bad. I think there's an echo cancellation option or button on the back end of settings.
Me do that real quick.
But yeah, while we wait, need to hit an ad read because today's show is brought to you by Real Truck, the #1 truck accessory brand in the United States with top-selling upgrades for the ultimate tailgate party, hitch grills, powered coolers, weatherproof awnings, and more. Gear up for football season and bring your truck to life at realtruck.com. Keenan, do you happen to know what happened to the fan who needed CPR in the stands? I saw that and kind of forgot about it until now.
No, I saw that, but I didn't hear what happened. I just saw the video.
Got it. Well, if anyone knows, please comment because I think a lot of Texas fans are actually interested in that. But
that was bad.
Yeah. You catch any other games on Saturday? Did you
I checked the scoreboards and watched some highlights, but I mean, I was at a tailgate most of the day, so I was pretty much locked in thinking this team was going to win the game and all that. But yeah, no, it wasn't. Did not happen, brother. Did not happen at all. They got their ass kicked a little bit. I'm waiting for this guy who is a Georgia fan who was in our comments last week who was talking mad trash. Waiting for him to pop in because I owe him an apology because he was right. His score prediction was wrong, but he did say that Georgia was going to kick Texas ass, and he was right about that.
Hey, you're better than me. I don't give any credit to where credit's due most of the time. But yeah, while we're here, we got a few minutes. Let me read some facts I bookmarked from Twitter.
Yeah.
The team total update. These are 5 teams that have already hit the over for the season. Army, Navy, Vandy, BYU, ULM. Not bad.
Not bad.
You want to guess 4 teams that have already hit the under? I'll give you a hint. All 4 of them are Power 4. One of them has to be pretty damn obvious.
Oklahoma.
No. Way more. I don't know, and I don't care either. But it's an even more obvious thing than OU.
Okay. Florida State.
There you go. I was like, come on, Keenan. Florida State has already hit the under. The Jeff Grimes, who could be maybe called a T word one day by Kansas fans. The Jeff Grimes-led Kansas offense has already hit the under. Kansas has hit the under on the season. Arizona and Auburn. And one thing to me that would have been fascinating, in my opinion, if Jed Fish doesn't leave for Washington, because he runs it back with that entire Arizona roster. They probably hit the portal. Bill Norton and Tio Savea, not that, I think they've really changed this season for Texas by any means, but those guys are probably harder to pluck. And they probably win the Big 12. Where this year it's kind of like their playbook and entire game plan is like, okay, we have this first-round receiver. That's about it.
That's all they got. Fita hasn't been very good either.
Yeah, he hasn't. But I mean, I feel like a part of it is the coaching and also personnel. A lot of different personnel around him. Also, fun fact: Alabama is now number 15 in the AP poll. This is their lowest ranking in the AP poll in over 10 years. You want to guess what year it was? They were last that low.
Oh, wait.
2010.
2010. Okay.
14 years. Also, man, if I have to watch the Peyton Manning thing, shout out Arch. good people, good family. But if I got to see another Peyton Manning, also, like, you have no idea how debilitating it is when the hype train, the Dr. Pepper hype train commercial comes on TV right after Texas goes 3-and-out again, or Quinn Ewers gets his ass taken off or ass knocked off, like Nick Saban said on when game day when he's breaking down that stuff. I mean, that's the thing. I have this bookmark somewhere. But by the way, Quinn Ewers in the first half, they shout out Nash Talks Texas. Quinn Ewers in the first half, after his head was taken off, proceeded to go 1 for 4 for 0 yards, 1 interception, and 2 sacks. And, you know, I get both sides of the argument for, you know, maybe Texas should have kept Archin, maybe Texas should have took Quinn Ewers out. My personal opinion is that I think it was the right move for Arch. Quinn was truly a ghost out there. Now, Arch wasn't much better, but at that point in the game, you need a spark if you want to continue having a chance. And they did have a chance coming out of halftime in the second half. But me personally, I didn't have a huge problem or really any problems with how that situation was handled.
No, me neither.
I think it's still very clear. Who's QB1, who should be QB1, whose team it is. It's because it's Quinn Ewers's. But you know, Saturday's going to be a big deal for me, and potentially that opinion changing on who the Texas quarterback should be. You know, if Quinn Ewers is going to come out and he lays another stinker like he did versus Georgia in that first half, and it continues versus Vandy, and the game's close or they're down, I have no problem with putting Arch in. At that point, you got to win games. I know he's the guy. He's the QB1, but again, you got to win ball games. So hopefully we don't have to get to that bridge. Hopefully he can play a little bit better next week. To where they're not in a close game with Vandy, because I don't really want to deal with that on my message board. But, you know, who knows? We might not get that. I see Joe's waiting. I see Jeff's waiting too. He's back from the press conference.
Yeah,
he's going to do a little bit of quick hitters from the press conference, I guess. What do you got, Jeff?
Yeah, the big news is Andrew Makuba's knee injury is not season ending. So that's huge. He's questionable right now for the Vanderbilt game, but it sounds more like it's doubtful. Like Sark said, look, if he's not ready, we're not going to put him out there because you got this week to sit him out potentially, then the bye week, and then bring him back for the 9th when you play Florida to start that last 4-game run. So the good news is, though, it's not season ending. As far as your safety mix at this point, Sark said to probably expect Jelani McDonald and Mike have to be the starters for the Vanderbilt game. JJR is the guy that's probably, earn the next amount of reps. Didn't mention Xavier Filsaime, so it does sound like Filsaime's probably headed for a red shirt at this point. Also said they've got the ability, Jordan, I don't know how you feel about this. They do have the flexibility if they need to move Jahdae Barron to safety. I think that sounds kind of like the old break glass in case of emergency situation happens. Like if something happens to one of your two starters, then at that point you'd have to move him, because I don't know if you want to throw JJR back there for 40 some odd snaps.
Honestly, I might get yelled at for this. And shout out to those who argued with me on this topic the entire season last year because we changed his position on his profile. Jeff knows what I'm about to say.
Yeah.
If I'm Texas, I'm not moving Ja Thorpe. Say his name correctly. Ja Thorpe Barron to safety. But what I'm doing this week is moving Kobe Black to safety. Maybe not permanently, but at least getting another body back there. He played a lot of offense in high school. He played corner more than any other snap on defense. But I really like the safety projection at times. I think a corner projection is still safe. But if there's any of the corners at Texas that are going to have a chance to potentially develop into an NFL player at safety, Kobe Black or Wardell Mack would be my best bets. And Wardell Mack, a lot of that comes from him primarily playing a quarterback in high school, just like Jelani McDonald played. Mm-hmm. But Wardell Mack is like 6'2" with like a 7-foot wingspan. You kind of want that guy on the line playing corner.
The only other thing of note that came out of the press conference, Sark was asked about a lot. Obviously, there's a lot of Quinn questions, Quinn Ewers related stuff. They're sticking with Quinn. They've got confidence in Quinn. Sark said the main thing they need to do is just continue to express to Quinn that they haven't lost confidence in him, that he's their guy. And anybody that's expecting any kind of quarterback controversy, that's not the current state of affairs on the 40. So Quinn is the guy. How short is the leash? Sark wouldn't say, didn't entertain it, but Quinn's their guy. So I think with quarterback situations, I think we're too quick with the trigger one way or the other. Look, man, I gave, for me, this is just me talking, right? I gave Quinn a mulligan for the Oklahoma game. I'm like, first game back. Everybody knows that's a tough game. That Oklahoma defense is pretty good, even though that team is in shambles right now. I won't say the program, that team is in shambles. Hey, did you get that text I sent you last night? Oh, no, you sent it to me. I sent it to somebody else. Keenan, Joe, how you guys like this? Somebody posted on Twitter after Seth Luttrell got fired and they named Joe John Finley the interim OC. They said replacing Seth with Joe John is like crapping your pants and changing your shirt.
Yeah, I said it earlier with BK.
So I thought that was awesome.
Yeah, it's not going to fix much, I don't think.
But I gave Quinn the mulligan for the OU game. You don't get a mulligan for Saturday against Georgia. He was just bad. There's just no two ways around it. But can he get it back? Yeah, he can get it back. Like, let's not – everybody's real just on edge to just throw the baby out with the bathwater. Like, hey, let's just – he had a bad game. That doesn't mean just Quinn sucks and he's garbage and let's move on to the next guy all of a sudden. Like, let's just give it some time. So
yeah, hey, and I think this will be our closing statement. Yeah.
Hey, real quick, Jordan. The one thing though, because UT Parking mentions it, and take it for what it's worth. I think it's a little gamesmanship. Sark was asked straight up, "Hey, is the oblique injury affecting his performance right now?" Sark said it's not, but I think we can all agree he hadn't looked right since he came back.
Yeah, no doubt.
No, agree with you. Also, a lot of Texas fans are looking at this week's game in Nashville. It's kind of like the way they looked at the Kansas game in the Big 12 for a long time. This Vanderbilt team is not Vanderbilt teams of old. Also, this Vanderbilt team has recruited the state of Texas at a pretty damn good level. They've done a really good job scouting, identifying talent, being early on guys. One of their star players on offense, Cedric Alexander, you must be new to the show if this is going to be a new fact to you, is the all-time leading rusher and leading scorer in Austin ISD football history. Also known as the pride of the East Side, Cedric Alexander is an Austin LBJ Jaguar. So there might actually only be one LBJ Jaguar on the field on Saturday, considering Drew McCoupen might sit out, but probably going to be a pretty cool moment pregame for Jamal Fenner, considering, he coached both those kids. So just something to think about. This is not the Vanderbilt teams of old. I don't really think you can call it a trap game considering Texas lost on Saturday, but I would kind of call this a trap game.
Vanderbilt's ranked in the AP poll, by the way. I don't know if anybody noticed that, but yeah, that's a ranked Vanderbilt team. It's not a trap game. There is no road game in the SEC that's a trap game. Dude,
and I forgot they were ranked, so then it can't be a trap game, but still.
Okay, A&M going to Starkville and winning. Is Mississippi State good? No, we all saw that. But, dude, if you're an Aggie fan, don't apologize for your team going on the road and winning a road game in the SEC by double digits. Like, that's a good win. That's a good win. No, nothing is a gimme on the road. And, by the way, dude, if you – look out for this team beat Alabama a couple weeks ago. Maybe this isn't the Alabama team we've seen for the last, 15, 16 years. They still beat Alabama. Vanderbilt beat Alabama. So, yeah, this is not Big Brothers Alabama. I mean, Big Brothers. It's not your Big Brothers Alabama. It's definitely not your Big Brothers Vanderbilt either. So
and I don't care that Vanderbilt only beat Ball State by 10. This is a good football team. They're going to have a close game with Texas. But nonetheless – we're going to let Keenan and Joe take it. We will see y'all tomorrow. You'll have a great Monday.
Joe has your full recap of that Vanderbilt Georgia State game from like 5 weeks ago. So
somewhere.
Damn right. Yeah. All right, boys. We'll see y'all. Appreciate it.
Peace out, guys. Joe. Welcome to False Start. I know. Welcome to False Start. I'm Keenan Womack. He's Joe Londergan. We're here on the first non-victory Monday of the season, Joe. Texas got its ass kicked a little bit on Saturday. I was at the game, and that Georgia team, pretty good. Pretty good team they got there in Georgia. The defensive line is really, really good. The linebackers are really, really good. Even though they were down a linebacker, they were still really good. The corners were better than I thought. Look, this Texas defense is still really good. Okay. I think we can say that. This Texas defense is good. This Texas offensive line is not as good as we thought. Maybe Jalen Walker for Georgia he made himself a lot of money on Saturday. I think it's fair to say that. He looks like a first-round draft pick, top 10 draft pick. I'm waiting for the guy who was talking trash to us on last Monday to come back on and claim his, because I'm just going to give it to him because he was right. He didn't have the score right, but he had the general idea right. I think he underestimated Texas defense, but he had everything else right, man. This Texas offense barely moved the ball. When they did, it was off of turnovers, off of Carson Beck interceptions. There was a lot of problems with Texas in this game. Specifically, the offensive line got their ass kicked the entire night. It was a pretty brutal performance from Quinn Ewers. He had a rough night, so bad that they swapped Arch in just to get a spark, and he had a scramble, and that was about the longest play I think that was the longest play for the offense in the entire first half. They had the ball in Georgia territory a couple times off of turnovers, did nothing with it. And their average starting field position was like their 20, and Georgia's was like their 40. The special teams weren't great. It was an ass kicking, Joe. What did you see?
Yeah, I mean, I've made the joke before, but just on Arch's performance, like seeing a Manning with this kind of running ability is still weird. It doesn't sit right with me. I feel like we're like in some kind of weird parallel universe. But anyway, yeah, the moment that I saw that strip sack of Ewers like deep in Texas's own territory, that was the moment with how hard he hit where I was like, this isn't going to end well for Texas, unfortunately. I mean, to your point, Georgia's defensive line is fantastic. They've got multiple, NFL dudes on there. I think I don't think there's one specific thing that did Texas in this one. But to me, it's clear that, that inability to win those matchups at the line of scrimmage played a significant role. I mean, you can't go 2 of 15 on third down against a top 5 team and expect things to go your way. I obviously Ewers did not play up to, the expectations I would think he has for himself. But also I think you can give part of that credit to the fact that, he was waiting for a bus to hit him at any given moment, like especially for the first part of that game. The other thing I think that's got to be, frustrating for Texas fans is that the secondary actually made some plays. Like that was a pretty decent game by Texas secondary, all things considered. 3 interceptions, and especially impressive considering the injuries that group has dealt with over the last couple of weeks. I know they were out their starting safety in this one as well. And, it goes to show how badly Texas lost the field position battle, especially in the first half. I think throughout this entire game, they only started 2 or 3 drives in Georgia territory. Like that's not great.
Yeah. Yeah. And when you turn a team over that many times and get, in the first half, they intercepted back a couple of times and they did nothing with it. Did absolutely nothing with it. Did not score. Did not even get a field goal. It was 23-0 at the half. I was at the game. Felt like a damn funeral in there. It was rough. It was not great. Chris Bennett poses a good question. If Sark pulls Quinn as an Arch's team the rest of the season, I mean, I don't see that happening in this Vanderbilt game. I still think Texas wins at Vanderbilt. I don't think it will be a blowout by any means, even if they're mad. Vanderbilt's a decent team at least. Diego Pavia is going to pose some problems, but the reason I feel better about Vanderbilt is they don't have the defensive front that Georgia has, right? Like this offensive line is not as good as we thought, but it's better than probably Vanderbilt's defensive front is. Diego Pavia is a hell of a player, but this Texas defense is still really good, man. And I guess the main question I had coming out of this game after losing the way they did was, what is the ceiling of this team now? Like, what do we think is the ceiling of this team after that kind of performance? After getting, I mean, they got dog walked at home. I know the final score was 30-15, but if Texas defense wasn't really, really good, this would have been a 45-10 type of game. It really would have been. Yeah. It would have been the same prediction we got from Spiffy McGee, wherever that guy is. He must be off celebrating somewhere. But
if you say his name 3 times, he actually appears.
He appears in the window. He's going to show up right behind me in this. He's going to pop up behind me in this. Yeah, that's how it goes, right? I think that it's really, really important to think about the ceiling of this team now. Like, how many of these games are wins do we know? You know what I mean? We saw Arkansas take down Tennessee at home. Now, Tennessee and Texas, I don't know who's better. I really don't at this point. I think Texas is probably better, but Jake Bayless says he's working the afternoon shift at McDonald's.
So did he just skip last week then? Then what happened? Was someone just missed?
He was off. It was a different day. He took a shift off.
Is that, man, that's why my McDouble at McDonald's last week was so good, because he wasn't working.
He's not very good at his job. But for real, the ceiling of this team is in question now, I think. I don't know that this is a national title team with Ewers, playing the way he did. Now, how much of that was due to the Georgia defense just being really, really good, and how much of that is due to Ewers struggling? I feel like coming back from that oblique injury, he just hasn't looked right. He didn't really look right against Oklahoma. He had, I think, 200 passing yards in that game, and Texas defense dominated that game. And Texas defense was really good in this game too. But when you turn the ball over 4 times, 3 of which were on strip sacks, and then the interception was terrible. It was a terrible interception that gave Georgia the ball at like the 15 or something, or the 20. I can't remember exactly where it was, but that strip sack was, the 3 strip sacks is inexcusable for an offensive line. I just think, like, if you're going to go out there and try to beat Georgia, you have to protect your quarterback. And now Ewers wasn't doing them any favors either, right? He was holding onto the ball too long. He was not stepping up in the pocket. He was like, there were a couple sacks that like weren't really the offensive line's fault completely, but these receivers, I was there, so I was watching the receivers. They weren't getting a ton of separation, and when they were, he couldn't get the ball to them. Isaiah Bond had 2 catches this entire game, the touchdown and the 2-point conversion. I don't think he had a catch other than those 2 plays. So I don't know. What do you think the ceiling of this team is now?
The SEC, there's no easy weeks, right? Obviously this Vanderbilt team coming up is a team that they absolutely should beat. To your point, Diego Pavia is very good. You have to keep contain on him, and you have to get him down. I think that's kind of the thing with him versus a lot of other quarterbacks. I think there's a lot of the very high level quarterbacks are a little more willing to give themselves up. Once they kind of, make contact with the defender, they have that wherewithal to be like, all right, I'm not going to power through this. I need to, protect the ball, take the sack, and go down. Pavia doesn't really do that. Like, he's going to try to, get yards after contact, even if he's 5-6 yards behind his own line of scrimmage. That's just his mentality. It's not a bad thing, but I think it's also something that if you have a defense that's particularly adept at going in and trying to strip the ball, it can be an issue if you're Pavia or Vanderbilt. But I think that's all that to say. I think Texas just has to finish tackles when they get him, because he's not going to go down on that first bit of contact like a lot of quarterbacks do. And also, Vanderbilt, Jeff kind of hinted at it a little bit. They, against this Ball State team this past week, that game was way closer than it should have been. Like, Vanderbilt should have just dogged. Ball State's terrible this year. So they should have dog walked them, and it ended up being, I think they ended up needing a couple late scores to really kind of put some distance there. And to your point, like, this is and to the other thing that Jeff said, this is a Vanderbilt team that lost to a pretty bad Georgia State team this year. So you don't know which one they're going to get. Obviously, it's a better team than Vanderbilt's had in years. But if Texas comes out and like plays the way that they can, and Vanderbilt is, still celebrating that Alabama win, which I kind of got the feeling that's what they were doing in this last game against Ball State, then they'll be in good shape. As far as the rest of the season goes, I think after the Vanderbilt game, you have 3 games that should absolutely be wins. A bad Florida team, an Arkansas team that, to your point, beat Tennessee, but I think Texas is just a better all-around team, but not if they play the way that they did this past week. Kentucky has some good players around the field a little bit, but super inconsistent. And then obviously the A&M one at the end of the season is a huge one. And then obviously this one brings up the question of what happens if they meet Georgia again in the SEC championship game if they get there. So
that's sort of my takeaway. Was like after this game, I was like, this isn't a game where Texas kept shooting themselves in the foot necessarily. Like Georgia just physically dominated this game. And that's what concerns me about if they play again. Is like, can Texas beat this team? I don't know. I don't know that they can beat this team. That was my concern. My whole thought was if they lose a close game, season's fine. But if they get dog walked, it's kind of a problem because you're going to have to run into this team again. Now, in the 12-team playoff, you might get lucky and avoid them or whatever. But, I mean, at this point, like, I'm very concerned about at Arkansas because they have Lance Jackson, who's an elite defensive end for them. That guy's been really, really good for them this year. His brother's actually committed to Texas right now. Kentucky has Deion Walker, who's a top 10 pick. I think top 15 pick in the NFL draft at defensive line. Florida should be a win at home. I'm not too concerned about that game, but the rest of these games after that physical domination by Georgia, I'm not nearly as confident in the rest of these games as I was going in. Again, if they'd have lost 34-27, I would be very confident that this team can win a national championship. But after getting just physically whipped like that, I don't know what the ceiling is anymore. And like, that's concerning to me.
Yeah, it's valid. This Texas team is still a playoff team. Don't get me wrong, especially if they win out the regular season. But yeah, I mean, again, it's kind of goes without saying, getting to the SEC championship game gets you in the playoff. So I don't think that part is concerning. It's just what happens if A, they run into Georgia again in the SEC championship game. B, are they going to be able to stay, healthy enough and keep all these key pieces, in good enough shape that the win over Texas A&M goes the way that they want it to, or the game against Texas A&M ends in a win, I should say. And then who do they meet in the playoff? Because, obviously you look at the top 5 and there are some very good ball clubs.
Yeah. Yeah. And, if they end up being the 5 seed or whatever, say they do win out, they lose the SEC championship game to Georgia again or whatever. They'd probably be, well, I don't know. They already have a loss. So we'll see who ends up being the 5 seed overall, because I feel like all these SEC teams are going to beat up on each other. Maybe somebody gets lucky and gets a 5 seed. Maybe it's Oregon. Maybe it's Ohio State. Maybe it's one of those teams. I think Sam raises a good point here. Is Quinn well enough to play at a championship level? I think it's fair to say that oblique injury is still bothering him. And like you said, dude, he was seeing ghosts out there because he was getting destroyed. That first strip sack, he got destroyed on that play. I mean, I forget who came off the edge for Georgia, but he was completely unblocked. Like, came in, like you said, like a bus. It's like he got hit by a car. That's probably the equivalent of what it was like, getting hit by a car going 20 miles an hour. Like, just the speed and the angle and all that. Fumbles the ball. Georgia scores a touchdown. It's 14-0 all of a sudden. And what's crazy is, like, if Georgia had only scored 14 points, they probably still could have won the game. I feel like they could have held the Texas offense, if they had to fewer than that, because Ewers could not get the ball down the field, man. Neither could Arch. None of those guys could get the ball down the field. These receivers were not getting separation against a secondary that was maligned coming into this game. Oh, their secondary can be had. It doesn't really matter if their secondary can be had if your quarterback is getting drilled like that every time. If he's seeing ghosts, because that pick he threw was awful. I mean, it was into double coverage on the perimeter. It was a terrible throw. And, Jake Bayless raises a good point too. Quintravian Wisner's drop set a tone for the offense. I agree with that. That was really bad. It was just a really, really poor performance from the offense. They really haven't they didn't show in this game at all that they're a championship level offense. And we do have to give some credit to the defense though, man. They forced 3 turnovers, 3 picks. Jahdae Barron is a stud. That dude is an awesome player. He made himself some money despite the loss. The other thing that I was thinking about, and this is a less X's and O's deal. This is more of just a culture deal. There were a lot of celebrities on the sideline for this game. That's just not, I don't know that that's a good precedent to be setting. I feel like that's like not focusing. This is a big recruiting weekend. You go out there, you have Devin Booker and KD and rappers and stuff on the sideline. And it's like, I don't know, man. Maybe you should be a little more focused. I'm not saying that's on Sark or anything. I'm just saying, like, in general, it's like maybe focus on winning the game first and we'll hang out with the celebrities after.
I hear you. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, they've been around, Texas games and on the sideline quite a bit these last 2 seasons at least, right? At least like, the McConaughey's and all those folks of the world. Or was it just amplified because it was the Georgia game?
I think there were more than typically. I mean, like McConaughey's always there, but there were a ton of dudes on the sideline that were, Also Ted Cruz was there, so that didn't help. That never helps in your games. That guy, not talking politics at all, but like his record at Texas sporting events is like he like 20%. It's just the Astros, U of H, Baylor, Texas, whoever it is, A&M, like they just lose those games every time. So,
It reminds me of I was just gonna say it reminds me of Kentucky basketball when they play and they're like, we have Ashley Judd on our sidelines, and I'm like, is that what qualifies as a celebrity? But okay, sure.
Yeah, it's not exactly having Drake on the sideline, although they did have Drake for a game, I believe.
Does not mean the same thing in 2024.
After Kendrick killed him. Let's look forward to some of these other Texas games. So we got Vanderbilt on the schedule. After we talk about Vanderbilt, I'm going to run an ad read. But you probably know more about Vanderbilt than I do. What are some things they do defensively that you think could give Texas trouble?
I will say defense is not the best part of their game. I think they're still kind of figuring themselves out in that regard. But, I think they've done a pretty good job of just limiting what teams are able to do throwing the ball, which is good to see. Obviously, in that Alabama win, they held Jalen Milroe to like an okay game. But, I think in that linebacking core, especially, you kind of see guys just play good, like fundamentally sound football. I don't think it's anything like particularly super concerning in that department, but like, yeah, that's kind of the main thing that I think you need to watch out for. They're still allowing like 33 points per game, 27 total touchdowns. The third down efficiency isn't awesome in terms of like getting the opposing offense off the field. So I think that's the biggest thing you need to see like Texas improve upon in this game is like executing on third down. Like I said, what was it? 2 of 15. 2 of 15. Yeah, exactly. You can't do that against anybody. But I think if there's an emphasis on like, I think most coordinators call third and fourth downs money downs. Like if you execute on money downs against Vanderbilt and again keep that offense off the field, then you'll be okay because that Vandy offense can eat up some clock too.
Yeah. So does Vanderbilt run the ball well also, or is it just kind of the Diego Pavia show?
They're okay. It is like Pavia is a huge part of their offense, obviously, but like Cedric Alexander's had a good start to the season. He's also averaging 4 yards per carry. They've 3 different guys averaging over 4 yards per carry, which, you got to be pretty happy with that if you're an offensive coordinator. And, I think the thing that's impressed me the most about Pavia so far this year is just the overall, accuracy or just lack of turnovers. Anyway, he's only had, 1 interception. He has taken 11 sacks, though, which I think is kind of, like I said, something he's got to watch out for. I don't think his decision-making as a quarterback isn't awesome, but, like, I think the thing that's gotten him this far in college football is like the effort. Like he doesn't go down on first contact, which helps as a runner, not necessarily as a passer. That's kind of the biggest thing. Like he's not going to just let a play die. He's going to, look for look in every nook and cranny to try to find some sort of positive play. And sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah, I think, with Texas, I feel like if I were a Texas fan, speaking from a fan perspective right now, I would be more scared of teams that muddy things up versus teams that score a lot of points. Because I think this Texas defense can hang with anybody offensively. Like, I think they can hang with any offense. I think they can keep you in any game. It's the teams that sack the quarterback, that force turnovers, that do the things that Georgia does well. Those are the things that I think are Texas' weakness. Is like, if you can get to Ewers and bother him, he'll throw picks. He'll fumble the ball if you hit him as hard as Georgia was hitting him. So that's why games like Kentucky worry me more than this game, because Vanderbilt doesn't have this like complete shutdown defense that's going to make things hell for Ewers. They can score points. They probably will score points. I'm not writing this off as an easy W. I'm not saying that. I think they will win, but I don't think it's going to be super easy. I feel like this will be a close game for probably the first three quarters. Maybe Texas wins by 10 or 13. But games like at Arkansas and at home versus Kentucky make me nervous, because those teams muddy things up. They make things difficult, and they play low scoring. They win low scoring games. And Arkansas a few years ago, if you saw that game, now there's no DNA basically tying this team to that team of a few years ago. There's a few players left over, but that was another game where Texas got physically whipped. They got their ass kicked. I think they lost like 41-20 or something like that. 41-21, I think was the final score of that game. And that crowd is going to be insane for Arkansas. I remember them saying it at the game last year or a few years ago. These fans hate Texas more than they like themselves. And you saw how rowdy that crowd got, even for LSU. I know they lost, but even for LSU, for Tennessee, that crowd was nuts. And I think that noise can affect an offense. And I think when you have a defense that can muddy things up the way that Arkansas does, I think that crowd can play a factor. If you turn them over early, Arkansas gets up 7-0, Arkansas gets up 10-0. I think you're in a whole different situation than you are if Texas gets the lead first.
Yeah. Just to correct myself real quick on Vanderbilt, they're allowing 22 points per game. They're scoring 33 points per game. So I was just looking at the wrong column in my notes here. But
yeah, no worries.
Something else that Vanderbilt does particularly well through these first few weeks is converting turnovers into points. 37 points off turnovers so far this season, which is, quite good, and especially by, SEC standards.
All right, I'm going to do play an ad real quick, and we can get back into it. So if you're looking for a new car, in the market for a new vehicle, check out our friends over at Covert Bee Cave. Go ahead and give them a listen right here.
It's really a family experience. I walked in the showroom today and everybody greeted me by name. How are you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience, one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
All right, so I'm looking a little bit at Kentucky's football schedule right now. They got worked by Florida, which is weird because Florida's not very good. That doesn't mean that I'm not worried about Kentucky, though, because Kentucky is the most inconsistent team I've ever seen. I don't think I've ever seen a team this inconsistent in my life. But when they get up for games, they're kind of a problem. Of these games, other than Texas A&M coming up, which do you see as the biggest challenge to Texas of these four games?
Yeah, so far I think it's Arkansas, right? I think like a lot of the SEC this year, for whatever reason, inconsistency has been an issue for them. However, I really like a lot of the pieces that they have on offense, and I think having a quarterback that is as exceptionally mobile as Taylon Green gives them something to work around for sure. And I think it's another opponent where Texas really can't afford to break contain on somebody like that. And he's not the most gifted passer in the world, Taylon Green, but he's gotten exponentially better and just seems to look a little bit more comfortable, each week or whatever. I think if, I can't speak to the coaching that he got in, like Boise State's old system or whatever. But if he had looked this comfortable earlier in his career, I think there'd be a lot more, hyperbole around what his ceiling is. But yeah, I think, with Arkansas and some of the things that he has done, or some of the things that Arkansas has done, some of the games they've played. I mean, they had their moments against this LSU team this past week. Obviously it was a loss for them, but still had some good moments offensively. And, the Tennessee win just obviously jumps out on their resume. So I don't think any of these games are ones that you can necessarily, put in the cakewalk category or anything like that. But I think this Arkansas team is one that you especially have to, be ready for, especially on the defensive side of the ball.
Whoops. Yeah, I mean, LSU kicked their ass, which I won't lie, I did predict that. Everybody was saying Arkansas was going to upset LSU. I think LSU's very much in the running to win the SEC still. Georgia seems like the favorite right now, but LSU's quarterback play has vastly improved since the beginning of the season. Garrett Nussmeier's been really good as of late. He was really good against Ole Miss. He was really good against Arkansas. Their defense has figured some things out. I think, what's his name? Who's the guy from Missouri that's their DC now? Forget his name, but he's done a really good job. Bo Davis is their defensive line coach now. He's doing a great job. I've say this every year about LSU. They're just not a team you can count out. They always have a ton of talent, bunch of in-state talent. There's immense pressure on those kids in-state to go to LSU and play for LSU. So it makes sense that they would be so competitive every year. And, Arkansas has Mississippi State. I was thinking about LSU. I was thinking about Arkansas still. But, I think Texas doesn't have to play LSU this year, but that's a game I could see being really tough for Texas because Nussmeier's a good quarterback. They have a good defense that harasses quarterbacks. They harass Taylon Green the whole game. Again, it's funny because all these teams that Texas is playing had pretty poor performances on this Saturday. I mean, Texas included. A&M, though, they played Mississippi State on the road. It wasn't a blowout. I wouldn't say they barely won, but it was closer probably than they would have liked. But A&M's a good team, dude. Like, A&M is a really physical defense. I've been saying all year they have a great defense. They have a great running back in Le'Veon Moss. Connor Wigman has figured a lot of things out. I think he's a much better player than he was at the beginning of the year. Blake Baker, thank you, Jake. That's the LSU defensive coordinator from Missouri. I think that this A&M game could be a major determinant of who goes to the SEC championship game because A&M is undefeated in conference. They do have – that is a good point. They don't have a great defensive backfield, but their front seven is really, really good. I know Torian York hasn't put up crazy numbers, but he's been good. Nick Scorton's been a stud. That guy is a top 15 pick in the NFL draft, it feels like to me. Do you think that this Texas A&M game will be a determinant if it goes to the SEC championship?
It definitely, I think there's definitely potential there. Because obviously A&M's 14. What's their record at the moment?
They have one loss to Notre Dame. They've won every other game they've played.
Yeah, and I mean, I think if you played that Notre Dame game like this week, Texas A&M would win, right? Like that's how much I think they've improved, and Notre Dame is they've figured it out in recent weeks, but they definitely don't look as good as they did in that first win. But anyway, Yeah, I think if they can get to that last week of the season and both, maintain that one loss spot that both Texas and Texas A&M are in, then I think that's going to be the determinant of who gets that last spot in the SEC championship game, because Alabama already has 2 losses.
Yeah. I also think LSU. Wait, Alabama has 2 losses. They lost to Vanderbilt. Who else did they lose to?
Tennessee.
I think they only have 1 loss. Oh shoot, they did lose to Tennessee. Duh, I forgot. Yeah. That was on while I was at the stadium. I completely forgot. Yeah.
Sure.
So LSU plays A&M this week. It's going to be a hell of a game. It's in College Station. So SD says we need everything to be on the line. Aggie will choke if they have something to play for. UT Parking says A&M is better than LSU this year, but the game being in College Station does make a difference. He says A&M 27, LSU 24. Jake says they'll F it up like always. And SD says they're dangerous if they have nothing to lose. It's in their DNA. What do you think about this LSU A&M matchup, and who do you think is going to come out on top?
I think the point about it being in College Station is very valid, both because Texas A&M, does a great job of creating that home field advantage. Also, for whatever reason, LSU always seems to have a ton of problems playing games that are not in Baton Rouge, right? I mean, we saw that against, USC in that neutral site game in Vegas at the start of this season. I don't know what it is, but LSU in these negatively, these bad games that people are going to associate with Brian Kelly's tenure at LSU, regardless of how well he does, unfortunately, are that's what's going to come to mind. So I think the fact that they play in College Station definitely gives Texas A&M some kind of advantage, and it's got to make you a little bit nervous if you're an LSU fan.
Yeah, A&M is favored in this game by 3 points, Joe. 7:30 kick on ABC. I guess that's 7:30 Eastern. So 6:30 Central. We got some interesting games this week in the SEC. Not necessarily from a competitive standpoint, but just from I'm curious how it's going to go. So Oklahoma has to travel to the Grove and play Ole Miss. They are 20-point underdogs, Joe. I cannot remember the last time an Oklahoma team was a 20-point underdog. It's been a long time.
Yeah, it has. This is an Ole Miss team rather that's fighting for their playoff life, which is a situation I did not think they would necessarily find themselves in, but the last couple of weeks have not gone their way. So I would be shocked if this was the game where they really just flushed it away from Ole Miss's standpoint. I don't know about 30 points given the way that they've played this past season, unless Lane Kiffin is just okay. I don't see it being, all right. I can kind of see it being in that 17, 18 point range, somewhere in there. I think if they get on a good streak early, then Kiffin's just going to try to, run up the score and work out some demons. Alabama, Missouri is interesting. I think Bama desperately needs a win. I think, Missouri, they're not what we thought they would be by any means, but I think you got to give them a little credit for grinding out that Auburn win this past week. Just because it's tough to win when there's that kind of pressure on you, and when Brady Cook's dealing with some injuries and that sort of thing. And then we talked about LSU, A&M. We talked about Texas Vanderbilt. I think that's the full slate basically this week. Oklahoma, Ole Miss, I think it's gonna be fun. Yeah.
I mean, as far as Ole Miss goes, though, I predicted Ole Miss to make the SEC championship game this year. That's not going to happen. They already have 2 losses. I mean, unless some insane chaos breaks out, I don't see that happening. But I do think Ole Miss is a dangerous team. And I do think if they win out, which I don't know that they will, but if they win out, they finish with 2 losses, they'll make the playoff in some capacity, I would think. Again, I don't know that they will. And I do think, Oklahoma's hapless. They're in their Charlie Strong era, as we've been saying. I think they're about to lose some recruits. I think they're in real trouble. They just fired their offensive coordinator at like Jeff Howe said, they fired the offensive coordinator, replaced him with another guy who's on the same staff. And like he said, that's like crapping your pants and changing your shirt. So I don't know how much better they're going to be on the offensive end. I think that the problem is they just have a young quarterback and they don't have a line to protect him. They've looked in every game the way Texas looked against Georgia. They've looked like that in like every game they've played. They've just really struggled to protect Michael Hawkins Jr. I think they went back to Jackson Arnold at one point in that game against South Carolina, and that didn't work either. So in general, where do you think Oklahoma is as a program right now? Where do you think they're headed? What do you think their first move should be this offseason?
Oh man, they're definitely not in a good spot. I mean, I don't think Venables gets fired this year unless they just lose out. And even then, I think it's 50-50. But yeah, I mean, I think first of all, you got to kind of reevaluate some of those, positions on the offensive side of the ball from a transfer portal standpoint of like, where do you need to shore up? I think in these last few years, I think a huge part of their success has been they've had exemplary quarterback play, right? I mean, think about all the best Oklahoma teams you've ever had. There's never been, at least in the last, 15 years or so, where there's been a really good Oklahoma team that hasn't had, a quarterback that has been in, serious consideration for major awards at the end of the season, right? Dylan Gabriel, Caleb Williams when he was, first starting.
Kyler Murray, Baker Mayfield,
right?
Jalen
Exactly.
Hurts.
There you go. Like they've it's not all on the quarterback at this point, but I think if you don't have a quarterback that is, to put it in like video game terms, in like in the 90s as an overall rating type of guy, then like that's what you need. That's what you need to actually kind of get stuff. Yeah, Spencer Rattler. There you go. Anyway, they need somebody under center who is like a star like that. I think that's something that they should really shoot for in the offseason from a personnel standpoint. Coaching, like obviously there's tons that they can do differently on that standpoint. So we'll see what moves they make.
Yeah, and I think with Oklahoma, like we've been saying this all offseason, it's really hard to portal an offensive line, right? Like you kind of have to recruit, aka Wish Moms. You have to recruit the offensive line through high school. Now they've done a decent job of that this season. They brought in Michael Fasusi. He's a signee or commit right now for Oklahoma. He's a 5-star tackle, one of the best in the country. But you have to think, man, firing this offensive coordinator, having this kind of season, like you might lose some of those guys. You might lose your top guys. Now I don't know where they'll commit or anything like that, but it's a problem when you're this bad. And we haven't seen Oklahoma in this kind of situation in so long. Been like they've been like the Spurs, you know what I mean? They're just always there at the end. Like they didn't win they haven't won a title in 25 years, but they've been very close several times to winning a title. Those Baker Mayfield teams, even the Kyler Murray team was pretty close. I mean, they've made the playoffs so many times. Well, I guess the Kyler Murray team wasn't close because they ran into LSU, but you know what I mean? Some of those Baker Mayfield teams were really close to winning national titles, and they just couldn't get it done at the end. Lost to Georgia in the Rose Bowl. Lost to Clemson, I think. I don't know. They've had some rough post seasons, but I think that is a major reason why Venables is going to lose his job sooner rather than later. And the thing that's tough for Oklahoma is when you fire a head coach, you're not good your first year with a new head coach. It takes time. So like they're probably cooked for another 3 seasons. You would think. And in the SEC, that's tough because you're playing really good teams. Like maybe they get lucky and they get some 5-star freshman quarterback and he's amazing and he can deal with a bad line and he's just incredible and he's Kyler Murray or whoever. But, I think Oklahoma's in trouble, man. I really do.
Yeah, hard to argue. I mean, to your point, they need to, make sure that they have a plan moving forward with the offensive line, even if it's not – I do think that while, yes, the correct way to build an offensive line is to go get high school kids, get them on the right nutrition plan, and have a coach who preaches, what they're supposed to preach in terms of technique and that sort of thing. It seems like the situation is bad enough in that position group, I should say, for Oklahoma, that you might have to spring for one or two guys in the portal that are, starter calibers who have, a little bit of experience from, exactly. Like, there are good seasoned offensive linemen in the transfer portal, but they are significantly more expensive than you would think. Right. So but again, I think Oklahoma is one of those programs where like they've got the money to do so. And, while you don't want to blow it all in one group, I think you got to get one or two guys in that group who are, instant starters and can elevate that room a little bit.
See, I think they're struggling financially, like the university is. So I don't know how much money they have to go out and blow a ton of money on that stuff. And the other thing is they owe Venables a huge buyout. Like if they were to fire him, they owe him a huge buyout. I think they extended him. I don't remember when, maybe after they beat Texas last year. That would be pretty funny. But I think OU's in trouble financially too. And I think that is a big impact on their program. It's also just not the hot place to go right now. Texas looks like a hotter place to go. A&M even looks like a hotter place to go. Like A&M is undefeated in the SEC right now. They're the top of the SEC. Now they haven't played any great teams yet, but they're getting one this week. If they beat LSU, they're going to be a top 8 team in the country, probably a top 9 team in the country. And they would deserve it too, because they're they extended them this past offseason. What were they thinking, dude? Why would they do that? I get they won 10 games last year or 11 games or whatever, but man, that's a problem. I guess that's just kind of the nature of college football. You just kind of have to do that. You just kind of have to extend coaches and give them huge buyouts. I feel like that's just the nature of things these days, but that seems like a huge mistake to me. Let's look at this AP poll real quick. We only got about 15 minutes left. Actually, let me run one more ad real quick, and then we'll get to that. Give me 1 second. So we are looking for here we go. Audio visual consultations. If you need a new setup for your games, you want to watch the Horns at home, you don't want to go to the stadium. It took me an hour to get home on Saturday night. And I live about 15 minutes from the stadium. It took me an hour to get home. So if you just want to chill at home and watch the game and have some cold burrs with your buddies, look nowhere else other than audiovisual consultations.
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audiovisual Consultations. Scientific data proves it. Size does matter. The bigger and wider your television is, the better. Football season is here, and the time is now to get your entire audio-video experience tuned up and ready. New flat screens, projection video, Dolby True HD surround, all the goodies at great prices and followed up with great service. So call us at 255-8678. That's 255-8678 or on the web at avconsultations.com.
Thank you to AVC. We appreciate you guys. One of the partners for us going out to Dallas, so that was a lot of fun. All right, so number 1 in the country, Oregon Ducks. I don't know that that's the best team in the country, but they're the only undefeated Power 5 team other than Penn State, so I think you got to put them there. Well, I guess Miami, but Miami's had some really close calls with some really bad teams, but they are undefeated, so you got Oregon number 1.
BYU too. Anyway, sorry.
I forgot about the Big 12. No, don't be sorry. I just always forget about the Big 12. Not to be a jerk, but that conference just does nothing for me these days. Georgia's number 2 in the country. I think after that performance against Texas, even though they jumped undefeated Penn State, I think it's hard to argue that they're not the second. They might be the best team in the country. You have one very close loss on the road to Alabama when Ryan Williams just had like an all-timer game. Jalen Milroe had an all-timer game. Penn State is number 3, Joe. What's up with Penn State? They're undefeated, but they've had some close calls as well. But, hey, man, they're an undefeated Big Ten team. Do they play – let me see their schedule this year. I'm curious to see if they play Ohio State or they beat USC at USC 2 weeks ago. But I am interested to see
next week, Ohio State, November 2nd. Not this Saturday, but the next Saturday.
Okay. That'll be an interesting game. I feel like Ohio State's going to win that game, though. Are they hosting that game or are they on the road?
It is in Happy Valley. Yeah.
Okay. Well, they could I don't know, man. I think Ohio State's a lot better than Penn State just from a talent perspective. I like Drew Aller. I think he's doing a lot of good things out there. And it's definitely one of the better Penn State teams we've seen. But I just I don't know, man. Penn State never really moves the needle for me. Nothing against them. It's just like they seem to always get ranked high, and then when they play a legitimate team, get blown out or lose or whatever. So what do you think about Penn State, Ohio State in a couple of weeks? Do you think there's any fireworks in that game? Do you think Ohio State walked out of there with a victory?
There's going to be some fireworks for sure. The biggest thing that I'm going to be watching is how well Penn State contends with Ohio State's wide receiver room. I think they still have one of the best groups in the country at that position.
Do they ever? Good Lord.
Yeah, so that's going to be their main concern. But I'm especially excited for that game because I think Ohio State's defensive front seven is great. I think their offensive line is great, and I think the same thing, about Penn State's group. So just seeing the big dudes just beat the hell out of each other for 60 minutes or however long a football game is now is going to be that's going to be yeah. I mean it's going to be like it's going to be a wrestling match. It's going to be great, and then whoever can kind of win those matchups is going to make a big difference.
Yeah, I think I'm interested by that game for sure, but. So Penn State's 3, Ohio State's 4. We just talked about Ohio State. Texas falls to 5 after being number 1 in the country. I'm a little surprised they didn't fall a little more after I wonder how many people watched that game like all the way through or just saw the score, because the score to me wasn't super indicative of how that game went. It felt like more of a blowout than 30-15. Now give the Texas defense credit for keeping it closer. Yeah. And give Texas offense credit in the third quarter. They scored 15 points in that quarter, and they made it at least a little interesting in the third. I mean, that place was rocking starting the fourth quarter, and then Georgia converted that third down and went for like 50 yards, and then you're like, all right, this is probably over. I don't see Texas scoring 3 times or whatever. Yeah, Miami's number 6, Joe. They are undefeated. Cam Ward is a Heisman candidate. I don't think he's the favorite at this point, but he is a candidate. He should be in New York, if you ask me. I think he's had a pretty awesome season. Xavier Restrepo is another guy who's been a real star for them at receiver. What do you think about the Hurricanes, and what do you think about their odds in the playoff this year? Do you think they have any shot of making noise when they get to the playoff, or do you think they're just a team that's undefeated because their conference sucks?
Their defense has got to get better. I think that's kind of the biggest concern with them. I mean, Cam Ward is fantastic. Damian Martinez is really good too. The offense is not the problem, I'll say. Like they can score quickly and often. Watching them against Louisville this past week, I mean that was kind of my biggest takeaway is like if whoever can like play just like a little bit of defense in that game is going to win. And at the end, Miami kind of got one more. You know what the biggest thing actually in that game was that probably was like the definitive difference maker was when Louisville's running back fumbled on like his own one, and then Miami recovered it in the end zone. Like that was the defining play of that game, unfortunately, for my alma mater. Anyway, Miami. Yeah, that's my biggest thing about Miami. Like that offense is going to keep doing what it's doing. They're playing so well to start the season, but like defensively, like they've got to get it figured out.
Tennessee is ranked number 7 after their big win over Alabama. Makes sense. They jumped 4 spots. I mean, Alabama, I don't know what to think about Alabama. I don't know what to make of them because they beat Georgia. They lose to Vanderbilt, and then they lose to Tennessee. Now, Tennessee's a good team. Don't get me wrong. Tennessee's really, really good. Nico needs to get a little better, but he's still really young. I watched some of that game. In the first half in particular, he was missing a lot of throws. He got hurt a little bit in that game too, but what do you think about Tennessee's odds of competing for an SEC championship? Do you think they have any shot at that, or do you think they're just not quite there yet?
I think they're still for sure in the conversation. I mean, this defense, I mean, they had a bad day against Arkansas a couple of weeks ago, but like when you look at the fourth quarter of this Alabama game, take away that first Alabama possession of the first quarter where they, it started in the third quarter and then it ended with about 13:56 left in the fourth quarter, and they drove 75 yards. After that, Alabama possessions, 3 plays, 4 yards, 3 plays, -2 yards, 4 plays, 1 yard, 1 play, interception, 0 yards. Like, that defense came up extremely clutch in the fourth quarter against Alabama. And, that part, I think, gives them a very strong chance of getting there if they can win out. So
they're missing Keenan too. I believe he's out for the year. I believe he had a torn ACL. So they're even down some guys, and they're still just dominant up front. You got a hell of a defense. LSU's number 8. We've talked about them a little bit already. Garrett Nussmeier is becoming a very legit quarterback. He was great against Ole Miss, good against Arkansas. I think LSU could win the SEC still. I really think that. I always think that. That's like my default team when you ask me. I mean, it's Georgia, obviously, but, man, LSU's scary, dude. That's not a team I'd want to face at the end of the season. I think they've vastly improved since the beginning of the year. I think if they hadn't lost that USC game, they'd probably be top 3 in the country. They might be number 1 right now if they hadn't lost to USC. So that's an early season game, neutral site. It was weird. It was on a Sunday. I mean, weird stuff happens in those early season games. So I think if LSU's undefeated, and they don't have any conference losses. And so we're going to get a really good game on Saturday, LSU A&M. I think that A&M stadium is going to be on fire. I think they're going to be rocking like crazy. And then we only got a couple minutes left, but let's get to the last 2 teams in the top 10. Clemson comes in at number 9. They're just rolling, man. Cade Klubnik has figured some things out, and they look good, man. That defense looks really good. Dabo seems to be working some magic. And do you think they're the favorite in the ACC, or do you think it's Miami?
I think it's Miami, but Clemson looks way better than they did to start the season. I mean, I don't know if, I don't know what Dabo did. I don't know what kind of, boot camp U.S. military kind of discipline he's got rolling in Clemson there, but it's been night and day since the first couple of weeks of the season for Clemson.
And then last but not least, we'll talk about both of them. Iowa State and BYU, both undefeated, Joe. Combined 14-0 in the Big 12. Iowa State's a little bit ahead of BYU, but I think BYU is the best team in this conference, and I would take them to win the conference if you ask me right now. What do you think?
Yeah, right now I agree. I think they're the most complete team. I think that defense is playing exceptionally. I think Jake Retzlaff is a very strong quarterback. I think they've got the most complete team in the Big 12, hands down. So but Iowa State, Iowa State's got some players too. Don't get me wrong, and I think ultimately it's just going to be who executes better down the stretch.
If you need to go, I can hang for a little bit, but appreciate you, Joe. You are the man, brother. Always appreciate your contributions on these Mondays. So thank you so much, my friend, and I'll talk to you soon, brother.
Thanks, dude. Thank you, everybody.
All right. It's just me. Oh, I guess we got to see Philly in the waiting room. If he wants to come in, he can. If not, I can hang for a second. You ready to go? All right.
What's up, man?
What's up, brother? How you doing, my friend? I got a polo that looks just like that, but it's got a little Longhorn on it. Is that a Peter Millar?
Yeah, so this is people think this is South Carolina. It's not. This is Greenville Country Club in Greenville, South Carolina. They got 2 courses. One of them is the Chanticleer course. So this is their logo, the Chanticleer course. But yeah, it's so funny. I was doing a preview like a month or so ago, and I got a comment. It was like, "Yeah, appreciate you repping, man." And I'm like, "What?" And I was like, "Oh, snap." So this is not this is Chanticleer course in Greenville, South Carolina. But yeah, man, I'm doing well. How are you?
I'd be doing better if that game hadn't gone the way it did on Saturday.
Yeah, Georgia turned back into the big bad bully again. So
they really did, man. That's a hell of a squad they got. And I was at the game. I was felt like a funeral at halftime, man. Let me tell you, it got pretty lit in the third quarter. I won't lie. When they threw all the cans on the field, that was so embarrassing. But I mean, whatever. It's the SEC, I guess. But yeah, man. Did you hear what they threatened UT with? That they're going to suspend alcohol sales if it happens again.
I did hear that.
Kids knock it off.
Yeah, I did hear that. That's crazy. I mean, dude, I've never seen a PI reviewed like that. That was, So I'm not totally shocked that happened, but I've never seen that in my life. So
I haven't either. We were all in the stadium going like, did that just happen? Did that literally just happen? That was so weird.
Yeah.
I guess the explanation was they called it on the wrong person. They meant to call an offensive pass interference, but I mean, it's weird. It was weird. I was very surprised. Should we bring Mr. Cole Thompson in? Is he ready?
Yeah, let's bring Cole in. Cole is
How are we feeling?
Well,
I warned everyone. I warned you. I told you.
The Cowherd curse strikes again.
I was very clear as day when I said that Colin Cowherd, him having to have this type of we knew it. You should have thrown money down at that point. I nearly did. I was this close. I heard him say, I love college football. No, you don't. And you're about to say something really stupid. Texas is the most complete team in the sport.
And we lost.
There you go.
Yeah. Cole's having trouble with his ring light, apparently like tripping out his microphone. But no, to his point, he's absolutely correct about the Cowherd curse. It is a real thing. So
I think it was the Ted Cruz curse too. We had the Ted Cruz curse as well.
It's Cowherd.
Ted Cruz showed up to the game.
It is. Yes. Ted Cruz, which again, we're not getting political today.
Not politics.
We never get political. But I'm just saying, you may want to keep him in office a little bit longer so he stays away from sporting events. He doesn't have things to do. I mean, that's just my 2 cents of the situation.
Honestly, not a bad call.
Think about this. Was that the ALDS game? I mean, was that the wild card game this past year where the Astros lost to the Tigers? Was also there for the Texas A&M game, which was the one lost the year. Was there for the Georgia game. So he's not batting too well. But no, the Colin Cowherd curse is so real and so honest that I don't think we understand that this man, I think, is openly trying to create the chaos so that way he makes everyone else look as dumb as he does whenever he has to talk about the sport. Because not only did he say at one point that Brett Venables was the right hire for the job, which he might be right on. Not only at one point did he say that Tennessee was going to win the national title, not only did he go on a tirade of a rant and say how everyone in the world of college football will owe Lincoln Riley an apology, and then proceed to see the second half of that game. And then he says this. I mean, at this point, I kind of hope that he is talking only about BYU and Iowa State, because they seem to be the only teams right now that are vulnerable to mistakes. If he does this to Indiana, I see Jake Bayless in the comment section. Jake Bayless is our resident Hoosier. If that man says anything about the Indiana Hoosiers, I will fly to Los Angeles and I will duct tape him and I will make him owe everyone an apology up in Bloomington. Because if this is the first time that there has been hope for that football team and I've ever watched my dad enjoy the sport, I'm not going to let Colin Cowherd take that away. I'm not going to do it.
All right, guys. I will let you guys take
one last thing before you get out of here. Speaking
What's
of
up?
curses, are you familiar with the the SEC Unfiltered Tour run that we're currently on?
Yeah, of course. I've been following it.
Okay. Well, I'll be in Nashville this weekend, so I'm sorry.
Nah, it's all right. I think Texas should pull that out, but we'll see. We'll see. All right, guys. I'm gonna let you guys take over. Appreciate you as always. Thanks to Joe, and you guys have a good show, man.
Keenan, you're the man. Appreciate it, brother. Good stuff. Good stuff. The reaction was subdued from Keenan. That's okay, though. He's holding it together. That's fine. That's fine. I'm sorry to Well, no, I'm not. No, yeah, I'm low key sorry to Texas Sports Unfiltered folks for the what may happen to your team on Saturday. If it does, Cole, there's like some straight witchcraft going on that I don't know about. I'm gonna be like, what blood oath did I take that I don't remember?
They're going to start asking for me to go just to see if the curse can be broken. They're gonna start because it's very clear right now that Ole Miss fans are not that happy with you. Georgia fans are not that happy with you. Alabama fans are certainly not that happy with you. Texas, we work for this company. We're very thankful to have opportunities to come on here, shoot the crap, and also have really good conversations. But they may hate us in a little bit. So, I mean, like, I'm glad Arkansas people love you, Chris. I'm glad Volunteer Country loves you. But
LSU. Listen. The reason that I didn't go to College Station Texas fans, I'm just going to put it out there for you. The reason I didn't go to College Station, I went to Nashville instead. I'm more scared of LSU fans than I am of you right now. So I'm just saying, LSU fans would have had my neck if I went to College Station. I'm not trying to have those problems. Just not. So we're gonna roll it. We'll roll the dice. I think there's a lot of Texas folks are excited that I'm going to be there, which is good. Good. Listen, I have nothing to do with it. I'm just an innocent bystander.
Who brings the voodoo magic with you?
I'm an innocent bystander, Cole. It has listen. I have no control over the fact that the home underdog has won 4 straight games that I've been to, and the field has been rushed in 3 of those.
Oh, I got another one. Think about this. Arkansas also had its best defensive performance at the one game that you went to at Jordan-Hare Stadium. That was their best defensive performance of the year.
Yeah. And then it's funny. I go watch Arkansas pull off the upset against Tennessee, and then when I'm not there, they get crushed by LSU.
They get eviscerated. Like, it was the fact that so many people were buying into this hog team turning the corner. I was just like, guys, what are we doing here?
I mean, dude, I took LSU -2.5. Dave was the one that went Arkansas.
No, I'm just saying in general, like people nationally were talking about it too. Like, this is a trap game for us. Like, I don't think you understand what trap game is. That buy sometimes comes with a blessing and sometimes it comes with a curse. It was certainly a curse up in Hog City.
By the way, Jake Bayless, I will be in Nashville. The squad always delivers for me. Dude, let's link up, man. Let's link up. I've already had Texas folks like reaching out, said they're going to be there. Listen, I promise it's nothing personal, guys. I just thought it'd be a good game. I'm excited to get a look at Texas. I really am excited. I know there's probably going to be tons of Texas people at this game. So I'm pumped to hang with the Longhorns.
I feel like basically Austin moved from Nashville. Or you know what I'm trying to say? Words like that. Big words with big conversation.
Austin East, maybe?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, there's East Austin, which again is its own little entity of the state of Texas, but that's not what we're talking about. Yeah. No, I get what you're saying.
Fair enough. Austin, Tennessee version. So,
which basically is Nashville at this point. So congratulations.
Yeah. Guys, again, appreciate you all tuning in. As y'all know, we are SEC Unfiltered in our normal Monday slot. We always fill in a course 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock Central ahead of Chip and Zay, and they will close you out today in that 2 to 4 Central time slot. Rest of the week, of course, we are in the 3 to 4 Central time slot. I'm trying to be in Central time, Cole.
I appreciate you.
It's so funny. I was telling my buddies because I was in Knoxville this past weekend, which is Eastern time. I was telling them, I was like, dude, I feel like I'm so messed up because when they were like, yeah, kickoff Saturdays at 3:30, in my head I was like 2:30. I was like, no, I'm Eastern time now. So it was, and now I'm going back to Central time with Nashville. So no, it's trying to be in the Central time. So
I'm telling you, it's the best time zone. People want to argue.
I'm starting to realize, like, are there more SEC teams in Central time than in Eastern time?
That's a good
I think I've just been to a lot of them in a row.
Yeah, yes, I think so because of Texas and Oklahoma. Because think about it.
And Arkansas and Missouri and A&M and Alabama and Ole Miss.
But I'm saying, like, over the last 3 times that we've added in teams to the SEC, one has been Eastern, 5 have been Central. Because Arkansas, Texas A&M, Mizzou, Texas, and Oklahoma all are Central time, and South Carolina is the only one that is Eastern time.
Got you.
And then Tennessee is Kentucky Central time or Eastern time?
I think it's Eastern.
Okay, so Kentucky, Tennessee,
Georgia,
South Carolina, South Carolina, Florida. Yeah, so 6 versus I think it's 10.
Wow.
Because Auburn is like right at the cutoff.
Yeah,
in the state of Alabama.
Wow. Central time really is superior. Who knew?
Told you. I did. I knew. I've been screaming it for years. You go to bed at a good hour. You wake up. The sun is not blaring in your face, but you know that it's morning. You have actual really easy times to prepare for your day. Who starts a football game at 1 p.m.? That's disgusting. You start it at either noon or you start it at 7. That's what you do on Sundays. No, we got to do this 1 p.m. crap. Gross.
1 p.m. Speaking of times, Cole, we officially have kickoff times for the November 2nd slate. Looking ahead, that slate is as follows. Ole Miss and Arkansas, 11 a.m. Central Time. Or, because we're doing this funny thing where even when we announce kickoff times, we don't know for sure. That game's either going to be at 11 a.m. or 11:45 a.m. Central. Vanderbilt at Auburn, 11 a.m. or 11:45 a.m. Central Time. So Vandy's going to get Auburn in the day game. Oklahoma and Maine will play at 1:30 Central Time on ESPN+. Florida, Georgia, world's largest outdoor cocktail party at 2:30 Central. Mississippi State, UMass at 3:15 Central. South Carolina, Texas A&M, either at 6:30 or 6:45 Central. So A&M, 100% guarantee getting the night game in Columbia, which I think plays in really well to what you and many others have said all offseason, that's like the trap game of trap games.
That is the one.
That's the one. That is the one. Night game, Willie B, Sandstorm going. Yeah. And then finally, Kentucky at Tennessee, 6:30 or 6:45 Central Time. So both those games are at night. So
can I just say real fast, I'm very happy at the time that they gave Auburn to play against Diego Pavia. I mean, you can't let the nightmare be in the dark. You have to let him at least be in the light. So, I mean, I appreciate that. I think that most Auburn fans also appreciate that they now will they can't hide their tears knowing how pathetic of an excuse their quarterback situation is. That's all I'm saying. That's all.
Cole, not to get too far ahead of ourselves, but since the schedule came out and people have been following along, which I really am grateful for, which, by the way, Jake Bayless, Nashville is Central Time, 100%.
It is, yes.
Yeah, it is Central Time. People have been following along with the SEC Unfiltered Tour. I can't say thank you enough for that. Again, we are headed to Nashville this weekend for that game. Vanderbilt, Texas. All the great Texas folks would love to see you. Cole, you look at the November 2nd schedule. I'm not repeating anywhere. So I've already been to Arkansas, already been to Auburn, already been to South Carolina, already been to Tennessee. The two that I haven't been at, Oklahoma and Mississippi State, play Maine and UMass, respectively. There's only one game that I can go to that weekend.
Yeah, it is.
It's Georgia, Florida, and Jacksonville. That makes sense. Listen, I don't want to do a neutral site.
I know.
I don't think I have much of a – but, like, what am I going to do? Go to Mississippi State, UMass?
Well, I mean, you could go ahead and go to Mississippi State, UMass, and maybe, just hear me out, win over the Bulldog Nation that I have single-handedly destroyed for us. I mean, I'm just saying, it's little things like that you could do. You could go to Norman. You could go out to Oklahoma. You can embrace, and everyone up there already knows who I am. Just say, I'm a buddy of Cole's. They'll gladly welcome you in with open arms. Like, you can continue to build the branding. Florida fans, they don't care about us. Georgia fans, they hate us right now because we all pick Texas, and they all are ready for us to have to not only eat crow, but they want a written apology for how bad of a pick we made. So it's like, you can go to one of these smaller games and just take in the atmosphere of Davis Wade Stadium, take in the ambiance of the Memorial Stadium. And no, you got to go to –
Yeah, I think I would look really silly trying to, like, hype that up.
Oh, no, you know what? It would be funny, though? Because if you would see an upset. Would it be Maine or would it be UMass? Especially if the trend continues. Think about that for a minute.
That would be nutty. I'll tell you this. I mean, if Vandy ends up beating Texas, there really are going to be fan bases and like, don't come here. We don't want you here. don't come here.
Every single fan base that is close to a college football playoff berth will send. I've already made this joke earlier. They will Venmo you. Hey, this is to stay home. This is to go elsewhere. Take us off the tour. We don't want to be there. Send Cole, send Dave, send somebody else. But your happy ass, you stay home. We don't want to look at you. We don't want to see you. We don't want to be near you this weekend. Go away.
Cole, imagine how evil it would be if Vandy did beat Texas, and so it's continuing, it's still going. And then I was like, yeah, I'm just going to go to South Carolina A&M. I would need a bodyguard.
No, you know what? You know what the good news is? If you went to South Carolina A&M, I could go because the Texans play on Thursday night, so I don't have to even worry about Sunday. I could go to that game. I would be your bodyguard because A&M fans already hate me because I've been picking against them, or they love me because I've been picking against them and they're losing. I think you know where my brain is going on this. And either way, I'm going to be right or wrong. So I'm already going to be the one that gets all the punches. I say do that. If you want to repeat the tour, let me go hang out with Shane. Let me go hang out with Beamer Ball. Let me be your bodyguard from all of those Aggies that are going to go ahead and try and attack you because of your picking them. And yeah, you're at the tour destination. Just wait. It'll happen.
I don't know. It probably is. It probably, Cole, just to be transparent, it is going to end up being Jacksonville, which I mean, there are worse, like, you know, that'll be cool. I guess it'll really suck, to be honest with you, to have a year where I went to the world's largest outdoor cocktail party but did not go to Red River. That's kind of, you know, but I mean, whatever. You know what?
Pick your poison. I mean, like, that's kind of
I mean, looking way too far ahead, do we think there's a chance Georgia-Florida could be a good game?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, why not? And here's the reason why. What if Florida takes advantage of the targeting calls that were against Georgia to where 2 defensive backs are going to be out for the first half, and they build at least a 10-point lead to where now we are at least seeing what happens in the fourth quarter, maybe come down to the wire. Like, that is what I'm saying. You can take advantage of some of the careless mistakes that even I disagree with. I didn't think of the call against number 8 for Georgia was a targeting call whatsoever, but I'm not going to get into that for good reasons. But naturally, I'm going to say, you take advantage of that, you build a little bit of collateral, even if you find a way to blow it, at least it becomes a game. It's not just going to be the beatdown of oblivion that we've seen for like the last, 2 years, 4 years, however long it's been at this point.
Cole, on a more pressing note that has nothing to do with football, I'm going to pose this question to you because you know, and those that don't know, SEC Unfiltered, we're going to have some fun with some Halloween stuff. I won't make our guys dress up any more than just one day, which is Halloween Day on the 31st. But the question I've seen, Cole, like, what is Halloween weekend this year? Is it this weekend or next weekend?
Ooh,
Is it Saturday the 26th, or is it Halloween is on the 31st, Thursday, and then it's going into that weekend?
The rule that I've always had whenever I go out with friends and stuff is it's always if the Halloween is on the day, if it's the week prior, you go out on that Saturday. You go out that weekend because there are people that will still get last second costumes. There are people who will still just kind of be a part of it for funds. They'll show up and they'll put in minimal effort, but they'll be content with it. But when you do it on, like, say, November 2nd, a lot of people are clocked out. Like, the spirit stores are closed. You're half-assing it. The drink specials aren't as good. I always feel like that it's the weekend before Halloween, not the weekend after.
Okay. Fair enough. I'm just yeah, I don't think SEC Unfiltered. I don't think I'm going to do like any sort of like Halloween costume at a game or anything. I don't think that's. We're going to stick with the SECU and Prize Picks branding. That's done us pretty well. Yeah.
They won't let me wear what I'm going to wear for the Halloween show. So whatever stadium is. They'd say no, they would just look at me and go, "No, you look like you have a weapon of mass destruction. I don't want you near me right now. Please go change before you come on in here." And then I'm going to look really foolish because I won't have clothes.
I would imagine Nashville this weekend though is going to be pretty popping.
Halloweened out, yeah, I would say so.
Yeah. I've actually, funny enough, I've got a buddy of mine already that has hit me up. That was like, "Yeah, I'm going to be in Nashville this weekend with my girlfriend. It's her friend's like birthday. So who knows?
Who the hell knows?
Who knows? All I know is I'm meeting up with some of the Vandy boys in Lot 2. Apparently, I've been summoned to Lot 2 where the domestics are cold and the times are good. So
yeah, they're going to anchor you down to where you have to move there forever.
Oh no, I have to move to Nashville.
Yeah.
Terrible.
Oh no, terrible.
Oh no.
Wow, what a shame. Hate that for you, buddy.
Hate that for me.
Oh yeah. It's not like every other person that works in our industry doesn't already live there. Why not we just make the trip? You move there. I convinced my wife to move there.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll figure that out later. But like Nashville definitely is a cool spot. I think Charlotte's just as dope though. Honestly,
don't tempt me with a good time.
It's a little bit more central to like what I like, if I'm being totally honest.
What Charlotte?
Just like I feel like it's more central to SEC country, and it's closer to the beach. It's even closer to the place I like in the mountains. I don't know. It's closer to everything. I feel like for me, what I like. Me.
I say from a business standpoint, it's probably Nashville because if it's closer to everywhere else you go.
You think Nashville's closer to every other SEC city?
I think compared to where you would make the trips all the way out. So think about this: Nashville to say College Station.
Yeah.
Completely different than going from Charlotte to College Station.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. Is like it is more of a middle ground for what feels like destinations to go to. Charlotte feels like more of SEC country, I guess would be the right words for it.
That makes sense. By the way, which I will shamelessly say this to, well, actually, you know what? We'll just wait till we get into season. Let's get a couple weeks down the road. I don't want to say it right now when the SECU tour streak is going and Texas is a road team in a certain game that I would like to attend.
Oh, God, don't do it.
Look at Dave. For sure, Nashville, the conference holds our basketball tournament in the Nasty.
A Nasty?
I don't know. Is that a mistype there? Is it really called the Nasty? I don't think it's called the Nasty. Is it called the Nasty? I don't know. Cole, this game on Saturday, Texas, Georgia. Texas gets punched in the face. Your message for our Texas brethren after Georgia did to Texas what they done to a lot of people. Let's just put it that way. And it won't be the last time. And I'm kind of mad at us that nobody was willing to go out on a limb and pick Georgia. I'm kind of mad at us, low-key.
Welcome to the SEC. This was not unexpected. Sorry, that's my message. But real quickly, because of apparently I said something that was a little disrespectful on the preview that we did earlier, saying that I didn't give enough credit. Texas is not overhyped, okay? Like, can we say two things are true at once? The first is that Georgia is a team that woke up, chose violence, and always had it in them to do this type of performance, regardless of who was the competition. Could have been Alabama, could have been Tennessee, could have been Ole Miss. It unfortunately was Texas. But that doesn't mean that Texas is an overhyped team now. No, they still control their destiny. They have one loss in conference play. They still can easily beat up on the rest of the competition, including Texas A&M, get a rematch down in Atlanta, and get the victory and the comeuppance in the first round bye. Like, all of that is true. The problem is that people want to now, what I said was that we always overhype Texas. We do. We have for years always overhyped Texas. That's just the bottom line. Every single offseason, when they go 5-7, 8-5, we talk about them as this is the year where they turn the corner. That's on us. But they're not an overhyped team. What happened was that Georgia was number one, fully healthy for the first time in weeks outside of Tate Ratledge. Number two, they dialed up a game plan to put a lot of pressure on Quinn Ewers, who still, for my money, is not at full capacity to have to deliver through the air because they took away the ground game. Number three, they had such a good game plan when it came to stunts, when it came to defense, when it came to emotions, when it came to the ability to pressure a quarterback into making mistakes. They never made any adjustments. They never were able to kind of find a way to get into that second gear. And Georgia capitalized on those mistakes that are made by any young team or any team that's new to a conference. That's what happened. That doesn't mean that Texas is a bad team. That doesn't mean that Texas is awful. What it means is that Texas has a lot of things that they can clean up before they can potentially get a rematch against them. But it wasn't a good performance. I mean, we're not going to sit here and act like it was. Nobody should. Nobody should sit here and say that version of Texas that we saw was so poignant, was so direct, that was good enough to win most. It would have won. It would have won against most teams, and it would have won against most teams in the SEC. That type of performance, it wouldn't. It unfortunately happened against Georgia.
Yeah, you picked the worst time to have your worst game for sure. I mean, that first half, I was told by people that like it was like a morgue at DKR, just like a funeral, you know, which is exactly what Keenan said earlier. But it's interesting, though, Cole. I will tell you, after being at that Bama Georgia game, I look at halftime deficits like totally differently. It's like this game is far. I give Texas a lot of credit for punching back and you know doing their best. And that obviously that pass interference is where people want to go. That reversal of the PI or whatever. Dude, give Georgia a lot of credit, man. After that, they marched down the field. I think it was like 11 plays, 80 yards, 11-play drive, scored a touchdown. Really felt like put the game away. So, no, I think Texas is going to be fine. I do. I mean, I think they just, Georgia had been hearing from folks like us for quite a bit how, they weren't good. And Kirby Smart, you saw it, man, master motivator. He is one of the best in the business, if not the best, when it comes to getting his team ready to go and getting his team off the mat. And you saw that. I mean, you just saw that play out, man. So Georgia's still for real, man. It's Georgia's still for real. They've got issues too, no question. I mean, Carson Beck throwing 3 more interceptions, but their defense was scary, man.
Chris, Kirby Smart gets paid $13 million to win this game.
Yeah.
He doesn't get paid $13 million to get a close call against Mississippi State, to have maybe unquestionable or uncomfy matchup against against Ole Miss, against Florida in the world's largest outdoor cocktail party. He gets paid $13 million to win this game, to get his team prepared to wake up in the environments to where you feel like that any single minor mistake could become a major caveat and eventually hurt the program's identity. He gets paid for these games right here. And he did. He got Georgia well prepared. He made sure that all the noise from the outside was blocked out. He made sure that the entire focus of the game was situated on how to stop Texas, how to slow down Texas, how to make the Longhorns one-dimensional. He made sure that when he realized, hey, Carson Beck through the air, it's not really working downfield. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to do quick dink and dunk passes. We're going to change our motion to get it to Trevor Etienne. He's going to be our bell cow. He's going to be our workhorse. We're going to set ourselves up in great field position. We're going to capitalize on special teams. We're going to not shoot ourselves in the foot. And then we're not even going to care about what the outside noise is saying before the game, but we sure as hell are going to let them know after the game how we felt. That's why you get paid $13 million. That's why he is worth $13 million.
Yeah, I mean, it's Texas got Kirby smarted. That's kind of what it feels like.
Yep.
Texas,
no, they did.
Texas got Kirby smarted. So, yeah, crazy game though, man. It's the way Georgia jumped out, that lead they had at half. That was, and I was surprised too, man, that, I get you have Arch Manning. I understand that, but I don't know. We talked about it this morning, Cole. I don't know the message it sends making that change when it's like, bro, Quinn's not hurt. I mean, did I miss something? Was he hurt?
He wasn't hurt, but I don't think he's fully healthy yet.
Yeah.
That's my thing. I just don't think he's fully back to what he needs to be. Unfortunately, you can't afford to have Arch Manning playing for 4 quarters in that game. That's probably the biggest difference. And the other point that's really, really direct here that I want to make sure that people understand, like there is going to be now a the reason why I hated that move is because there is going to be a conversation internally among fans, but also among players. Well, what gives us the best chance to win? Are we Team Arch or are we Team Quinn? And I think many would say we're Team Quinn. Quinn's earned this job. He took us to a Big 12 title game. On top of that, he had a Big 12 title record. On top of that, he won in Bryant-Denny Stadium against not a Kalen DeBoer Alabama team, but a Nick Saban Alabama-led team. He's gotten us to the college football playoff. He beat a team in Michigan on the road. It's his team. But there will be some people that do say, well, Arch does this better for the offense. Arch does this better when he's under center. Arch does this that elevates the status. And so for me, that's where the conversation is. I don't agree with it. I think it's Quinn's job to lose. But again, I don't think Quinn is fully healthy. Unfortunately, now you've opened up Pandora's box to create that narrative.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you, Cole. I think it's just like anytime Quinn throws a pick or has like a suspect moment, are we just going to – is the convo just going to turn to let's put Arch Manning in? I mean, it's just slide 16 in there. I mean, especially if you're somebody that's big-time pro Arch. Like, that's where your mind's going to go.
The problem is also, Chris, is there's going to be people out there that say, well, if we just would have started Arch in this game, we just would have started Arch, we would have gained momentum, we would have had a higher tempo, we would have made this thing interesting.
Yeah.
And you don't know that. You have no idea if that's true or not. But because if you're so pro Arch, that's the only thought on your mind.
And the good news is this, Texas fans, this year in college football is as wide open as it's ever been. So Texas is far from out of it. Like, they're not even close to out of it. Cole, after what, 8 complete weeks, going into week 9, now Oregon's the number 1 team in college football. Georgia slides up to 2. Again, this is the AP poll, so take it for what it's worth. But, I mean, I would say I feel like college football is wide open. It feels wide open to me. I don't even know if we have that clear-cut, like, national championship matchup. I don't know at this point. I don't know.
If I am a team trying to gain national relevant status in terms of that number 1 spot, I actually am begging that every single week I have a crappy enough performance to allow the team that's the number 3 jump me to number 1. I truly believe that. I do. Because now we have seen 3 number 1 teams go down, and we're on our 4th. Georgia went down against Alabama. Alabama held on to the title. Congratulations. It went right back now to Texas. Texas went down, and now you're seeing Oregon with the number 1 spot. I'm sorry. Like, I would rather sit at number 2, just barely squeak by to where the AP voters are like, hey, no. We're going to leave them at 2. We'll let what's it called? Miami jump him. No. Well, Indiana jump him. Ohio State. I would much rather stay at 2 at this point because if number 1 is a death sentence that I'm going to drop the game somewhere. It's going to happen.
Yeah, in case y'all missed it, Cole Thompson's top 10. Oregon, Georgia, Ohio State, Penn State, Miami at 5, Texas at 6, LSU, Clemson, Indiana, Tennessee round of the top 10. So it's pretty close to the AP, but you got Miami at 5, Texas at 6. I think that's flip-flopped. Indiana's in your top 10. Good for you. Good for you, Hoosiers.
They've earned it. I'm sorry. Like, I know that the national media and I know that the AP voters like to pretend that Indiana is just a feel-good story, but there's nothing to feel good about when a team with its backup quarterback in the second half still scored 20-plus points on Dylan Raiola and a Matt Rhule-led roster where everyone was picking Nebraska. It was never a game. It wasn't. I was on here Friday. Jake Bayless can probably actually remind me on this because if I know he's an IU fan. And Harrison and I were talking about for the new segment that we're doing, it's called the Colville level, and that is the upset alert. It's like the Scoville level. Category 5 is the hottest. Category 1, 0. And I said the number 1, no upset alert whatsoever, is Nebraska playing against Indiana. Nobody wants to give him credit. Nobody wants to give him credit. And Nebraska's not a bad team. Like, Nebraska's a very average to maybe slightly above average team. They're not bad. And Indiana made them child's play. Basically, pants them in the middle of the parking lot, took a baseball bat and said, hi, welcome to the Big Ten, brother. That was it. Like that, like honestly, all I hear is Big Ten bully football. That was Big Ten bully football by Indiana. Indiana doing that. Give them their flowers.
Kurt Cignetti, man, legend. All he does is win.
Google him.
Sam Benson says, going to mention it again, Saban pulled his main quarterback in the national title, put in a different quarterback. In this game, they needed a spark bad. Good coaches do what they have to do. Cole, your thoughts?
I get the reasoning why you went to him. Now, the only problem is that, unfortunately, there's going to be narratives that are started that, hey, Arch did this when he was fully healthy. This is what Quinn was doing when he was fully healthy. You're just creating opportunities to where you're opening up the door for this to become a weekly occurrence. Yeah. And that's what I don't like. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like if you're gonna put him in that spot, I mean, anytime the offense is sputtering, then it's like, why wouldn't you go back to Arch?
Okay, and Sam, not to be disrespectful at all, my friend. Seriously, I know that you watch us, and I appreciate it. But you also have to remember, he pulled his quarterback in the national championship and stuck with the quarterback. He kept Tua in there. Tua won the national title. You went back to Arch Manning. I mean, you went back to Quinn Ewers. So if you're going to stick with it and you pull the quarterback, then pull him and be done. And then ride with Arch the rest of the way. You didn't do that. So already a problem in my opinion. Just my personal belief. Either if you pull him, he's done for the day, but you don't go back to him unless there's an injury. That's where I have the issue.
Jake Bayless says it's as wide open, speaking on college football, since 2007 that I can remember. Yeah, I mean, because it feels like typically, Cole, every year we have like that dominating team or teams. I mean, I don't know, man. I don't feel like we really – I mean, we definitely have an upper echelon. We've got a tier of teams that we feel like can realistically win the national title. But at the same time, I think a 12-team playoff obviously increases the chaos, the potential chaos for sure. So, I mean,
it also leaves open a door for freaking Notre Dame to get in despite losing to NIU. And that's what really infuriates me.
Yeah,
that's what really pissed me off.
They're probably going to get in, to be honest.
If they're going to lose this weekend to Navy. And if they don't lose this weekend to Navy, they're going to lose to Army. And then when they lose to Army, we can end this conversation. I'm good. I'm a Notre Dame fan. I grew up a Notre Dame fan. I love the Fighting Irish. I do. You can't lose to NIU and be in the playoff. I'm sorry. Those are the rules. Those are the rules, and I have to pull against you until we make this a reality. Because I can't live in a world where they don't. People actually got mad at me because they're like, why are you not giving Texas A&M its flowers? Why are you not putting them in your top 10? I had somebody actually message me and go, you really hate the Aggies that much that you won't put them in your top 10, even though that they're 6-1? And the reason why A&M is not my top 10, it's very petty, Chris. It is. But I respect head-to-heads, and you lost to Notre Dame, and I refuse to put Notre Dame inside my top 10. Notre Dame has been at 11 for 3 straight weeks, and I have moved teams up and around them. I refuse to put them in my top 10 because you can't lose to NIU. And so I need Notre Dame to lose to put the Aggies in my top 10. But I'm not going to do it until they do. I'm not. It's impossible for me to make it happen.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I get it. Let me ask you this, Cole. You know, back to the quarterback thing with Texas. Is there a trust level with a Sarkeesian that, like, hey, he knows what he's doing because he's like a quarterback guru? Is there a where you'll give him even a little bit more benefit of the doubt than maybe some others that would make that kind of change? Or is it still kind of a decision that you question when it comes to rotating the quarterbacks?
I think for that game, that one to where if you get a win, not only do you feel like that your path to the college football playoff is secure, but also you're a team that, for my money, is probably now going to be viewed as the standard of college football. And you're doing everything possible to guarantee that win. I understand it. I'm not even going to really be that hard-headed and say, well, you went back to Quinn because if you really clearly realized that Arch was not ready for this environment. He wasn't. But I don't think that there is another game where that happens. I feel like that moving forward against Texas A&M, against Arkansas, Kentucky, Florida, Vanderbilt, if you have to pull Quinn because things aren't going right, you should feel comfortable enough with Arch to be the guy. And so I feel like if that's the decision being made, I'm not going to question Sark. Sark knows what he's doing. He has the personnel. I think that they still have a very good offensive line. Maybe we overhyped it a little bit, but they still have a very good offensive line that can create opportunities and openings for Quinn or Arch to deliver. I still feel really good about the running back room. Not great, but still pretty good about the running back room. There's enough for me to feel confident in, but that's where my brain is right now, is simply if you're going to pull Quinn at this point, it's probably the right move, but you best hold on and say that Arch is the guy the rest of the way moving forward. Because if you go back and do the wishy-washy crap, then it really starts disrupting the offense. It disrupts the play calling. It disrupts the personnel. It disrupts everything. So that's where my brain goes right now.
Yeah, you got to have the guy. This team has to know who its guy is. I still think it's Quinn Ewers, obviously, but yeah, I mean,
at least for this moment.
Sam Vincent says Texas lose again might be Arch the rest of the way.
Yeah, I mean, but who's the loss to? I love you too. I love you too, Sam. You're a great individual. Thank you. But who's it to? Because if you lose to Vanderbilt, and I mean you look the way that Alabama looked, then I think 100% It's got to be that problem. Like you probably can go to Arch, but what if it's not? What if it's to like Kentucky? I mean, what if it's to like Arkansas on the road, and it's one of those games where Arkansas wakes up and has the performance of a lifetime? What if it's to Texas A&M on the road, like, and that's the game where Quinn gets benched? Like, is that one where we're gonna have that conversation? I don't think so. I think it matters what game it's in, what was the spread, how bad you looked.
That's fair. I mean, listen, context matters when you're making a decision of that magnitude. It does. It does. Cole, you mentioned not ranking the Aggies in your top 10. They've got a huge game this weekend with LSU. Fill me in. Just humor me. I'm gonna pretend like I know nothing, but fill me in. Why do A&M and LSU hate each other so much?
Well, let's go back to 2012 when they were added to the SEC. That was kind of like their rivalry. Like they had to throw a rivalry together at the end of the year, the way that you have with Florida and Florida State, the way that you have with Louisville and Kentucky, the way that you have Clemson and South Carolina. And you didn't have Texas and Texas A&M anymore because the Lone Star Showdown went away. And so they had to find a rivalry that made sense. Arkansas was, I think, at that point playing against Missouri at the end of the year. So that was the rivalry. So the boot rivalry got moved to the middle of the season. There was no point of having Mizzou versus Texas A&M because they really didn't have any royalties outside of, oh, we both came from the Big 12. Like that was it. That was all it was. But it got worse because of A&M, I think, had one really, really good game. And then afterwards, they never shut up about it. And then LSU just started to eviscerate them nonstop, left and right. And it was just a one-sided battle. And because of, as Jake Bayless kind of puts it, LSU fans see A&M fans the way that Texas fans see A&M fans. That's it. You're not on our level. You have no room to brag. You have no room to talk about it. You've been in the SEC for this long. What makes you think that you've done a damn thing? Why should we give you credit for going 8-4 every single year? You do realize that Missouri, let's just throw that again in there. Missouri has been to more conference championships than you. They have more 10-win seasons than you. They have as many All-Americans as you. They have as many first-round picks as you. The only thing that you have is Myles Garrett going number 1 overall and Johnny Manziel. You found a way to mess up the Kyler Murray situation. You found a way to mess up the Kevin Sumlin debacle. You found a way to overpay for a head coach that probably did not need the pay grade and was not really interested in going elsewhere after getting to that 9-win season in 2020. And you have 2 big-time wins against the Tigers. That's kind of it. So it's like, why are you bragging when you haven't done it? Meanwhile, LSU, been to the college football playoff, been to a national championship, won an SEC title, has a Heisman Trophy winner, has a number 1 overall pick. So they have more accolades on top of what A&M already has, and they're not big dogging them. They're just saying, we know that we're good. And they also find a way to always be able to keep things interesting when they're on the road. Like 2022, A&M is up big. 2021, my apologies. A&M is up big. Max Johnson, who eventually leaves because Brian Kelly comes in, Ed Orgeron's gone, comes into that game and delivers a beautiful touchdown pass with 26 seconds remaining. A&M at that point was on the verge of potentially going to a New Year's Six bowl game. Well, that got taken away because LSU won. Like, that's the beauty of what this game is that it's a forced rivalry that has slowly become an actual pure hatred rivalry because you've also seen fights occur. You've also seen people just be knocking each other out, like in the stands. You've seen these games end up having incredible numbers to boost up the stat lines for 2 Heisman Trophy winners in Jaden Daniels and Joe Burrow. So there's a lot, but I think the main point is that when A&M came into the SEC, they kind of acted too big for their britches, and LSU was like, no, stop it. You may be able to get away with it with Arkansas. You're not getting away with it with us.
Yeah, I notice a lot of hatred in that game, which will be fun for this weekend. Be very fun. I know you guys are previewing that, Cole, which you're welcome. But
well,
yeah,
the fans are actually welcome because they have to hear my pick.
Yeah.
I'm still sitting here trying to decide because Chris, and let me bring this up to the audience out here. Now remember,
you got a little streak going of your own right now.
Now remember, guys, we together are wanting to see A&M find a way to give me a reason not to put them in the top 10. We are. You want it. I want it. But I've been picking A&M to lose. Picked them to lose against Florida. Picked them to lose against Arkansas. Picked them to lose against who was the other one?
You picked them to win against Mississippi State.
Yeah, I picked them to win against Mississippi State, but I picked them to win against Notre Dame. They lost that game. There was a fourth one. Why am I blanking on it? Wait a minute. Missouri. Picked them to lose those 4 games. So I'm 0-4 when I pick against A&M. I'm 1-2 when I pick for A&M, but it was Mississippi State, and they nearly lost that game. So do I pick A&M because if I believe LSU is going to win this game? I think LSU is going to not only win, I think they're going to cover. I think that we're going to have to finally stop talking about A&M. Or do I trust my intuition this week and potentially go 0-5 and pick it against A&M and give more firepower? If
you pick A&M and they lose,
the streak's over. They can't be mad at me anymore.
Well,
you're saying if I pick A&M.
If you pick Texas A&M to win and they lose.
I'm going to tell you right now. If I pick Texas A&M, if I just pick Texas A&M, the comment section on that video is going to be as toxic as humanly possible. It's not going to go well for me.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll be ugly. I'm curious, by the way, Texas fans, did it make the weekend easier watching Oklahoma, the demise of Oklahoma this year? Does that make it any easier? Or since they've already beat them, it's like, nah, it doesn't matter. I'd have to imagine it's fun to watch if you're a Texas fan. Oklahoma is in a world of hurt. Like they're in a bad spot.
Yeah, they should be.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. What? Let me just pull up the list. I have to because I want to make sure I brought this up. So Seth Luttrell got fired. Good move.
Yes.
Had to happen. People are going to blame the injuries. They're going to blame the inability to have a stable offensive line. They're going to blame a lot of things on Seth Luttrell not being able to find an identity. Chris, through 7 games, 7 games, they rank 105th in fourth down conversions, 107th in scoring, 128th in total yards, 116th in rushing, 114th in passing, 115th in total first downs, 128th in tackles for losses allowed, 128th in third down conversions, 133rd in explosive plays, and 133rd in sacks allowed out of 134. They rank inside the top 100 in 2 offensive metrics, turnover margin and penalties. So they're a pathetic team that just can't get the job done. That's what it is. That's all it is. They rank in the top 100 for not having penalties. That's it. That's the only positive they have. They're not a flawed team that jumps off sides and gets a false start. That's what they have. But no, Seth Luttrell just had nothing to work with. Just nothing. Nope. I mean that CVS receipt of injuries per week. We can't judge him. We can. Yes, you can. You 100% can. When that's your ranking, you can judge. There is not a single one that you were able to turn your hat to. Chris, they did not score a touchdown after the third quarter of week 5 until the third quarter of week 8.
That's insane. All right.
They didn't score a touchdown.
Yeah, when you put it that way, that's insane.
It's Oklahoma.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
It's been a month since they found their way to the. By the way, 4 straight SEC games where they scored less than 10 points in the first half. 4. Oh, and in 3 of them, it was 3 points or fewer.
God. Yeah.
What more do you want to say? That doesn't also include the performance that you had against Houston and the lackadaisical performance in the second half against Tulane. Like, this is not just SEC. Oh, well, we wanted me to say. No, this has been bad all year. This is as bad as Dan Enos last year at Arkansas, if not worse.
Cole, put yourself in the shoes of the fan. This kind of reminds me of a fun conversation that I've had before. Would you rather your favorite team have a terrible offense or a terrible defense? If you had to pick one or the other.
Now,
like, what do you think? What do you think's more frustrating? Pulling for a team who's terrible on offense or terrible on defense?
Oh, terrible on offense is way more frustrating. It's 1,000% more frustrating. I could tell you, as somebody that played defense, as somebody that loves watching defenses, I would much rather have a stale offense and trust that my defense is going to get me a pick six. But it's almost impossible to game plan for, especially when it comes to like that terms. But when you have a terrible defense, LSU went 10-3 last year. They had the number 1 scoring offense in the country, the number 95 ranked defense, and the number 123rd scoring defense, and they still got 10 wins. I mean, it's easy to say it that way, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know. And I don't know how – I mean, we've already talked about it, but I don't know how it gets any better against Ole Miss. I don't think it will.
I can tell you how it gets better. It's one way. Ole Miss finds a way to give them the football in great field position. That's the way. And that's, again, a testament to your defense.
Yeah, I mean, I just – there's no way they repeat a Kentucky performance, right? Ole Miss I'm talking about. There's no way.
There's a way. I just don't see it happening because of the bye week happened.
Yeah.
If you told me that this game was going to occur before the bye, maybe. I wouldn't rule it entirely out. I don't think it will because of the bye week. And now you're fully healthy and you've had time to adjust.
Yeah. No, you and I both agree. I think that Ole Miss is going to roll, honestly. I do. I think they're going to crush Oklahoma. I don't trust anything about Oklahoma. No, I think they're going to roll. So
let me ask, do you have an idea of what direction Oklahoma should go for an offense coordinator?
I don't have a short list of names. Like, I haven't looked at a short list or even, know who's available. I mean, I think you've got to get somebody, though. I mean, you got to get somebody that's going to make the offense exciting. I think probably your spread, high-tempo attack is probably the best way to go. But then again, like, I think if they're going to make defense a priority, you can't run an offense that's going to put your defense at a disadvantage, and potentially put them back out on the field super, super quick. So, but I mean, everybody's going spread. I mean,
I have one name.
What was the name?
Texas fans are going to hate this. Brennan Marion. UNLV.
Brennan Marion. That is a good one. Yeah,
Go offense that currently is top 5 in scoring, top 5 in time of possession, top 20 in scoring drive. I mean, in explosive plays, and they're top 5 in rushing. I mean, UNLV is going to be in the playoff hunt all the way up until the last week.
Yeah.
Like, I call Brennan Marion. I get him there now because the last thing I want to do is potentially lose him, because there is somebody who brought this up, and I don't think it's going to happen this year, and I don't think it's going to happen next year. But there was somebody that brought up a name to watch for at Oklahoma for the next head coaching job is Barry Odom. And my problem with that is, if Barry Odom goes to Oklahoma, Brennan Marion is not leaving Las Vegas. He's just getting a promotion.
We're already talking about next head coaches at Oklahoma.
I'm not ready to do that. I don't think he's getting fired this year. I don't think Brett Venables is getting fired for the next 3 years, personally. But if there is a rumor that will happen, Brennan Marion will not be leaving with Barry Odom to come to Norman. He will be staying in Las Vegas and just getting a promotion as the next head coach.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I mean, Venables' seat is heating up rapidly, buddy. I mean, is he not? Listen, is it not fair, though, that, I mean, he's going to be on the hot seat talk going into next year?
Sure, it's fair.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel like Oklahoma's a place, like, they don't do well with losing. They're not used to it.
But here's my thing. Is he on the hottest seat going into the next year?
No, it'll be Freeze.
It'll be Freeze.
It'll probably be Freeze.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
So, yes, he's going to be on a hot seat. Yes, people are going to be saying he's not meant for the job. It's nowhere near Hugh Freeze's level. And honestly, when you look at Oklahoma, depending on what you bring back defensively and what you keep offensively, whether that be Jackson Arnold starts to find a rhythm and you say, we're going to run it back with you next year, or Michael Hawkins ends up starting again and he finds a rhythm with Kevin Johns as the OC, Joe John Finley calling plays, Deion Burks comes back for another year, whatever it is, like you'll say to yourself, okay, there's enough that we have here that can be fixed. I don't know if you feel that way at Auburn if you don't get certain play callers in, or more importantly, you land a premier quarterback. Like, I feel like Auburn's in a much deeper hole than Oklahoma at this very moment.
Yeah. Yeah, Auburn's got real issues, too. It's funny. Right before you and I jumped on, Cole, Dave and I broke down that game and previewed that Auburn-Kentucky game. I mean, that could be used as a torture device, making somebody watch that game.
That's
the sicko game of the weekend in the SEC. That's the sicko game.
Who wins? Who'd you guys pick?
Dave went with Auburn, and I went with Kentucky.
Good boy. Good boy.
I mean, listen, I don't doubt that Auburn's going to get one at some point, but at the same time, like, they have a culture of finding ways to lose right now. Like, that's what they do. Like, what's probably going to happen, Cole, that game is probably going to be close. It's probably going to be close into the fourth quarter. Why should I have any confidence that Auburn finds a way to win that game late in the fourth? Like, they're going to do what they've done all year. Like, that's who you are.
Here's the reason. Because Auburn's not going to find a way to win that game.
Kentucky will find a way to lose it. Yeah.
No. Auburn's going to find a way to lose it. That's got to be the narrative in this. Because they found a way to lose it against Oklahoma. They found a way to lose it against Missouri. What makes you think? Again, Chris, they were 105-2 or 105-1 in 2 possession games going into the fourth quarter all time in SEC play. They lost to Brady Cook, who went and got an MRI, came back, and eventually decided to go ham. And had 2 good passes. That was it. They still found a way to lose. That's Auburn.
I can't believe, Cole, you haven't spent more time just dedicated to let's give Brady Cook. What a legendary thing that is.
That
from the hospital to win a game.
That man will never have to worry about a single bill being paid. Not a bar bill, a bill being paid in Columbia, Missouri. Because that is the true definition of a guy that wanted to suit up for the Tigers. Yeah. That is it. And the way that Eli Drinkwitz talked about him post-game, and the way that we heard people bring up his name, and the way that they were saying how this is somebody who would literally die on that football field, I believe it. Because the guy went and got an MRI, went to a hospital, put back on shoulder pads, stretched on his third pass, finds freaking Mookie Cooper for a 78-yard score, fourth and 5 for the game, drop these cojones, finds Luther Burden, 2 more big catches. Look at that. You're inside the red zone. And by the way, you didn't settle for the field goal. You went for the jugular. That is the heart of a Tiger. That is the performance that we need to be talking about.
Yeah, I mean, that's stuff of legends, man. It's impossible not to pull for that guy. I'll tell you the game, too, Cole, what's interesting, and I guess you and Dave have this. I gave you and Dave 2 great games. But, yeah, that Bama-Mizzou game, really interesting. Bama, a 2-touchdown favorite? I mean, I guess.
You're giving a little bit too much hope for Alabama, I think, at that point. Did we not learn anything from South Carolina?
I think it's one of those things people still just can't wrap their brains around the fact that Alabama, like, they are what they are this year.
They're a good team. They're not a great team at all. They're a good to maybe slightly above average team. But they're not Alabama. They're not the ones that we knew.
Yeah. Here we go. Yeah, so the spread now, Cole, is at 13.5.
That's so stupid.
13.5, over-under set at 56.
I don't even care if Mizzou is overrated. It's just I can't fathom that being the thing for Alabama. I can't.
Yeah, 13.5. Crazy. I mean, that game, apparently, Bama open is an 8.5-point favorite. It's gone up to 13.5. So, nuts. The money pouring in on Mizzou. All right, guys, we've hit 3 o'clock. Let's go ahead and bring Zay in here. I'm sure Chip will be here in just a second. Zay, what's up, man? How you doing?
What's happening, fellas? Cole, Chris.
I warned you. I warned you. I will listen, if you want to come with me, I'm serious. If you want to come with me, I will get in the car. I will drive to Los Angeles. We can wait outside the studio. He doesn't have bodyguards there.
Oh, wow.
We'll throw him in the trunk. He'll sit at Texas Sports Unfiltered HQ until the season's over. It's okay. They got replacements up at FS1. It'll be good. But I will do this to save the season. If you want to be with me, it's my accomplice.
The Cowherd.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be that accomplice. It's, I can't blame Cowherd, man. Longhorns just got their ass whooped.
Why'd they get their ass whooped?
We're ready.
Weren't ready?
Kirby Smart, Bulldogs, preparation, game plan.
Or counter argument, the Cowherd curse decided to strike a little too close to the heart. 48 hours before that kick, Texas is the most complete team in the sport. 48 hours before the kick against Arkansas, I think Tennessee's going to win the national championship. Less than the start of the third quarter, 15 minutes before the start of the third quarter, everyone's going to owe Lincoln Riley an apology. Welcome on in, Chip. What did I say? I said it was going to happen last
gloating,
week.
Chip. I've already got a minute of it.
Colin Cowherd curse.
Did anybody? So I know Texas Sports Unfiltered drops the graphic with all the picks every week. Did anybody pick Georgia?
BK.
BK did.
Oh, BK did.
Really?
Yep.
Wow. That surprises me.
Yeah, the boss did, man. He won.
I didn't know this. Why? What did he say?
Just UTSD more than anything.
Well, are you guys anybody going to be in Nashville? Chip, I'll see you there.
Let's go.
Yo, man. Speaking of curses, Chris, do you have to go, bro? Because every game that you've been to has been a nail biter. You're always on the field and stuff. I'm not trying to see that, man.
Yeah.
I hope you experience a bad game for Vanderbilt.
But listen,
he got paid not to go to College Station.
Listen, as I told Cole, the reason I'm going to Nashville and not going to College Station is because at this current moment, I'm more scared of LSU fans than I am Texas fans. So, plus the LSU bag was bigger, if we're being honest.
I say the LSU bag was bigger.
No, I'm kidding. I'm saving College Station for hope. Well, and this is ironic. I'm saying this. I'm saving College Station for a later date, which I will not specify in the season. Or at least that's the hope and the expectation. But listen. I take no accountability for what happens on the field on Saturday. I'm just hoping for a good game and link up with some Doors and Longhorns, and we'll go from there. So please don't hold me accountable. please don't hold me accountable. Please ignore the fact that 4 straight home dogs have won, and I've rushed 3 straight fields. So.
No, it looks fun, man.
Wild streak. It's a pretty wild streak.
Yeah.
Pretty wild
it looks
streak.
fun. You've seen some good games as of late.
It's been crazy. All right, Chip, Zay, we'll kick it over to you guys, man. Y'all have a great rest today. Great show. And, we'll talk to you guys throughout the week.
Bye-bye. Appreciate y'all.
Thanks,
y'all.
fellas.
All right, boys.
Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. And happiness is a little tough today. For Longhorn Nation, that game raised more questions that Longhorn Nation never wanted to have to face. But Zay, let's just get right into it. Steve Sarkeesian subs Quinn Ewers, brings in Arch Manning for 2 series. Arch had a 21-yard run in there. And then they go into halftime and a strip sack. And Georgia turns the strip sack into a field goal, goes up 23-0. At halftime, Quinn Ewers comes out in the third quarter, completes 7 of 10 passes, 2 touchdowns. Suddenly it's a 23-15 game. The Texas defense has 3rd and 10 from the Georgia 11. Georgia converts it, goes 89 yards for the game-deciding touchdown. Ball game.
Yeah. 11 plays, 89 yards.
5 minutes off the clock.
That was rough, man. Because that momentum, like Carson Beck, he might not have had the best game, but that pass to Arian Smith, Manny Muhammad, he got hit nasty. It was tough, my man. I'm just glad he didn't hurt anything on that move Smith put on him for that catch. And then the flea flicker, Mike Bobo, that was their best drive of the game, and I thought that was real deflating, especially when they punched it in on the 4th and 1, ETN getting his 3rd touchdown of the game. So, yeah, that game was very dramatic, my friend. That game was really, really dramatic. And
are you saying dramatic or traumatic?
Both, damn it.
Yeah.
I'm saying dramatic, but now traumatic. Hell yeah. Like, from the bottles being thrown on the field after the Jahdae Barron interception that we thought was pass interference, to, as you just mentioned, Arch Manning, to Quinn Ewers looking like he's just lost out there. Like that, I don't know where his psyche is at, but it looks like whether he's healthy or not from the oblique injury, he's thinking about it. He's not playing free football out there. He's not playing the game like we've seen him play, where you don't have any worries. You're just out here playing. And the way that the pressure was attacking them all game, Glenn Schumann, Kirby Smart, the way they dialed that up, obviously.
And we knew that was going to happen.
Not like that. I didn't think it was going to happen like that.
I mean,
it looked like Sark and them didn't prepare for it at all.
And I think, look, Georgia has players who helped this team go 52-3 the last 3 years. Michael Williams, Landon, those guys are grown men, and their DBs are huge. Their nickel is huge. Like, they were thumping out there.
We're hitting.
They were hitting. They've
they were them boys. They looked angry. They looked like the desperate team. We said it. Like, even though on paper everything favored Texas going into this game, they weren't getting sacks on Mississippi State or Auburn. And then all of a sudden they get 7 of them things, 10 tackles for loss, 4 turnovers. It's just, God almighty. It looked like, again, Kirby Smart, salute him, man. Told you last week, that championship DNA, as you just said, Chip, it's a mother. They brought it out when they needed to. Kirby, he had that energy about him, like, yo, we're pissed off. They're giving Texas all this love. Kirby said he got 8,000 texts saying that everybody's choosing Texas over them. Kirby just igniting that fire in that team. They played angry, man. They played angry. They played desperate, and Texas did not.
After the game, he told ESPN they tried to rob us.
Kirby was still in the ring. Game was over. Bell already dinged. Kirby was still in the ring, man. Kirby was turned up.
He tried to rob us in this place.
That's a scary Kirby, man. What we saw, that's a scary Kirby. Right after they scored the first touchdown, Texas did in the second half. He's over there talking to the guys, talking to the defense and stuff. Like, Kirby completely outcoached Sark. Georgia's coaching staff completely outcoached Texas coaching staff. And again, Kirby getting paid that $13 million for a reason. Like, he's got 2 under his belt. He's not just as an assistant, as the head man. Been there, done that. This ain't nothing to him. Coming in at DKR, this ain't nothing. And now they're the underdog. How'd we not see it? How'd we not see it? Like,
because we weren't seeing it in their performances. 13-12 against Kentucky. no pressure on Michael Van Buren. Mississippi State stays within 10 of Georgia. Maybe that was a look ahead game for Georgia. I still think they're beatable. I still think they're fallible. I thought Quinn Ewers played one of his worst games. I mean, he's holding the ball too long. He's not stepping up in the pocket. He's not the same guy.
Not the same guy.
And if Steve Sarkeesian says the injury is not a factor, well, then now we got to now we got to go inside the dome. And that's a scary place because that's coaching. Now it's on Sark and AJ Milwee to get Quinn back mentally, because you absolutely have to have offense against Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt's going to hog the ball. They run it. You're lucky if you get 60 plays. I mean, now if Quinn is locked in and he's throwing deep ball touchdowns, which is how you had to beat Georgia, and
that D-ball wasn't there.
That D-ball wasn't there. And now you got to speed up Vanderbilt. You got to play from the lead. You got to get the lead. You got to hold the lead. And you got to hit Diego Pavia as hard as you can every chance you get, because you let that guy get going.
Yeah.
He's a soldier, man. That dude will fight you to the death.
No.
This ain't your mama's Vanderbilt. I mean, Diego Pavia is nothing like that soft fan base or that soft student body.
Yeah.
Diego Pavia is that dude, you can tell, has been in some fights growing up. That dude,
in New Mexico fighting.
That dude will throw hands, man.
Yeah, he does have a certain toughness about him, but if you're Texas, you pissed off this week.
Yeah.
You're real pissed off. Like you're Clark Lee. You're like, I don't want Texas coming in after this type of loss, because if I'm Sark, I ain't too happy at all, especially with the offense. That's his baby. Like, defense did their thing. I have no hate on the defense whatsoever today. You give up 175 yards through the air. Carson Beck, 23 for 41. He throws 3 picks, and you lose by double digits. Like, they're on your side of the field all the first half because of the turnovers and the bad field position that you're giving Georgia early on for them to take advantage of what they did. The defense, man, they were locked in. They're absolutely locked in. And, let me ask you this, because you said with Quinn Ewers, the dome, the psyche, where's he at? And it's coaching. Would you have put in Arch Manning when Sark put in Arch Manning?
Well, here's my thing about that. And we talked about this. If you put in Arch Manning, you got to be ready for him to play really, really well. And if he would have led Texas back in that game, Arch Manning is your new starter, or you have a bigger thing on your hands. That's why I said in some ways it's probably good that Arch didn't ignite, although he didn't get many chances. But here's my thing. You're going into this game against Vanderbilt. If Quinn still looks hesitant or tentative, then I'm bringing in Arch and I'm leaving in Arch, because now we're talking about 2.5 games or 2+ games. And I'm sorry, but if you're practicing and you're telling me you're good to go, then I need to see the Quinn Ewers who was carving up Michigan earlier this year, who was oblivious to everything going on around him. Because we said there are 2 things that could be bothering Quinn: the injury, or having to be the guy after watching Arch almost match your stats in 2.5 games and ran for a 67-yard touchdown run. Like Jalen Milroe ran on Georgia. Like that was the recipe. If you would have told Arch, hey, we're going to run a couple plays here. We're going to run zone read. But if you drop back and you see a lane, run. Okay, now you can work your way back into this game because now Georgia's defense is off schedule. Oh crap, we got to account for the quarterback. We got to not rush as much. We got to assign a spy. We got to, they got to change. It gets them out of what they were comfortably doing and annihilating your offense. But I don't know. The worst thing Sark could ever have done was call that zone read where Arch ran 67 yards and was 21.7 miles per hour because, okay, that's a weapon. Like, look at Vanderbilt. Diego Pavia is their leading rusher. Look at Texas in 2008. Colt McCoy was the leading rusher. That's a weapon. That's a huge weapon. But Sark runs a pro-style offense. His quarterbacks are drop-back guys, just like the NFL, although Lamar Jackson makes some plays with his legs. And that's where it's like, okay, now Sark's got to be careful because, if Arch would have taken off and won the game and Quinn sat there and watched, is Quinn done?
He on a short leash, if you ask me. I don't like where his head's at. When they asked him about the sub after the game, they said, "Do you feel like you needed that?" And he was like, I guess it seemed like it. And it's just like, dude. You heard from the guys that he was rallying the troops at halftime and trying to be a leader and stuff, which that's good to hear. But yeah, he's in a tough situation now because I do think he shook. Like what we saw against Michigan, what we saw against Bama last year, Big 12 championship game, it's not the same guy right now. And you said it last week, it's Oklahoma. Those first few drives, he looked afraid to get hit. Like he didn't want to get hit. And we thought it was good for him to take that shot to make it 31-3. But the way that Georgia was bringing that pressure, the way that they were disguising their formations, guys were hopping around on that line in sync right before the ball is snapped. It was just, they were so overwhelmed, man. Like it would have been hard for Joe Montana to complete a pass, that Georgia defense and the way that they were playing. So,
but there were plays where he had time.
Yeah, that one to Ryan Wingo on that post. Corner post, you got to hit those. That was wide open and it hit the ground.
The weirdest play in the game to me was when they were down, at their own 10. Quinn drops back to pass. He's got all day. He's in the end zone. And then Kelvin Banks is battling,
or I think it was Jalen Walker. Yeah.
And he throws him down to the ground and Quinn, he doesn't even touch Quinn, and Quinn kind of like stumbles and falls. And it's a 9-yard sack.
Yeah.
And Kelvin Banks gets charged with giving up that sack. Kelvin Banks won. He won that rep.
Yeah, he did this. Like, what the hell, Quinn?
Quinn's like, he just stumbled to the ground. Like he thought he was going to get hit, and he went down. And I'm like, okay, that's not a guy who's processing quickly.
No.
This is a guy who's not feeling the game. Like he's having an out-of-body experience. And if that's the deal, I don't blame Steve Sarkeesian for subbing. But now we know he will. He never had before.
Yeah.
He never had. In 3 years with Quinn Ewers, he's never subbed for him due to poor performance. Now he has. We know he will. Now Quinn's got to be doubly tough.
Yeah.
And Arch has got to be doubly ready. And I thought Sark was thrown off a little bit. The play calling was
suspect.
Jaden Blue is the leading receiver on the team, but he doesn't get a carry. And now Sark's saying, well, we got to be careful. We don't want Jaden to come in and everyone think pass, pass, pass. Okay, well then give him some carries.
Yeah.
Like you gotta give that guy a chance to show you that you can trust him.
Yeah.
You know, once you have that kind of, I'm sitting you down. Now I need you to show me that I can trust you. I'm gonna trust you until you give me a reason not to trust you. Okay. And I get it. You know, Wisner had a really good game against OU. I thought he was tap dancing a little bit.
Nah, he wasn't good. He
had
a huge drop off that flea flicker,
Oh
third
my God.
of the game. That's a touchdown. That's a touchdown, and we're talking about a different game here.
Right, because then you get early momentum.
Yep.
That was not Quinn's fault.
No.
He put that right in his hands. He had nothing but green grass ahead of him. And Wisner dropped it. It was one of the most damaging plays of the game.
That hurt, man. That hurt. He dropped another one, too, towards the sideline later on. That was
Right.
kind of behind him. But it's
And you can argue that Jaden Blue doesn't drop that.
No.
So
No, Jaden Blue was getting loose a little bit. In that second half, he had a nice little juke move, stiff arm to get 10 yards on the swing pass. And then obviously that touchdown to make it 15 or 23-15. But yeah, Sark's play calling. It seemed like Glenn Schumann, defensive coordinator for the Bulldogs, and Kirby Smart, they were ahead of the curve every time.
Yeah, the corner blitz. The corner blitz that they had Deverett come on, that guy had a game of his life. He gets that corner blitz unchecked.
Dalen Everett.
Or Dalen Everett.
Yeah.
I called him D. Everett. He blasts Quinn from the blind side, gets that strip sack. That leads to a touchdown. Then he intercepts Quinn, and that leads to either a field goal or a touchdown. A touchdown, actually, because Arch's turnover was the field goal. So both of Quinn's first early turnovers were touchdowns for Georgia.
Yeah.
And they were short field situations. It was bad. And now you find out Andrew Makuba. You got good news and bad news today. The good news is it's not season ending, but the bad news is it sounds like Sark's not going to play him. If he said, he's questionable, and he talked about how they have the bye week after this game. It sounded like Sark's already planning on giving him time to heal. So might as well plan on not having Makuba for Vanderbilt. That guy's playing at such a high level. I mean, and now we talked about Derek Williams. You're down to Michael Taft, Jelani McDonald, and Jordan Johnson-Rubel against a Vanderbilt team that's going to test your eyes every single play. Because Diego Pavia, half the plays he makes are off script. Like he is like Manziel in that way, in that he can just create. And his receivers are doing a good job of the scramble drill and getting open. And he finds them because he's so tough. He doesn't fear getting hit. He's so tough. He's like a fire hydrant. He just is like, he blocks. Like,
when he makes that pitch, he'll get out there and run.
He'll get out there and lead block.
He's a nut job, man. I like him. That's the way he's what every coach loves. He has got it from the mud written all over him. He is so grimy.
Yeah, the Wisner drop reminded CB says the Wisner drop reminded me of the Keontae Ingram drop against LSU. That was kind of it for Keontae Ingram. After that drop, he ended up leaving the program. He'd already had the fumble at the goal line against TCU that cost him the game because it was 1st and goal. He didn't have to reach. I'll tell you what, and CB comes back with Jahdae Barron's playing Thorpe Award-winning football. You know who's the most important player in this game coming up against Vanderbilt? Probably Jahdae Barron, because you've got to put him in position. Maybe it's Gilbo, but you have to have a sure tackler out there on the edges. You cannot let Diego Pavia break tackles. Otherwise, the whole thing breaks down. So I'm fascinated to see how they play this thing, because this is a nightmare to get ready for an option football team in the middle of the season. Now, coming off a loss, you should have everybody's attention. Everybody should be locked in, because this is the epitome of do your job. Do not stray from your job, because if you get out of your assignment, that's when it all breaks down.
Yeah.
And that's what Alabama did. Alabama had guys like, I'll go handle this. No, Diego just threw it over your head, you know? And Michael Taft said it really well. He's like, 4 yards is gold for them. And they wait for the safety to get sick of giving up the 4 yards, and he comes down, and that's when they pop it over your head. And he said, this guy reads it. He's played a lot of football, Diego Pavia.
Yeah, you grown-ass man.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're a grown-ass man. I love the way Barrett Sorrell played.
Yeah.
You know, I thought he was terrific. I thought Ant Hill was really good, too, to what CB's talking about, Jahdae Barron, his 2 interceptions. You know, this defense, they got a lot of pride, man. But I heard your petty self ask Sark about Trey Moore today. Oh, man. Once you started going, I was like, uh-oh, here we go. Sark said Trey Moore does a lot of things for us. He does a lot of things for us. Yo, I'll give him credit. Gotta give him credit. The first interception, Andrew Makuba, that pressure was all him. He drove that tackle back and basically pushed him into Carson Beck, and Andrew Makuba got the interception off that. So that was solid. Besides that, didn't see him very much.
That was his one statistic in the game. He had one quarterback hurry.
That's it.
That's it.
Damn, man.
Meanwhile,
he didn't set the edge very well on that first touchdown.
They ran at him. And they got what they wanted. I don't get it.
I don't
get it.
Yeah, I can't. This was my last week of going to bat for him. I can't do it no more. It's become exhausting because it's just the stats show it. They're not getting what they should be out of him for the amount of reps that he's playing. I keep thinking that it's going to come along, but we're here 7 games in, and his production compared to Barrett Sorrell and Ethan Burke and Colin Simmons and Colton Vasek when he gets that bump, it's not even close. So it's just
a lot of times he's just reading. Like he's literally standing there reading the play. And it's like, I'll take Ethan Burke bullying a guy backward into his quarterback every time. Yeah. And Moore did that. You're right. That one time he did it. And it's like, you're this super strong guy. You bench 400. You squat. You do all this stuff. So, but he's not 6'6" like Ethan Burke. Ethan Burke can see everything. Trey Moore, 6'3", he can't see around the offensive tackle's helmet. So I don't get it, but what do I know? The defense played well enough to win.
They did.
You intercept Carson Beck 3 times. It was his lowest quarterback rating since maybe like 2 years.
Oh, he was shook. This dude Kirby, man, Kirby loyal. Kirby ain't going to say anything negative about this quarterback. I feel him because you're going to need that guy, and he can definitely win you games. He's capable. He had a couple of throws, and that run that he had to basically end the game, 3rd and 4, he showed some toughness there. I had to salute him on that one, but he wasn't good. He wasn't good at all. And there's like, yeah, he had a couple of drops. He's having drops because guys are reaching out of their area to try to get these balls. It's not like he's hitting them in the numbers. Guys are reaching this way, that way. Some you got to catch. some you're playing big time Power 4 SEC D1 football. You definitely got to catch. Like the one that Jahdae Barron, his first one, that has to be a catch. But Texas has guys. You hear them footsteps. That's why it's big for quarterbacks to put it right in the breadbasket. Carson Beck hasn't done that this year. Texas exploited it. But when you can't score any points off of any of the turnovers, the Makuba one, that hurt the most.
Yeah, because that was in Georgia territory.
Yeah, that's when Trey Wisner, that's where he completely smoked that pass off the flea flicker. That was a terrific play. And then after that, Matthew Golden gets a false start when you're 3rd and 4. And it's just, that was happening all game. You're 4th and 1 in the second half. Gunnar Helm gets a penalty. That's because Kirby, Glenn Schumann, he had them boys moving around like crazy. Those front 7 guys, Walker, he was going from linebacker to edge, moving around the whole game. They had him like Micah. It was nuts. It was nuts. And Sark and the offense, it looked like a deer in the headlights. Like, man, we haven't seen this before. We weren't expecting this at all. They're like, oh, Cam Williams, yeah, he's getting all this love, but the brother hasn't played much football. Let's attack this dude. Let's attack him. They had to take DJ Campbell out because DJ Campbell was struggling with his communication. You know, Cole Hudson came in, did decent, but there were times where Cole Hudson and Jake Majors are out here blocking the same guy, and here comes the linebacker shooting the gap, putting his hands up all in Quinn Ewers' grill. What do you do with that? Like 10 tackles from all, 7 sacks, 4 turnovers. Who knows how many pressures they had, man. And them secondary dudes were hitting. 2 targeting calls. The first one, all right, cool. On Jackson, white boy, the only white boy on the team, it seems like. It was like, okay. And he looked rough. He looked like he was from the projects, man. They got project brothers. Them dudes, man, we always talk about how they be getting in trouble off the field, which we should because that's ridiculous. They look like that. And y'all know what I'm talking about. I'm not going to say the T word. That's going to be ignorant. But they got them brothers from the projects, ghettos with dirt floors and stuff, very low income housing. We're eating cereal for dinner. They got them brothers, man. That's how they were acting, Chip. That's how they were acting. They made Texas look like suburban brothers. I'm like, man, we got brothers too. We got brothers that been around the block. We got that.
Hey, Georgia, they still got some. They still got a little fire.
Yo, man, them brothers hard, man.
They still got a little fire.
Them brothers, man. Them brothers seen some stuff. Michael Williams, Michael Williams, Jalen Walker. Lord have mercy. Like Kelvin Banks. And a lot of the time it was Quinn Ewers' fault for not stepping up in the pocket, but they had Kelvin Banks on his heels at times too. Like the communication was bad. The offensive line, that's one of the worst showings that we've seen this offensive line have.
Well, in Georgia does a great job of moving right before the snap. Like Kirby's got that thing down. I mean, they move, and you're trying to that's a lot. Yeah, Kirby, I mean that was a hungry, pissed off, determined, focused Georgia team that had been left for dead. And they came in with rabid dog mentality.
Yeah.
And they won, they played it. They won it.
Oh, yeah. And you can't tell me, as much as people might to say different, Nick Saban probably wouldn't admit this. You can't tell me Nick Saban, Sark ain't his favorite. You can't tell me that. If you Kirby Smart, that pisses you off. That pisses you off. And I get it, because look, Kirby, if I'm Saban, you've beat me a couple of times. So you're way more the enemy than Sark is. But Sark out here being saved by Coach Saban. and stuff like that. Says that he owes them everything. They taking pictures together before the game and stuff. Sark on game day looking clean in the suit, going over film. McAfee show Friday. Kirby, that pissed Kirby off, man. That pissed him off. That pissed him off. He said it. He said it. You could tell. You could see, talking about fire, you could see the fire in Kirby's eyes, man.
Yeah, you could.
And that flowed through the whole locker room. The whole locker room was antsy this week. They looked so desperate, just angry. Them some angry brothers. That's how they looked. Like, why are y'all so angry? Oh, because y'all know if y'all take 2 losses, that hurts y'all's chances of winning the national championship. And we said it, man. What if they figure it out this week? They haven't figured it out yet. Against Kentucky, they win by 1 point in Lexington. They're, I wouldn't say squeaking by Mississippi State, but they should have beat Mississippi State more than, what they did. Auburn game wasn't nothing pretty either. They lose to Bama. What's going on? But what if they figure it out? And that's exactly what they did. Their offense still has issues, but I think Texas defense is good too. But, man, defensively, they figured it out. That was such a personal game, man. And Texas, hopefully they got that wake-up call.
Yeah, I mean, Georgia showed them that's what this thing's going to take. And we said going into the year, Texas could have to play Georgia twice, maybe 3 times. So I want to see that game again.
Yeah.
I want to see that game again. If you're Texas, you want to see that game again. And if you're Texas and you're going to lose to Georgia, the dominant team in college football the last 3 years, some of those dudes, Carson Beck was on both of those national championship teams. By the way, that was his lowest QB rating since 2022 when he played against Georgia Tech. So Carson Beck, November 26th, 2022, he had a QBR of 62.6, but he only played, he was playing in garbage time then. Texas, this 77 QBR was his lowest as a starter. So the Texas defense, they gave up 3.6 yards per carry. They sacked him 3 times. They didn't give up explosive plays in the passing game. They just gave up that 3rd and 10. They gave up 1 too many third downs, and they were not good in the red zone, but some of that was sudden change. The strip sack of Quinn is at the Texas 13, for God's sake. So, yeah, that was
tough. You get good field position on the Matthew Golden kick return. That comes back. Who was that? Warren Roberson? Who was that?
No, that one was Kobe Black.
That was Kobe Black. Okay.
Warren Roberson had the holding on the punt return.
Okay. Yeah,
So,
that was tough.
yeah, the penalties are a problem. 4 false start penalties helped kill 4 different drives, including the 4th and 1 on Gunnar Helm. Your 4th and 1 at their 37. False start. Now it's 4th and 6. They don't convert.
Yeah, as good as he's been, that's been a problem for him.
Yeah. Yeah, he had 2 false starts against OU. And 1 in this game. And then Sarkeesian turns down Bert Auburn. Could have kicked a 47-yard field goal. Go for it on 4th and 6. Don't make it.
We don't trust Bert right now. We don't trust Bert right now. Say it ain't so, Bert. Scholarship. Give that scholarship up, Bert.
Hey, Georgia's punter was a co-MVP. 54 yards average. He kept pinning Texas down at inside the 10.
Yeah, that's it.
That dude was
right there.
Oof, Brett. Brett Larson.
I've been hearing, or we heard last week from Georgia folks, their special teams is really, really good. And they showed it. They were money on special teams. But, all right, let me ask you this, man, because you were in the building. What was going through your mind? Jahdae Barron, interception, gets called pass interference. Folks start throwing bottles on the field. Now we learn that Texas is out $250,000 from that event. Your thoughts on it?
I mean, my thoughts are that they got the call right. Arian Smith initiated contact with Jahdae, and Jahdae made a great play. The way it all went down after that was a nightmare. I'm not used to seeing Texas students throwing stuff on the field, and I sure wasn't expecting the referee to come back and say, now, according to the SEC, the guy who threw the flag went into that little huddle with the guys, and then, they're cleaning everything up. Like, it wasn't. Now, I do think they saw the replay. I do. I think they saw the replay on the video board, and they changed their mind. And Georgia was trying to go fast. I mean, it was a mess. Like, everything after they threw the flag was a mess. It was a embarrassing response by the student section. It made it look like they got rewarded for complaining. And it's a bad look for Texas. The rest of the SEC is like, oh, if Texas complains, they get the call reversed. And the rest of the SEC is so happy that Georgia beat Texas because they were up to their 10-gallon hats in hearing about Texas. So that one, that's going to get remembered for a long time. That's going to be on T-shirts. That's going to be on signs. Oh, Texas, complain a little louder. Maybe you'll get the call or whatever. So I was stunned.
Yeah.
I couldn't remember it was 4 minutes. It took them 4 minutes to clean up the water bottles. And then they announce it. And I thought Kirby was going to have a aneurysm.
Oh, I thought he was going to choke somebody.
I thought he was going to choke somebody.
He was out after the game, too. Like, he said what you said. It kind of gives every school, when they get pissy about a call, to throw something on the field to maybe get it overturned. And look, man, refs are bad. Refs are going to make mistakes. The WNBA finals, the Minnesota team got absolutely hosed on the last call, missed the travel on Breonna Stewart, then called a foul when it wasn't a foul there. So it's on every single level, bad officiating. And yeah, that was a bad moment. I mean, Texas fans, they're passionate. Everyone was into the game. They know the type of momentum that they were getting from that play. And even though Texas scored from it, I thought it allowed Georgia to regroup a little bit, especially the offense. Like, the offense to come off and be like, yo, all right, chill out. They score. When we get the ball back, we're going to drive it down the field, and we're going to score on their ass. And that's exactly what happened. From Smith, absolutely juking the hell out of Manny Muhammad, to the flea flicker pass. You punch it in, 89 yards, 11 plays. So, yeah, it was tough. Like, to lose and also lose $250,000, that stings. I don't understand how that works exactly. Like, you can't control the fans. You don't know what they're going to do. Like, you got alcohol there. I get suspending all of the people who threw something for a year or so, which all the cameras they got in that stadium, they're going to scope you out. They're going to see exactly who was throwing bottles, and they're definitely going to get those consequences. But I think $250,000. I mean, I know McConaughey and Glenn Powell and Durant were on the field. There was a lot of money on the field, but damn. Man, we're trying to build a new football facility and stuff. And, we got Coach Smith and softball. He won a new stadium. That's a lot. That hurts. That hurts the pockets a little bit. But, hey, what are you going to do? It happens, I guess. But, yeah, can't be throwing stuff, y'all. Y'all were wilding. Y'all were wilding.
Yeah, that it just got bonkers there for a while. But the one thing that you kept looking for was for Quinn to lock back in, because he led those 2 scoring drives, and it did not happen in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
We did not see that's the thing. And we haven't, Quinn almost led that comeback against Washington. And by the way, Joe K saying, heard they might stop alcohol sales. They're not doing that. I just checked with someone who said that'd be news to me, who is in the meetings. So I think they just want, the students to
just behave.
Just be loud. Don't throw anything. Just be loud.
Relax.
But yeah, Quinn, he's never really had to lead that fourth quarter comeback. And that's the one thing that kind of, Colt led so many. And you want to see that, Sam led.
Obviously Vince.
Yeah, Vince was unbelievable. And so you're waiting for that part of Quinn's game to show up.
Yeah.
But we need to stop talking about him in New York. We need to stop talking about where he's going to get drafted. We need to see the Quinn Ewers who was trending, who carved up Michigan, who looked like he was having fun out there. He doesn't look like he's having fun.
Oh, he don't look like having fun at all. I thought that fun started to come when he was doing when he bring the boom, when he was hitting that thing against Oklahoma, which, South Carolina, oh my goodness.
Wow.
They're winnables. Whoa.
Wow.
Whoa, buddy. Yikes. I'm saying they haven't played anyone. That schedule says a lot now. Michigan and Oklahoma, not ranked. Like, that schedule says everything. You haven't played anyone. The offense hasn't faced anyone. I think the defense is for real. I think they proved on Saturday that they're definitely the focal point of this football team as a whole. But this offense, I feel bad for Quinn in a way too, because now you got a lot of Longhorn faithful talking Arch even more than it's ever been. Like, folks were doing it, but they were doing it in an ignorant way before. Before it didn't make any sense because Arch hasn't shown us anything because he didn't get to play yet. And Quinn performed and took the team to a college football playoff. But once Quinn got hurt and then Arch came in and played good football, and like you said, basically caught up with him in stats in 2.5 games. Now Quinn comes back and he looks not good. More people are turning on Quinn Ewers. And now your coach takes you out for a little bit against the best team you're probably going to face all year when you're playing bad. Like, he hasn't been in this position at all, man. And I feel for him. Like, I hope he could regroup. Like, You hope he has a huge game against Vanderbilt because this is the time you got to start running the score up on guys. Now that you've lost the game, who knows? With no divisions in the SEC, who knows who's going to be tied when the season ends? So they might do points. You got to run up the score, like dirty style, like to where they're questioning you, Sark. They're questioning your morals.
Which they were doing, which they've been doing. They were the only undefeated team in FBS that had won every game by at least 19 points. So they got to get back to that because the schedule is friendly. You got to go to Arkansas. You got to prove it there, and you got to go to College Station. You got to prove it there. But Texas is going to be favored in both of those games unless they completely come apart here, which I don't think they will. So
I don't know, man. That schedule was a little angry after what I saw, especially if Quinn Ewers continues these problems. Like Vanderbilt's scary.
Yeah.
Florida's starting to pick it up with Lagway. Florida beat the hell out of Kentucky. That was rough. Then Kentucky, the team that you just lost to by 15, Kentucky had them on the ropes. I get it. They're playing way better football, but
Florida almost beat Tennessee.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Should, woulda, coulda, shoulda.
Oh, if Graham Mertz didn't get hurt, that was their game to win.
Yeah, no, this is going to be – it's prove it time.
Yeah.
And you got to be getting better, and Quinn's not getting better. That's the problem. You've got the most important position to the offense. Everything was getting better until the OU game, and then the quarterback play went down, and then now it's still down. And the sign of a well-coached team, the sign of a championship team is week-to-week improvement. Like, you got to be getting better. So your best performance against Michigan, Quinn should be here now. He should be up here from that performance, and instead he's down here. Like, that's – I feel for Sarkeesian, but this is why he makes the big bucks, because
$10 million.
At $10 million.
At $10 million, 10.5.
10.3. So his base salary is 10.3, but he gets a special payment this year of $300,000. So he's making 10.6 this year, but he will make 10.4 next year.
Okay.
So yeah, 10.6 with the special payment.
Yeah. Here we go.
It's
Kirby was like, no, I should be Saban's favorite. The hell? Look what I've done. He should be more proud of me than any of y'all, Lane. Steve, any of y'all. Y'all out here taking pictures. They joking on game day. Herb Shriek and McAfee got cowboy hats on. Sark's giving McAfee the F around and find out shirts and stuff. Kirby used that as fuel. That was too easy. The bulletin board material was too easy. It was too easy this week for Kirby. Them animals that he has in that locker room, they ate that up. The boys ate that. Why are they so mad, man? That Georgia team, I was like, yo, have y'all been fronting the whole year? Because I've been watching the same film that everybody else has been watching. The Kentucky film, they didn't look like nothing. The boys look beatable, vulnerable, weak. Alabama's up 28-0 on these boys. Come on, Texas, it should be cake. Chocolate cake with a little vanilla icing. It should be cake. It was everything but that.
I think this is interesting. Hair of the Dog says, I feel like Sark was trying to fire Quinn up, which is not Quinn's personality. I mean, he's competitive. So that, and to a degree, it worked. Like you said, I think it was my man Eric who asked him, Sark said he felt like you needed to recalibrate. Did you feel like you needed to recalibrate? And Quinn said, I guess I did, because I played better in the second half. So, because Quad Standard Lab said Sark should have waited until the start of the third to try Arch, because it was ugly. I mean,
yeah.
Joe K broke it down. Punt, punt, fumble, punt, interception, punt, punt, fumble. That was the first half. That last fumble was the strip sack of Arch. Yeah, it was.
Yeah, he had 6 possessions before Arch came in, and all of those possessions were rough.
And he had the drop. He had the drop by Wisner.
Yeah,
that was brutal.
That was tough. Yeah, now the running back room is kind of coming back to haunt you at the worst time. Now you think about CJ Baxter and what he could have been to this team. I thought about that last year against Washington with Jonathan Brooks. Man, you got CJ Baxter and Jaden Blue fumbling. Jonathan Brooks, pretty reliable. Then he got hurt. And even though this team won the Big 12 and had success, they were a different ball club when Jonathan Brooks went out. Georgia, again, they just saw everything coming. Texas was so one-dimensional, 29 yards on the ground total. And I know a lot of that's due to Quinn Ewers being sacked, in college football. And sacks go to rushing yards. But, damn, you got to do something, because that played right into Kirby Smart and Glenn Schumann's hands once you became predictable. Once you didn't have favorable third downs. You were third and long on so many moments. And as you said, the penalties are starting to really become a problem. And all the movement and motions and hopping around that the front seven for Georgia was doing, the O-line was confused. As much experience as they have, they were rattled. Jake Majors, all those guys, blocking the same dude, double teaming the same guy. They're sitting 6, 7 sometimes. And you got 2 dudes on one guy when you only got 5 blocking. I'm sorry, but my Houston Tillerson Mav, it's all right. But that don't add up. You got a problem there. A problem. And your receivers are running deep routes too. They're going 10 yards plus. And them boys in the red helmets were flying to the ball. Arch Manning, he got a little taste of it too. He fumbled too. It wasn't like it was just clean drives when he got in the game. He had that nice run. He looked like he was anticipating it more because he knew the pressure was coming. So Arch, he was getting out of that pocket when he could. But overall, a lot of really, really good quarterbacks would have been overwhelmed by the scheme and the game plan that Georgia had. They were just that they recruit very well. We know that. When they turn it on and they're clicking, like they were on both of those national championships that they won, like they were a lot last year. That's what you see. That's why, it's surprising, but it's not. It's more surprising that Texas wasn't ready for it, but it's not surprising with those guys that Georgia has on that defense, all that talent, all that speed, the power. Once all that clicks with the good coaching, you saw that scary team that we've come to get to know these last few years.
Well, that was one of the questions today was, is this Texas team a more dangerous team now that its back is up against the wall and they know they can't take another loss? Maybe they could, but you don't want to risk it and find out. You don't want to F around and find out.
Yo, you wrong.
You don't want to F around and find out.
You're wrong for that, man.
Oh, boy.
That might be one of the greatest things you've ever said, man. Oh, you're wrong for that.
Don't do it, fellas. Don't do it.
Too much publicity. I need too much publicity this week. That's what I'm saying. We saw the bad in Austin this week because everybody wants to come to Austin. Like the Phoenix Suns, the season starts next week. This was a little mini vacay for them. Let's all go hang with KD, go to the Texas game to get
they got some workouts in the KD practice center.
Okay, that makes sense. But overall, they were chilling. This is kind of a little vacation before the season starts in the next few days. Glenn Powell on the field, taking pictures with the honeys and stuff, getting all that love that he deserves to get. He's made some great movies as of late. McConaughey, we know the love he gets. Like F1, all of that. It was popping. It was so many distractions. So many distractions, man. And look, there shouldn't be an excuse, but you still played Oklahoma. I understand Oklahoma's sorry, but you had to get your get back from last year. And no matter what Oklahoma team is out there, the emotion that goes into that game, coming back and played in Georgia, we saw it on paper. It's going to be tough no matter what. Now, Texas was in the perfect situation to play Georgia, so that's why there's not much of an excuse there. Like, they just didn't bring it, but that is an emotional game against your biggest rival. I mean, I guess that's subjective if you ask people, College Station, but a lot of people's biggest rival for a Texas fan. And then coming to play Georgia, were they getting those pats on the back all week? Were they getting that extra love from folks that might not know football as much and knows, hey, be ready for Georgia, and Oklahoma's team is trash.
The girls are all trying to get into their DMs.
Yeah, the girls flying your DMs and stuff. You're getting that love. I hope this team is more mentally tough than that, but that is something that I did think about right after the game. Like, man.
Yeah, this is
Oklahoma.
This is a great point by Joe K, and everyone's going to agree with it. You don't want to drop another game, be in a must-win situation at Texas A&M. I mean, look, you need to handle business against Arkansas and Texas A&M. You need to win out. If you're a legit national title contender, you need to win out, and that's going to mean much better quarterback play. I'm not putting it all on Quinn, but he's a weapon. Like, he's supposed to give you a schematic advantage. He's supposed to be the guy who can carry you at times, like he did against Michigan. 8 of 10 on third down. I mean, that first half was kind of a masterpiece. So now you've got all these questions. Okay, it's time to dig deep. People around Quinn Ewers don't need to be mad. They need to be telling him, hey, go get it. Go get it, man. Go show everybody. Go show everybody.
Yeah.
We don't need little league parents. We need people who are going to say, go show him this week that you're the man and you never need to come out of another game.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't need them parents that got the orange peels and the Capri Sun after the game. Yo, man, Quinn Ewers, that oblique injury, I told you when he said it felt different, I told you last week, that scares the hell out of me.
I agree.
That scares. Why is he telling y'all that? Why is he telling y'all that? Because I'm Georgia, especially with what we saw in those first few drives against Oklahoma. Looked like a scared puppy in that pocket. Wasn't stepping into his throws, afraid to be hit. And this was an injury that he suffered that was non-contact. So what does that mean for the psyche? Like, I might not get hit and I'll still get hurt just for moving weird. So, like, it seems like he's thinking about it, man. It flat out seems like he's thinking about getting hurt instead of going out there and playing sandlot football. Like, and again, the game plan, you're right, can't put this all on Quinn. Sark got out coached. The game plan was right for Georgia. The game plan for Texas, wrong. Offensive line, the communication, not good. Completely just getting bulldozered over, unacceptable. Self-inflicting wounds, Gunnar Helm getting the penalty, Matthew Golden, you're 3rd and 4 early in the first quarter. Matthew Golden gets a false start. Now you're back 3rd and 9, and now you got a punt after that. Like Trey Wisner dropping the ball. Just a lot of things, man. A lot of things went into this game. And now Isaiah Bond, he didn't play much in the later part of the game. Like after his touchdown and the 2-point conversion, we didn't really see him for the rest of the game. So if that ankle injury, if that's always going to just be there, I know you got a bye coming up after Vanderbilt, but you can't afford to have him not available. You know, I love Ryan Wingo. I think he should definitely get his reps up, but with Quinn playing the way he does, you need your best receivers out there. Before I thought, man, Quinn, he could help these guys out. He could throw it to anybody. Now it's like, all right, you need your best guys out there. Isaiah Bond's one of your best guys. If he ain't out there, I don't know if his chemistry with Ryan Wingo will be the same, just because Ryan Wingo's doing a lot of stuff off of straight up athleticism and skill, while Isaiah Bond has that experience about him. That's just a lot of things going into this Texas team now that I didn't really think we would have to talk about, but here we are.
Yeah, and look, Georgia's going to a pissed off Georgia can make you question everything. This is where these coaches get everybody back in, you know, come up with a great game plan. And, I mean, everyone's going to have to be sharp this week at Vanderbilt to avoid getting dragged into their tempo. I mean, Sark said it. You're lucky if you get 60 plays. I mean, Vanderbilt, can you hear that going on here?
Yep.
Okay. So back in the press box, who was the listener last week who said, hey, it's okay if we're hearing drilling and pounding. It means they're upgrading the facilities. So we're back to getting drilling and pounding. This is what Texas needs to do to Vanderbilt. Drill and pound.
Drill and pound.
Next Saturday. This is the game plan for Vanderbilt next week.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. What they held the ball against Alabama, 42 minutes?
42 minutes.
42 minutes.
42 minutes. Alabama had
Malachi Moore, he over there. Man.
The ball.
Damn, man, what we doing?
Now look at Alabama.
I ain't coming off the field, coach.
Now look at Alabama. Coming apart.
Yeah.
I mean,
Jalen Milroe, man, he threw some bad picks. Nico made enough plays. They always show Nico's dad in the stand with his big swole self. That's a big dude. I wouldn't muck with that dude. That dude, that's the type of dude. He looked like he in a biker gang or something. That dude, yeah, he don't play, but yeah, Tennessee, Josh Heupel, they feeling good. They feeling good about that win. Kalen DeBoer probably feels like the sky's falling on him down there.
All right, before we get it, because we'll get some mentions in here in a second, but before we get off Texas, Georgia, give me your top 3 concerns right now.
Easily number one, Quinn Ewers have the yips. Basically, from the injury. Is he thinking too much out there? Where's his mindset? Or is the injury actually there? Sark's did the old cliche, well, everybody's hurt during this time of the year type thing. If you're not hurt, something's wrong. Like, which is true. I get that. But
Though the better question probably would have been, does Quinn Ewers have the yips?
Yeah, Quinn Ewers have the yips. So that's number one. Number two, this run game, man. It's just 1 week, Travion Wiseman looks good. Next week, Jaden Blue looks good, but he didn't get a carry, only 29 yards against Georgia. So definitely that. And then third, the injuries, especially in that secondary. First, you have Derek Williams go out against OU, out for the year. Now you got Andrew Makuba, who made a huge play in that first quarter with the interception on Carson Beck. Now he's out for who knows how long. It's not season ending, but might be for a couple of weeks, maybe even a month. So those are probably three things I'm concerned about. Quinn Ewers and his psyche, the run game, and just trying to find some consistency with that. 29 yards, unacceptable. And then the health of the secondary. Like Jelani McDonald, all right, bro. This is a hell of a game for you to get thrown into the fire and get a lot more, a lot more reps, a lot more bump. Does that mean Jahdae Barron moves to that safety spot or moves to more of that nickel spot? Does that mean you got Gavin Holmes on the outside more? And we said last week, those Georgia receivers, even though they might not be as good as previous Georgia receivers, they're the best receivers this Texas team's going to face. And overall, the defense was good, but they made timely plays. So I think that's really nitpicking there. But, yeah, those are probably the three things that I'm concerned about. How about
By the way, Makuba was the highest rated defensive player on the team against Georgia, according to Pro Football Focus, followed by Alfred Collins, Jermaine Lole, Baron Sorrell, and David Benda.
Alfred Collins, Jermaine Lole were good, especially Alfred Collins.
Yeah. Collins was breaking through the line. He was getting pressure.
Yeah.
And David Benda, I thought Lianga Lafau got a interesting lesson because they attacked him. They bullied him. Benda probably needed to be on the field more in that game because Benda will take you on. He will meet contact with contact, where Lafau was trying to go under the block, go around the block, and sometimes you just got to take it head on and shed that guy. It's like when Dan Neal came on and said, Zach Thomas, every time he saw a blocker coming toward him, he just ran at him like a ram on a mountainside.
No neck, Zach Thomas.
With that fire hydrant neck.
His neck was so strong, man. Yo, he's the type of dude, if you choke him, your hands might break.
Right.
That's how strong his neck is.
I can't get any grip.
Can't get any grip. Like, damn, now I got a crimp. Yeah, I saw that son of a B.
Oh, my God. Everybody's talking about the Deputy Ewers commercial that came on right before the game.
I came on before the game? I didn't see that.
It was like, I was in the press box. I didn't hear it, but I heard it came on right before the game, and everyone was like looking back on it now, it was like this weird foreshadowing. I don't need no backup.
Yeah. He had a lot of commercials on during the game. He had his little lawyer commercial.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, there's a lot. I mean, most of the time it was all politics. Just Trump and Vice President Harris taking shots at each other. That was every commercial break. You had one of them.
Early voting starts today.
Oh, yeah. So
anyway, yeah, it's okay. Let's get a couple mentions in here. Passes.com. I mean, I'm telling you, this is the coolest way to interact with your celebrity. The celebrities that you want to interact with. It's impossible to reach those people. And now they're on passes.com, sitting there ready to interact with you, including 40 UT student athletes. You want to, give some love to Alfred Collins or Anthony Hill, whatever. you can do that. All the athletes from UT are on passes.com, it seems. And then Texas One Fund is on there. You want to help out with NIL, but get something in return. You can do that. And of course, check out the Texas Sports Unfiltered account on passes.com. In fact, you can go check out the preview that BK and I did, and BK was right. I was wrong. BK picked Georgia, broke it down. Go check it out. Give BK some love. Give him some credit. It's a free watch on the Texas Sports Unfiltered Passes account. It'll get some of you to go over there to passes.com and see what it's all about, because it is a really cool platform for you to interact with your favorite celebrities. Hey, all night happy hour cover 3. You got Monday Night Football. We'll get into some of the NFL. Go Lions. Cover 3, your Monday Night Football headquarters. You got the $7 social hour, all night happy hour. So eat your heart's content in that $7 social hour menu. The bacon and deviled eggs, the firecracker shrimp, you got it all. And of course, busr.ag. Hey, Zay and I were hot in our picks. We both went 2-1. You would have made money at busr.ag with our picks. Zay had K-State -2.5 against West Virginia. Winner. He had LSU -2.5 at Arkansas. Winner. And I had Mississippi State. I had Mississippi State covering the 15.5 against A&M. Winner. And Tennessee +3. Winner. Tech. I had Texas Tech. They got blown the F out. Baylor.
Joey.
That game is personal to Dave Aranda. I forgot about that because of Joey leaving his staff, and then Joey saying stuff like the Big 12 goes through Lubbock, and Dave Aranda's like, remember where you came from. Whap. Anyway, we had some winners for you. And I'm 2-0 in the NFL. I'm waiting on the Bucks tonight. Zay went 2-1. He had the Lions. He had the Texans. They covered. He also had the Jets. The Jets are a disaster. Aaron Rodgers is turning into the kiss of death. Anyway,
nasty ass picking his nose and eating them and stuff. He's nasty, man.
It's like Chase Daniels. That's like Chase Daniels in the 2008 Big 12 title game. He's over there.
Yo, that's
making meal. That's so gross.
Aaron Rodgers. And look, Garrett Wilson had a horrible drop that led to an interception.
Oh, he had a horrible game.
Oh, rattled? You ain't the guy no more.
Garrett's he dropped a couple. One of them was horrible.
You ain't the guy. Now you calling Aaron Rodgers, you be like, yo, what up, G. Wilson? Just hanging with Devontae. Oh, I thought we used to hang out, bro. What happened? Devontae, what happened? Like, y'all out eating Taco Bell and stuff at Devontae Adams' house. What happened? What's going on?
Come on.
There's a lot of drama over there in New York. A lot of drama. Come on, Garrett. You from the ATX, bro. Get your mind right.
Ego.
Ask for a trade. Spice it up. You don't need this. You're supposed to be number 1. They drafted you in the first round. You're supposed to be it. Ask for a trade. You don't need this.
That's right. Get to busr.ag and bet against the Jets. Okay, and don't forget about our man. When you're ready for the big screen of your dreams, you know where to go. I'm just going to let Camilla tell you.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
I got this, Dad. This is Camilla McKay, and my dad can help with any TV or stereo needs you have around your house. Just call him, and he will come to you with advice and a great price. And the guys that work for him are awesome. They can install anything, anywhere. So, like my dad says, just relax and smile. We handle all the work.
So just give us a call at 255-8678 or on the web at avconsultations.com.
Oh, Lord. I guess I'm going to have to move because now they're drilling right over my head. So give me a second.
All right.
Or can this?
I don't even hear nothing.
Okay. All right. Good. Oh, good God. Okay.
I hear both of them. Uh-oh.
Hey, here's the facility upgrades at Texas. That's a beautiful thing. Oops. Probably shouldn't have done that. Okay. Well,
yeah, now I hear stuff.
You hear it?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay. Let me see if I can.
But
in and out. It's in and out. Not quite sure what's going on. All right. So in the NFL yesterday, Zay, the Cowboys were off.
Thank goodness.
Thank goodness. Texans, if they had Nico Collins, they probably win that game. But I thought the Texans, they were right there. I'd give CJ Stroud credit because the Packers are starting to put it together. And that was at Lambeau.
Yeah.
And so, that was
this is the worst year to play the NFC North teams. If you're Houston, because every one of those teams is capable of beating someone. That's the toughest division in football. You know that, being a Lions fan. But, yeah, they were right there. CJ Stroud, he didn't play his best football, but played good enough to win. And the defense forced enough turnovers on Jordan Love to give him a chance. It just seemed like every time CJ Stroud and those guys would be on a drive, then he'd get sacked or, 3rd and 9, he'd throw it out of bounds or he'd have to run out of bounds. It didn't click. And that game, it started with some drama before because Jair Alexander and Stephon Diggs, they got into it before the game and they had to be separated and stuff. Shocker. Jair Alexander is the messiest dude in the world. That dude, he'll fight his grandma if she made his food a little bit too hot. That's he's one of those old school, ignorant Richard Sherman type of cornerback that he just likes to talk. He's good. He backs it up, at the top 5 corner in the league. But I think that's what keeps him going. Like him talking mess, when you got to play against Amon-Ra St. Brown twice a year and Justin Jefferson twice a year. You got to have some type of confidence because those dudes will both completely exploit you. And he has all the confidence in the world and probably overall got the best of Stephon Diggs yesterday. But, yeah, it was a good game up at Lambeau, Good game.
All right, so Lions, Vikings. How about this kicker? Jake Majors. Well, that's not right. That's the center for Texas.
Yeah, who are you looking at? Jake Bates?
Jake Bates.
Yeah.
He was selling bricks 2 months ago in Houston. And now he's, the hero of the first loss of the Vikings season.
I love those stories, man.
Those are great stories.
Those are the best stories. Like, my favorite's Kurt Warner bagging groceries. It doesn't get better than that. That's easily my favorite one of those stories.
In the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Pro Football Hall of Fame. Working at HEB, now at the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Stacking groceries. Now he's in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. And
I never saw that
NFL.
biopic either. I heard that biopic was bad. Never got to it. I want to just because it's Kurt Warner. It's a good story, but I heard it was horrible. Horrible. Like it came out a few years ago. I heard it was bad. I heard it's more of like a love story rom-com than it is about Kurt Warner. It's like about him and his wife and how they met and stuff, and they kind of mix in Kurt Warner's career, but yeah. No, not drugs. not those bricks. Literally bricks to build things.
Not those bricks.
Not those bricks. That would have been cool too. Like, Jay-Z was moving those bricks, and look at him.
All right, I'm gonna just listen. Give me your take on the Lions.
I mean, they just find ways to win. David Montgomery, he goes out for a little bit, gets hurt, and when you have two really good running backs like they do, Jahmyr Gibbs, give him the ball. That dude went crazy yesterday. Over 100 yards, 2 touchdowns. Like, that offense is just, they're a juggernaut, man. You got to worry about Jameson Williams' speed. Jared Goff playing the best football of his career. Like, that dude was the number 1 pick for a reason. And he's always going to have that chip on his shoulder because the Rams screwed him over and then won a Super Bowl without him. He plays that way. And they have one of the best offensive lines in the league, led by Penei Sewell. Like, even though Aiden Hutchinson's out, I still think they can accomplish everything that they want to. Like, yeah, Kansas City's really good. They got them another win yesterday. But the way that they're winning, any given Sunday, they could lose to a team like Baltimore, or if they get to the Super Bowl, Detroit. Some of these top teams in the league. So, yeah, your Lions, they're in a good spot. Like, that was a hell of a win yesterday, and the Vikings played them to the wire. Like, Vikings are a really good football team. You're dealing with Justin Jefferson, Sam Darnold looked confident out there, but they made enough plays to get the dub, and Dan Campbell being aggressive like he is, it worked yesterday in their favor. That's why they're on top of the division.
This is a stretch where they play 5 of 7 games on the road. That's a lot. They have 5 road games and only 2 home games. But they'll play Tennessee at home next week. Then they're at Green Bay, at Houston, and that will wrap up a stretch where they played 5 games out of 7 on the road. And so they beat Dallas on the road. They beat the Cardinals on the road, and now they've beaten the Vikings on the road. So that's pretty good. It's hard to do in the league.
Yeah, they're having fun too, man. Like that. Say what you want about Dan Campbell. He's an Aggie. Sometimes he can be overly aggressive, but he's a fun guy. Like, he's cool. Like, he's relatable. It wasn't that long ago where he was a player himself. So he's really relatable. He's not necessarily an old head, but he's not one of these youngsters either. He's at the perfect point with this team, and they play the same way that he coaches, with the fun attitude. I don't take no crap for anyone.
Yeah.
So,
okay, I was at F1 yesterday.
Yeah, how was that?
It was amazing. So my amazing wife, who loves F1, got us seats in turn 12, where the controversial pass by Lando Norris and Max Verstappen happened. Like, we watched it, and I'm sitting there going, oh my God. And of course there was controversy because, they're saying that Lando didn't have position, so he went off the track and gained an advantage to pass Verstappen, that he, the steward said, give the place back or face a time penalty. He didn't give it back. He got the time penalty. In hindsight, his team should have probably let Verstappen pass and then kept trying to race him, because it looked like Norris was the faster car. And instead, he takes the 5-second penalty and loses track position in the standings. So, but Charles Leclerc wins it. Ferrari, huge weekend for Ferrari. They finished 1-2. Verstappen finishes 3rd, but ahead of Lando. Those are the two who are battling it out for the individual championship, and it was impressive. So but I missed, I was watching games on my phone and then my phone ran out. So,
man.
I saw, some of the Lions, Vikings, saw the end, which was like nail biter. But yeah, this whole Aaron Rodgers thing with the Jets, I hope the Jets lose every game. And I hate to say that.
Yo, you sound like John McClain. John McClain went in last Friday on Aaron Rodgers.
Rodgers is just, there's something about him. He's so pretentious. He's getting everybody fired. He's getting everybody fired. And the Jets defense has been terrible since Robert Saleh left. Really? Did we need to fire Robert Saleh? The defense is a disaster now. And your defense was keeping you in games. Way to go, Aaron.
Yeah, the defense was actually playing good football before Saleh got the boot. And now this dude's out here eating his boogers. He got Devontae Adams. Devontae Adams had a weird statement in his presser where he was like, yeah, this team's not finishing drives. And this is kind of the story of this team, haven't been playing good complimentary football. It's something around those sorts. But he was acting like he's been there for every game. Like, dude, you just got here. Like, you have no idea what's been going on. You weren't a part of Robert Saleh getting the boot. You weren't there when we were at training camp and had to go through it. Like, that, you have no ties to the Robert Saleh situation, where there's some guys in that locker room that are hurting a little bit because they feel like it's their fault for a coach that they appreciated getting the boot, when really it could be an Aaron Rodgers problem. Nathaniel Hackett and Saleh didn't really see eye to eye because it's kind of like the offense versus the defense. So there's a separation in that locker room, it feels like. And Aaron Rodgers now bringing his boy over, Devontae Adams, that hasn't done anything with the Jets so far, but pretending that he is. I don't know. Like, Garrett Wilson was shook yesterday. And again, salute to Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson, to come in like he did after Justin Fields, the Steelers look good. They look really good. I'm not saying Russell Wilson's going to continue this. He might go back to what we saw with him in Denver and Sean Payton, but they look good. But it's one of those, did they look that good, or is there just so many problems going on in New York that anybody would have came in and gotten that dub because they just have too many distractions and stuff? And Aaron Rodgers, game might have passed him up. He showed that age a little bit, man. Like Father Time catches up with everybody. That last year for Brady, what were they, 8 and 9? That's even the best lose a step or two. So we'll see. Still a long season, and maybe once Devontae Adams gets a little bit more acclimated to the playbook and stuff, things will start looking up. But as of right now, if you're a Jets fan, you're down bad. You're down really bad. And some things I agree with what Aaron Rodgers does. I know he's crazy as hell, but some things I'm like, you know what, man? Screw your family. You ain't talking to them. You don't need them. You don't need your brother. They all haters. They holding you back. Because sometimes that's the case. Sometimes your family doesn't have your best interest. But now, when you see all these problems, it's like, dang, maybe you're the problem in every single situation that you got. From family to locker room to getting coaches fired to going off in caves and those weird retreats that he goes on and popping the pills and taking the drugs and stuff. He's just an odd guy. He's just a different type of cat. Guy. Yeah. Just a different type of cat.
All right, Ravens, Bucks tonight in Tampa. Ravens favored by 4.5. I think the Bucks keep it close. I think I think it's a field goal either way. Yeah. Obviously, that's one of my picks. That and Chris Godwin, because my fantasy team got crushed. Jaden Daniels went down.
Ooh, yeah.
Oh my God, that guy's been.
That's what I'm
I'm
saying.
hoping he's going to be okay.
We saw it at Arizona State. He takes some hits, man. He's a slender dude. Like, he takes some hits. Like Lamar Jackson, it seems like he never takes hard hits, like ever. Even when he does get hit, it seems like he kind of gets dragged down and pulled because I feel like whoever's tackling him knows that he's so dynamic and fast that you just got to get him down as easy as possible. You can't go in for any haymakers or stuff because he'll juke you out your draws. Jaden Daniels, he has to learn that. Like, just ribs. All right, okay. That ain't good for no QB, man. Getting hit in the ribs, especially a two-way QB like Jaden Daniels. So, yeah, I hope he's all right, but that was a tough shot that he took. And that's something that a lot of these scouts were worried about come 2024 draft. Like, is this guy going to be durable and have a long 10-plus year career? Because one of his best attributes is running the football, yet he takes hits a lot.
What? Where's Jonathan Brooks? I thought he was going to make his debut in that game.
Me too. I didn't see him. Did he not?
Yeah, I didn't see his name in the box score. I didn't. So maybe it's next week. Oh, those Panthers. I mean, Jaden Daniels goes down. The Commanders still win 40-7.
Marcus Mariota.
Come on, man.
That's a former Heisman winner. Marcus Mariota. He's been around the block.
Put some respect on that name.
Put some respect on that name. You know, aloha ho, aloha he. Speaking of, I think Tua's coming back next week.
Oh, wow. Is he going to wear one of those big pillow helmets? I hope.
I think he said he's not. I think he said he's not going to wear it. He needs to. I don't care if it's uncomfortable or not, bro. You need anything that could help, because if he goes down one more time, this might be it.
Damn. It's sad. Scary.
It's sad.
All right, let's get into the commentary. Hey, before we do that, Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. How about some raw oysters tonight? Because it's all night happy hour at Salt Traders Coastal Cooking, and they got the best raw oyster specials. I mean, you're getting $5 off the shareables menu. So you got the New Orleans barbecue shrimp right there at Zilker, Rollingwood, and Mopac, or up north in Round Rock at Old Settlers. Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. Go get some great seafood. Go get some raw oysters tonight. All night happy hour, Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. All right. Today's chip shot. I'm going to talk about the quarterback situation at Texas, because this is holding this team back right now. And I always talk about sign of a well-coached team is week-to-week improvement. And we know Steve Sarkeesian knows offense. We know Steve Sarkeesian knows play design. Those plays are not getting carried out the way they're supposed to right now. And now Steve Sarkeesian has to figure out why. And he's got to be that tough teacher. He's got to be that teacher that can look either of these quarterbacks in the eye and say, here's how it's going to be, guys. I have your best interest. I want you both to get drafted. But Quinn, I got to see it. I got to see it. Because if I don't, I'm going to think you're still injured. And then I'm going to put Arch in. Are we clear? Okay, we're clear? All right, let's have a great week of practice. And that's all you say. You don't say it again. You've told them. Now they get the whole week to practice, be sharp, get it out, whatever they got to get out. And And that's how you progress forward from this point. You don't be weird about it. You don't be, leave the guys wondering. They both know exactly what's going on. And go show me. Show me, because I'm going to put you in position to win. Show me that you can play the way I know you can play. Otherwise, I'm going to think you're injured and I'm going to take you out. And then that's it. And so this is a huge week because this offense has been a strength of the football team. And now Steve Sarkeesian today is saying we need our defense to hold it together until our offense can figure it out. And the defense has been fantastic. So it's not like he's saying something out of the order, but that for an offensive-minded coach to say that, good for Sark. You never heard Mike Leach say anything like that ever in his life. Mike Leach was like, just give me the ball. Let him score. Give me the ball. Kind of like Art Briles. Let him score. Give me the ball. I'll go score. We just need 2 stops. We just need 2 stops a game. We'll beat them 56-54. But that's where this team's got to go. You're in the back half of the season. Quinn Ewers even did the math. He was like, I think we've played 58% of our guaranteed games, which I think is right. You divide 7 into 5, I think you get 58. But anyway, it's go time. This is where Texas got on its roll last year. They lost OU about this time, mid-season. They won out the regular season. They won the Big 12 title game. And now you still don't have to play Tennessee, LSU, but you do have to play Vanderbilt, who can drag you into quicksand. You got to play Florida, who's getting better. You got to play at Arkansas, who's already beaten Tennessee in Fayetteville. You got to play a Kentucky team that went to Ole Miss and won, and you got to handle business against A&M in their place. So it's go time. That's how I'm talking to the quarterbacks, because it is a very tenuous situation. What if Arch would have gone in and lit it up? Arch Manning is your starting quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
And if he keeps it going, Quinn is what? In the transfer portal? I mean, it's a tenuous situation because every interview we do, I mean, they ask us, how is there controversy? Not yet. Not yet. But it's all how you handle it. And I'm got my popcorn. I mean, this is why Sark makes the 10 mil, the big bucks. So we'll see how this week goes. But I was expecting elite Quinn last week. Didn't see him.
Yeah.
Didn't see him. Missed him. So
I just hope he's still there. I hope he still exists.
Remember when he said, I don't have to impress anybody because all I care about is my relationship with Jesus Christ.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, God, I hope he can hold on to that. Like, block everything else out and just have your focus. And I'm watching that game Saturday night and I'm like, uh-oh. It makes me think he's still injured because he has played like he's oblivious to everything else going on around him. That's the way I saw that Michigan game. I mean, I was there. The building was coming apart. I don't care what people say about Michigan now. That defense was pretty good. And that atmosphere was insane. Cam Williams is false starting every other play. And Quinn's like, no problem. No problem. Now they're false starting, and that kills the drive. 4 times it happened, and 4 times the drive stalled. They're not good enough right now offensively to overcome those penalties. And that tells you, again, where things are. And so I like Quinn a lot. I think he's a baller, and I think he's got real natural talent. He's got an interesting demeanor. He's so low key that, his high school coach, Riley Dodge, told me there were times I wanted him to be more fired up. I was yelling at him to get him fired up, and that's just not who he is. But man, you want that calm, cool, collected, driving down the field, trying to beat Washington to get into the national championship game. You just want to see the kid play to his level and keep getting better. And that's not what we're seeing right now. So the stakes are too high. The competition's too good. I think Arch Manning's going to be an incredible quarterback, in part because he can run. If things break down, he can go get you 5, 6, 10, 20, 67 yards. So, and that's not even Sark's thing. But, man, sure makes it a lot easier on the offensive play caller if, look at him run. 21 yards. Longest run of the game for Texas was Arch Manning. And I'm not trying to stir the pot here. I'm just saying this is a tough situation. This is the situation, everyone's like, oh man, it was kind of good that Quinn got hurt because that got Arch some reps in case he needs to play later. That was like perfect. Now we're off the grid. Because everyone expected Quinn to come back from the injury and look like the deputy. And instead, he's looked like the backup. And now he's got to remember who he is or be honest about the injury, because he's not stepping up in the pocket. He's running out of the pocket. He's leaving his protection. He almost got killed twice by doing that. It's like, no. You were still good in there. And once you run outside of Cam Williams, that fast-ass defensive end is loose, and he's coming for you. Cam had him. Stay right where you were. That was old. That was 2022 Quinn. So that was troubling. That was really troubling because that's why I asked Sark after the game. I was like, he was doing things he doesn't normally do. He was fleeing the pocket. He was holding the ball. How do you think he was seeing the field? And he basically said, I thought he was uneasy. That's what he said. All right, let's get to the right call.
Man, well said. Well said, Chip Shot. Per usual, before the right call, though, shout out to Covert BK. Covert Automotive Dealerships that have been doing it in the greater Austin area for over 100 years. Hit up my guy, Jerome. Hit up my guy, Marcus. Hit up my guy, Daniel. All those guys, and then some. Everyone who works at Covert BK, they will hook you up. High-quality selection of new and pre-owned vehicles. 7 terrific brands to choose from. Ram, Cadillac, GMC, Jeep, Buick, Dodge, and Chrysler. Go to covertbcave.com for all your latest specials and inventory. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. And hit up Leaf Landscape Supply, full service wholesale and retail plant nursery and landscape supplier here in the ATX. 2 wonderful locations down south off 290 in Monterey Oaks and up northwest to be specific, off of Pond Springs over in my neck of the woods. If you're looking for large quantities of supplies to fulfill a landscaping job, you're looking for Trinity house plants, you're looking for specialty plants or rare plants, Leaf Landscape Supply is your one-stop shop for everything you need. So check out their website at leaflandscapesupply.com. And remember, when you go in and you purchase something, let them know TSU is where you heard Leaf Landscape Leaf Landscape Supply. Your boy Zay Collier's where you heard Leaf Landscape Supply, and get 10% off. You can't beat that. Leaf Landscape Supply. All right, Chip, a little basketball talk. Look at the Texas Longhorn fans' blood flowing in a positive way, not a negative way. We've talked a lot of bad Texas today on Texas Sports Unfiltered with the loss. I'm going to get everybody's spirits back up with some basketball talk. My pops, CC Collier, he was at the Kevin Durant Center last week to check out practice. If you don't know, if you're new to the program or if you're living under the rock, Rodney Terry, the Colliers, we're family. My big papa, Grandpa Collier, and RT's pops, stepbrothers. So CC, RT, very close. RT, one of his first jobs was coaching at my alma mater, Bowie High School, around 1992. So all CC has to do is call, and RT is going to open up the doors and let them in the building. That's the type of relationship they have. So CC checked out practice. CC called me up. He was impressed. He was really impressed. I heard the joy in my dad's voice on how impressed he was with this 2025 Texas men's basketball team, a team that had a scrimmage against TCU in San Antonio on the Spurs court and beat the hell out of TCU 80-52. This team's for real. Now, the people that stood out to him, he said Trey Johnson, Longhorn fans, see him this year because this is the only year you're ever going to see him. He gone. That's what CC's words were. He is gone after this year. Could score on every level. CC said he was hitting fadeaways. CC said he has deep range, pure knockdown shooter, gets into the paint, good footwork when he gets into the paint to where he could do turnaround jumpers, gets to the hole, and has a really good feel for the game off ball. He said Trey Johnson, he told RT, you're only going to have him for 8 months. RT said, we'll see. Just coach talk, but 8 months, CC told me, Trey Johnson. So Longhorn fans, get your tickets to the mood. Number 20 is special. He also said Tremont Mark, serious. Tremont Mark, serious. Can hoop. Says that if things go the right way, might have an NBA chance. He might be a little older. The NBA hates age for some reason. I don't get it. Dalton Connect. I think that dude's going to be terrific. That dude's like 40. He's going to be really good for the Lakers. So I don't really buy the age stuff like some of these other scouts do. But, yo, for real, they're for real. He said our boy, Zarek Onyema, is nice this year. Dunking everything, Chip. Dunking everything. Go look at Texas basketball's Twitter and Instagram because they put in clips from the scrimmage against TCU this past Saturday. Zarek Onyema's dunking some stuff. He has about 3 dunks in those clips, and one of them's like an and-one tip dunk. And if you look at Zarek Onyema's arms and his body, grown-ass man. CC said he was all over the boards, drop step dunking. He says he looks like a completely different player than the 2024 version of him that didn't get much playing time last year. CC is really impressed. Arthur Kaluma, versatile, could do a little bit of everything. Said that Devon Pryor looks good and has really improved. Said that Kendall Weaver looks smarter. Still that same dog, still that same toughness. Had a nasty tip dunk in the scrimmage that he saw. Says that Jordan Pope has a nice, smooth game and good just overall offensive skills. I'm telling you, man, this team, the way that RT has routed these guys up from the transfer portal, he hit the portal hard. This team is Final Four caliber. I know that's early. Ohio State game, November 4th. That's going to tell us a lot, but I think everybody national media, people who talk college basketball, I think they're sleeping on this Texas team. A big reason because of Rodney Terry and his overall record going back from, Fresno State and UTEP. And having Coach Beard guys that first year that he came in, that team that went to the Elite Eight. So, all right, cool. Play under the radar.
I have this as a Sweet 16 team.
Okay.
I have this as a Sweet 16 team. I have the women as a Final Four team.
Okay.
And I hope they both exceed. But what's your, obviously the make or break? What's it going to come down to? Is it going to come down to what kind of production they get out of the 4 or the 5? Because they got guards.
I'm laughing at what Richard said right here. I think make or break is on their bigs. If Zerek Oyema could step up and give them great minutes off the bench, him and Caden Shedrick, if they could give them great minutes to where they're not a liability offensively or defensively, like every once in a while, you got to make a jump hook. Like those guards, they're going to be pressured. They're going to be guarded. And you got to throw it to your big man who has a close range shot, and he's just going to have to hit a gimme. They didn't have that last year. And when they did, it took away from their perimeter game because you want Dylan Dessou on the perimeter too, and they didn't have that last year. And plus, our boy, I can't even think of his name now, gosh, wow. I'm drawing a blank here. What's my man that went to Memphis? No. Last year. Tyrese Hunter. Tyrese Hunter. Yeah, Tyrese Hunter. You got to have better point guard play than him. I thought Max Asmus, there are times where he should have been off ball, but Rodney Terry didn't trust Tyrese Hunter being on the ball, so Max Asmus was on the ball, and that was just too much for him playing on that level.
Right. Now you got Pope, you got Julian Larry.
Yes.
Those guys are bigger guys. Those guys are 6'2" and 6'3".
No. Scott, I'm sober, buddy. Sober right now. Sober. Telling you, man, watch out for this team. They got some guys. They're going to at least be able to score. Defense, that might be a question. RT, he's a defensive guy, but if they could run and get easy buckets, the front court rotation, that's where I'm like, how's that going to look? Where are you going to play Jason Kidd, Arthur Kaluma? Are they going to be your 4s or more your 3s? Is Tremont Mark going to be a 3 for you? Because he's a guy that could also be your point. You talk about Pope and Larry. They got a lot of options. It's going to be a fun year, but I think their ceiling is Final Four. I think the floor for them.
Based on a scrimmage?
What you mean? I said their ceiling. I said their ceiling is Final Four. I'm not saying they can win a national championship, but I can also see them not making it to the second weekend. Just because RT, I love him, but he still got a lot to prove. You still got to coach these guys. You still got a lot of coaches in the SEC that have been there and done that, and have won a lot of games, and have won national championships, and have gotten close to national championships. So getting out coached, you got to prove something to me, RT. We'll see.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this team. I think both the men and the women could roll a lot of 4-guard lineup. If Tremont Mark is your 4th guard, I want to see a lot of Kendall Hunter out there getting after it.
Kendall Weaver?
Yeah, Kendall Weaver. Sorry. Kendall Weaver, not Tyrese Hunter. How quickly we forget them when they leave. But yeah. I want to see Kendall Weaver play a key role on this team as a tone setter defensively. And I know they brought in these guys with NIL deals, and I'm sure Kendall Weaver is way down on that NIL money list, but I hope they play him because he creates offensive possessions with his defense.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
All right, kids. Our time is up. But we will be back tomorrow. And BK and Bucky will start you off at 8 a.m. And please take note of these incredible sponsors around our heads because they make it possible for us to broadcast to you each and every day. All right, everybody have a safe evening. We'll be right back here for you at 8 a.m. Thanks for listening.
Y'all be.
Peace.